Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin shortly. If you begin to make your way to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin shortly. If you can make your way to room 200 and take your seats.
meeting over the next couple of days. We are here in the ancestral homelands of the Lenape, who were violently displaced as a result of European colonization. The Lenape remain closely connected to the lands and waters that are local here. We also recognize that New York City has the largest indigenous population of any urban area in the United States. I'd also like to begin today by thanking our NGO partners, including WWF, IUCN, Forest Trends, the International Network of Basin Organizations, IMI, and the World Water Council, and also our corporate sponsors, who you can see here, Starbucks, AB InBev, Diageo, and the Coca-Cola Company. We have an incredible program alongside everything that's happening at headquarters, so we expect to see many of you back and forth over there and over here. I would also like to acknowledge all the hard work of so many speakers and so many folks that are helping make the next 2 days possible. A couple of other just remarks before we get going with today's exciting program. One is, if you are not feeling well, COVID is still circulating. We do have test kits downstairs. We would highly encourage you to use them. If you have them, great. You know, there's some of us who are more vulnerable than others. There's going to be people who are masking around you. Please be thoughtful and patient with all of that. Over the course of the next few days, we'll be going deep on water, and in our case, really thinking about the connection of water and nature, and in particular, thinking about our lakes and wetlands and rivers, and how we can do better moving forward. My role, just for context, I'm the Global Director of Freshwater Outcomes for the Nature Conservancy, so I think about our world and water all the time. Before I introduce Melissa Ho, who's going to introduce our keynote speaker this morning, I would like to remind you all, as soon as she's finished, please go ahead and either stay here or move on to one of the other rooms that are around the corner. All the content at the Nature Hub is on this floor. Let's see, we're going to try to start as close to 9:30 as we possibly can. So thank you for moving along after this morning's remarks. And also, if you have checked the schedule, you know that we also have a cocktail hour, some more informal time together today at 5:30, and we hope to see you all there. All right.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa Ho, and I lead and support freshwater and food work at the World Wildlife Fund, a U.S. office based in Washington, D.C. It is such a pleasure to open the Nature Hub and welcome you all here today. We're so pleased and privileged and honored to be part of this amazing group of partners led by TNC. Thank you so much, Nicole, and a huge TNC team that put this together. We really know how important it is to create a space that really elevates nature in the discussions and dialogues around water. And so that is really where we had 1,200 side events that were submitted to the UN Water Conference. It was definitely not enough space to host them all in the UN complex. So we have 2 full days of simultaneous events here, really focusing on nature. And so we're so thrilled to open this space in that regard and have it be open to the public. You do not need a badge to be here. So water is life. We know that. It flows through our bodies, our landscapes, our ecosystems, and it is so fundamental to everything else we care about. Sustainable development, climate change and resilience, food security, water security, nutrition, health, and well-being. And so it is really important and thrilling that this space will touch on all of these subjects and really elevate the importance of water flowing through nature. And we're so thrilled that we have esteemed individuals who are joining us to open the Nature Hub today, especially Brenda Mallory. Brenda Mallory is the 12th chair of the Council on Environmental Quality in the White House. She has decades of private and public sector experience, nearly 20 years at the Environmental Protection Agency as well as CEQ, where she served previously under the Obama administration as the general counsel. And in her current role, she is working to advance President Biden's ambitious agenda on climate change and environmental justice. She is notable for breaking glass ceilings and opening doors of opportunity for others along the way. We are so pleased and privileged to have her here with us today to open the Nature Hub. So, Chair Mallory, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a privilege on my part to be here and to be part of a conversation that I know is going to be robust over the next couple of days. Hold on, we have to orient ourselves here. First of all, just thank you for such warm remarks. Also, thank you to Nicole for her opening and for the plans for the next couple of days going forward. I think it's exciting to see us in a position where we are able to kind of give this kind of attention to the kind of broad range of water issues that we're all struggling with in different places, and to have a moment to be together and discuss it, I think is really exciting. I think some of you probably know that we had a pretty exciting event at the White House yesterday, so I'm feeling a little bit, still a little punch drunk from that and a little excited from that, and I'll talk about it a little bit more as I get into my remarks this morning. So as I said, yesterday we had the chance at CEQ. CEQ is one of the White House offices that deals with the environment in general, deals with climate change. And so it's a really big deal for us when we get to have the president headline an event for us that we had been working on, both the policy options and the choices that were announced for months, many, many months. And he came and he delivered in a way that really showed both the priority and the focus that he is placing personally on the issues that we care so much about and work every day on. And so just feeling that kind of energy from yesterday, and coming here into this room of people who I know are excited about what you're talking about, and then the work that we're going to be doing over the next few days at the UN meetings, just really is a moment, and one that I think is really gives us all a little bit energy to keep going on. So we think of it yesterday as historic because the president's designation of national monuments is a huge deal, both in our kind of goals for water, for conservation, for environmental justice, for recognizing communities and indigenous peoples who have been so concerned and supportive of areas and been trying to get the United States and other members of the local communities to actually give the kind of protection to some of those areas. And so seeing him to do a couple of those at once, and then also to add to that, setting into place protection for a marine area on Pacific remote islands, which also has a strong history of indigenous support and over the years, and expanding that was also like a really important part of yesterday, because it not only spoke to the need for protecting water and water areas, giving us an area in which we increase and have a chance to kind of protect some of the biodiversity in a really beautiful and pristine area, but also, as I said, there's this strong native and indigenous peoples connection to that area. And so being able to honor both of those, I think, really was kind of extraordinary. And so we're grateful for that. As I think Melissa just said, water is life. And so we also, as we think about the work that we're doing, know that the clean water and having clean water on this planet is essential to everything. It's essential to the work that we do with nations. It's essential to how we develop our communities. It's essential to our economy. There's just in so many ways. And so being able to work on air issues that for us, touch on kind of three central pillars of CEQ's work: conservation, climate action, and environmental justice, is why the water part of our portfolio is so significant. And all three of those areas, which are obviously central to this conference, but also much more broadly, connects a lot of the international challenges that we are all trying to address. So I'm going to talk quickly about the conservation side of our work, and then touch on each of the other areas. So in the president's first week in office, he created his signature conservation initiative, which we refer to as America the Beautiful. And America the Beautiful for us provides kind of a framework for all of the work that we're doing in the area, but includes among it a commitment to conserve 30% of the lands and waters by 2030. And I know this is a commitment that other nations have also made, and so it's really a great opportunity for us to serve as partners with other nations who are also working towards that and figuring out ways that we can do that consistent with all the other things that we are trying to do. So through the America the Beautiful, we're kind of meeting communities where they are, and conserving and restoring everywhere that we can, especially when we find the strong support in communities that has been, particularly that have been working towards protections in areas for decades. And so the America the Beautiful has allowed us to advance a number of policy reforms that prioritize community access to nature. And we have leveraged $1 billion in public and private funds for locally led projects that are bolstering the health of our waters for decades to come. And we're doing this through a challenge that we have with the NIFWF, which is the National Foundation something, Fish and Wildlife Foundation. I never like, it's one of those acronyms that you say all the time, you have no idea what the words really are. NIFWF, anyway, is a strong partner that is allowing us basically to consolidate funding in from a number of different agencies and use that as a way to inspire, encourage private donorship as well. And in the first challenge that we put out, last year, it was just overwhelming interest from local communities that saw this as a real opportunity to be able to work on issues that they just haven't had the support for, including technical support, which is really important because we recognize that if we want these programs to work in ways that we're broadening who gets access, broadening who has an opportunity to participate, that we have to do a little bit more work on the technical assistance side. So just as an example of one of those programs, in California, we are supporting local leaders who are restoring historic floodplains and tidal marsh in the Sacramento River, which is rebuilding fish habitats and revitalizing local water ecosystem. So across the nation, there are projects like that that are serving in the function of preserving waterways, cleaning up pollution, employing all types of nature. This is where we have a history of understanding that tree canopies and wetlands are very important, and sort of putting all of those things to work as we think about how to restore broader areas is very much a part of how we're thinking about the climate solutions and expanding what's part of the climate solution. And so this program has been very helpful with all of that. And it touches on what we believe is a key tenet of the America the Beautiful initiative, which is recognizing that although climate change poses a catastrophic risk to nature, our ocean, wetlands, and coasts can help us adapt to and mitigate the effects of that same crisis, and just deploying those tools in ways, or at least beginning to have as a regular course, thinking about how we deploy those tools is a really important part of, I think, the initiative that we're trying to drive. Last year at COP27, we released a roadmap to guide the federal government's efforts to deploy natural solutions to the climate crisis, like using plants and trees and reefs and wetlands to cool down our overheated ecosystems, to absorb carbon, to buffer the impacts of extreme weather and climate change on our global waters. And all of this is underneath this broader vision for America the Beautiful, where we are going to be judging our success and our progress based on the health of our lands, on the availability of clean air and clean water to all people. I mean, that's fundamentally, I think, in the environmental and environmental justice space, like that is the kind of baseline, that we want our programs to work for all communities. And that will take extra work, and I think we're trying to put that work in to make sure that that happens. Since day one, President Biden really has distinguished himself as a champion of these ideals. And in the first year in office, he protected more lands and waters than any U.S. president in his first year. And in year two, President Biden delivered over $10 billion for conservation. More money, again, in conservation in the first 2 years than any other president in modern history. And obviously, a lot of partners were involved in both of those, both from an advocacy perspective, but also from congressional support that we've received on some of the work that we're doing, particularly in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. But yesterday, President Biden signed the presidential directive that would lead to the protection of all of the U.S. waters around the Pacific remote islands, which I referred to earlier. And that will keep 777,000 square miles of coral reef and marine ecosystem protected from threat. When it's completed, the new sanctuary would ensure that the United States will reach the president's goal of conserving at least 30% of our ocean and waters by 2030. So we think that is a really important step and tool that we're taking advantage of. And an example of the way that in which we are kind of across the administration really trying to think about how to use some of the tools that have been available in ways that are both more ambitious, but also recognize that they also create opportunities for us to meet our broader climate and environmental justice goals. Last week, the president took action to protect the entire U.S. Arctic Ocean from any future oil and gas leasing, and to safeguard millions of acres of lands in the Western Arctic, which is home to also pristine waters. And then I think for those of you who track some of the work in the conservation area, over the last few months, the president finalized protections for several iconic places, Alaska's Bristol Bay, Minnesota's Boundary Waters, Canoe Area, and the Tongass National Forest, where over 28% of Alaska's salmon spawn each year. So these are all actions which we think are reflective of our kind of broader, our broader both vision but values as we move forward in the conservation space. You know, really honoring the wonder and the beauty and the power of our nation's waters, so that we can ensure that we have clean and healthy aquatic ecosystems, marine habitats, and drinking water access for decades to come. And these are challenges that I think we feel like we can overcome together, in particular when we have partners like you all to work with. All of this is only possible if we are really focused on the sort of transformative action that's necessary in order to address the climate crisis. And so yesterday's announcement also included the release of the United States Ocean Climate Action Plan, a project that really pulled on all of the federal government working together over the last year to identify ways in which we can accelerate the whole of government approach to ocean-based climate action. Last year on World Ocean Day, the president actually announced that we were going to develop the plan. And then since then, with our partners at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, we really drove an effort across the government, working with the scientists and other stakeholders to create a plan that coordinates federal efforts to temper climate impacts on the ocean and points us towards new climate solutions within the ocean depths. So we believe that the plan will really help us provide a blueprint for other nations that are doing ocean-based climate adaptation and mitigation work. And we're excited to really learn kind of how it can fit in with other strategies that other nations are using, and that we can leverage in the work that we're doing. I think one of the things that the blueprint does for us is for those areas where we know these are important things to do, it helps to kind of prioritize how we think about the budget requests going forward. It helps to prioritize how we're deciding on actions that are really necessary to advance these overall goals. So we're excited about what the plan itself begins and recognize it as a beginning. And then finally, I just want to touch on the environmental justice agenda of the administration. I think from day one, the President has really expressed sort of an unwavering belief that every person deserves access to clean water, to clean air, and to a healthy community. And what do we do in a system and a structure that doesn't have, has not always been successful at that, and doesn't necessarily have pillars in place that make that easily possible? And so that is the task of the environmental justice agenda. It is how do we reorient our programs, the federal government's way in which it works across the government, but also with all of our partners out in the public, to actually achieve kind of long-term commitment and a long-term approach to some legacy issues that have plagued us for a while. Central to the President's agenda on environmental justice is the Justice 40 initiative, which has a goal to deliver 40% of the benefits of federal climate and clean energy investments to disadvantaged communities. And with the infusion of funds from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, we are reorienting the way that we kind of approach some of our funding challenges, and with the goal of maximizing the benefits to disadvantaged communities. And we're already seeing real success on the ground that we really have to amp up and kind of leverage in order to really to achieve the overall goal that we're searching for. One example is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law has $50 billion in it to replace lead pipes, which is turned out to be a really sort of central feature, I think, of the President's sort of agenda overall, because it does help us to improve our nation's water infrastructure and make our water cleaner and more drinkable for all communities. And it also is one of those things that lead pipes are in many places. There are a lot of communities who are plagued with this, and so really allows us to actually move in, and in particular in communities that have suffered from underinvestment, and show that we want to be here. We want to be part of really changing the way that these communities are seen and how people live. Last month, we deployed $500 million from the funding for water infrastructure and lead pipe replacement in Philadelphia as an example of one of these communities that has suffered from this underinvestment. And this will allow us to upgrade water facilities, replace hundreds of lead service lines, and, importantly, I think to a lot of what the President has been focused on is job creation. And not just any kind of job, but good jobs, jobs that people can actually build lives on. And so that is another element that we see as critical to the work that we're doing in the environmental justice area. Another example is the PFAS pollution, which is something that also plagues the nation's drinking water, and also is one of those things where low-income communities and these underinvested communities see the impacts to a much greater extent. We proposed a new standard to monitor and remove PFAS pollution from our drinking water last year, and along with that, just tried to identify the work that's going on all across the administration that is focused on both PFAS, cleanup and changing of standards, and looking at how we evaluate and test whether PFAS is present. Like, all of these things are happening at once, but they're all important to the overall goal of achieving clean water and clean surroundings for communities. These actions illustrate our profound commitment to the core focus of this week's conference, the access to safe drinking water, the bold action on climate, and then improving our global water system for the benefit of all. At this juncture, I think with a big opportunity in front of us, with more funding than we generally have had to kind of tackle some of these issues, we do see this as a moment in which the partnerships that exist in this room and that are created by forum that are like this are really important. In the United States, as with many nations, we know our coast and our waters lie at the heart of our culture, our economy, and our way of life. The Biden-Harris administration is dedicated to cooperating with countries around the globe to keep our waters flowing and our communities thriving. And I really do look forward to hearing the outcome from the many sessions that are going to be held here, as well as those that are occurring up at the UN headquarters, because I think we do have a real chance here. So just thank you so much for the time this morning, and have a great conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can begin to take your seats, the program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can begin to take your seats, the program will begin shortly. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here today. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the side event, Source to Sea Approach, From Methodology to Practice. I'm delighted to be here today. My name is Maria Kawahara. I'm a policy analyst from the Environment and Climate Change Canada at the Government of Canada, and I'm honored to be moderating this session. I would like to begin by acknowledging the land of which this building stands is part of the Lenape territory, the traditional territory of the Lenape people. We pay respect to the Lenape peoples, post, present, and future. I would like to start by asking you all to please remain quiet for the event so that everyone can hear the speakers. And if you have any questions or comments, just keep them to the end of the session where there will be a question and answer period. For this event, we'll be starting with opening remarks from Dr. Lee, and then setting the scene for you on the Source to Sea approach with Dr. Granit. And this will be followed by a 25-minute panel discussion on the commitments to action for the implementation of the Source to Sea approach with Ms. Boag, Dr. Jagerskog, Mr. BASARAN, and Dr. Dalton. And as I mentioned, there will be a question and answer period followed by brief closing remarks with Dr. Matthews. I would like to now welcome the Director of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations Land and Water Division, Dr. Lifeng. Dr. Lee is leading FAO's work on land, water, soil, and geospatial, as well as climate financing, through a partnership with the Adaptation Fund. He acts as FAO's focal point for the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and the Ramsar Convention, and co-leads the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration with other FAO and UN Environment Program senior staff. Mr. Lee has over 15 years of experience in water policy, river basin and freshwater ecosystem management, and climate financing through his works in the World Wildlife Fund China, WWF International Switzerland, Wetlands International Netherlands, Green Climate Fund South Korea, and he also holds a PhD in physical geography. Welcome, Dr. Lee.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, friends of Source to Sea. A very happy World Water Day today. Thank you very much. I would like to firstly really express my appreciation to all of you for attending this side event, Source to Sea Approach from Methodology to Practice, organized by the FAO, the IUCN, CV, and also Source to Sea platform. I'm honored to participate in this important event that really focuses on the freshwater management from source to sea, from the fresh to salty waters, while addressing the production systems that really need to respect and also preserve the environment. Freshwater ecosystems have been neglected in many places for too long, and I feel believed it's urgent and critical important to work in an integrated approach using the source to sea to safeguard rivers, lakes, wetlands, and the other ecosystems surrounding them. FAO has a long history to work on the integrated approaches, such as integrated watershed or river basin management, integrated coastal zone management, terrestrial development, integrated landscape approach, which have been developed and published. You can see on these slides many of the major publications by FAO through the collaboration with partners. In 2014, the Action Platform for Source to Sea Management was formed, and FAO joined this as a member from its very beginning. The Source to Sea approach reflects FAO's integrated works in natural resources, and it is also defined as a dynamic interface between the land and oceans that provide an opportunity for integrated planning that optimizes the implementation of integrated water resource management while preserving natural resources and generating environmental social benefits. The SOS2C aims to provide decision makers with on-demand the knowledge, the support, the tools, advice, and the solutions, and the guidance on policy development and implementation of water resources. By doing so, it aims to fulfill the commitment expressed in the Manila Declaration and other agreements. FAO has a technical expertise in agriculture, in water, in fishery, forest, peatland, pasture land, that's all facilitate the engagement and connectivity of main stakeholders in both freshwater and marine domains, so as to develop tools, knowledge, to implement integrated approaches. FAO also address the environmental impacts of agriculture through various international guidelines. And those guidelines including, for example, the voluntary guidelines on responsible governance of tenure of land, fishery, and forest, and the voluntary guidelines on sustainable soil management, the International Code of Conduct on pesticides management, the International Code of Conduct for sustainable use and management of fertilizers. FAO implements the SOS2C approach by supporting governments, member countries, and working with the international and national partners at all levels. We promote the multi-stakeholders to be involved and their voice to be heard in a holistic approach to achieve a shared vision by promoting cross-sectoral and inter-institutional engagement to achieve medium to long-term strategies, policies, plans, and actions, and identify sustainable financial resources to help to scale up the solutions. Unfortunately, due to unsustainable human practice, freshwater ecosystems are among the most threatened natural habitats worldwide, helping their delivery of the ecosystem services to support biodiversity and supporting Earth. Optimal food security depends on agriculture and functioning food systems. That in turn really depends on the healthy natural resources from the SOS2C. It is thus imperative to appreciate the interconnections of all sectors towards better policy coherence and governance. Rivers act as threads that connect all the freshwater ecosystems from the glaciers, mountains, grassland, forest, floodplains, to the coastal marine systems, which all contribute to the SDGs. That's why it requires systematic, multidisciplinary, and multi-sectoral approaches that really adopt water, energy, food, and environment nexus and nature-based solutions to manage such integrated and complex systems. FAO worked towards SDGs with the international partners at all levels, offering its experience, skills, knowledge in agriculture to support coordinated and innovative approaches to governance and management from SOS2C. To implement the SOS2C approach, based on our experience, we recommend these 10 actions. Those 10 actions start from the sharing the information, start to build the trust, then gradually to work with all the stakeholders, try to understand the system from the SOS2C, then develop or provide the platform that involves all the stakeholders based on good analysis and understanding of the stakeholders, then develop and apply decision-making supporting tools, and then hopefully through this participatory process, a shared vision could be created by all the stakeholders, by all the sectors. We also hope through this participatory process that a holistic and integrated approach really could be developed. We really look at the multidisciplinary, cross-sectoral, and also cross-jurisdictions. Certainly, we also need to look at all the management instruments, from the legal instrument to administrative to economic to market instrument, as well as to look at how to financing all these solutions, how to invest our resources, and bring the innovative financial mechanisms into the SOS2C approach. Certainly, we have to rely on the partners to deliver all these sustainable solutions. Last but not least, we also need to find out how to reach out to the stakeholders, how to communicate our vision, how to communicate our solutions, how to share the progress, monitoring, sharing, and reporting the progress. A major objective is really to formalize the S2C approach through a decision supporting tool that can evaluate the impact of all the water policies and then be able, especially the impacts on the downstream communities or on the other sectors. The tool is a hub for harmonized all the data based that provide an evidence-based recommendations that can hopefully to facilitate the S2C discussion among the decision makers, especially those representing the different sectors. I feel with its technical resources managed to have its first S2C project, that is GF-funded, GF-funded, the Integrated Natural Resource Management in Gadiz River in Turkey, with the main objective to promote integrated natural resources management and mainstreaming biodiversity conservation in the river basin of Gadiz, that has also a Ramsar site in its delta. The project aims to bring together the government and all the relevant stakeholders for the production and implementation of agreed actions in the river basin that can lead to the protect and sustainable development of the natural resources in this river basin. FAO also have been implementing integrated management approaches for natural resources, and we found out in our database that we have more than 200 related projects, such as the one that's Kagera Transboundary Agro-Ecosystem Management Project, which targets to adopt an integrated ecosystem approach for the management of land resources to generate multiple benefits. Similar in the headwaters of the Zambezi River Project, FAO and its partners seek to pursue a low-emission and climate-resilient development pathways in which forests are protected, sustainably managed, and restored, enhancing related livelihood and environmental services. So in conclusion, FAO, we have a long history to work on the SOS2C approach. That's why we have really a knowledge bank that we can share with all the stakeholders. We will continue our effort to promote the SOS2C implementation actions that we shared. Also, as I said, agriculture and food systems, it depends on healthy and functioning natural resources from source to the sea, vice versa. Finally, FAO confirms its readiness and its commitment to engage with all our member countries, partners, and stakeholders in further to promote this approach. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to our teams that have to put together our host, all the members, the partners of the Nature Hub on this backdrop, and also especially the colleagues in the TNC, in the IUCN, in CIVI, and the SOS2C Secretariat for all their efforts to put together this side event. Last but not least, also thank my colleague, Dr. Amani Afara, who worked with many of you to put together the side event proposal, get everything organized, and prepared me to deliver this presentation. With that, I warmly welcome your participation and wish you a fruitful side event today. And I apologize that I have to leave about 10 o'clock, so due to other commitment. However, I'm sure we will see each other during this coming few days. And especially, welcome many of you, all of you, to come to FAO's event on drought financing, on WASAG, on National Water Roadmap, on data, Global Data Water Portal, etc. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your opening remarks. It's my pleasure to now welcome Dr. Jakob Granit. Dr. Granit is the Director General at the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. He has over 30 years of experience gained from working with natural resource management and development in the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus from the World Bank, the Global Environment Facility Scientific and Technical Panel, Swedish International Development Corporation Agency, and the Stockholm International Water Management Institute. He also has a PhD in the topic of collective management of transboundary freshwater resources. Welcome, Dr. Granit.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here to set the scene at this very, very important event on source-to-sea management, and especially thanks to FAO, IUCN, and CV for this opportunity. The number of organizations and participants here today demonstrate really the interest on how to achieve better water governance and management of the planet's interlinked freshwater and marine ecosystems. So in this brief keynote, I will provide an outlook from a Swedish and the global perspective on why source-to-sea management matters for sustainable development. So, as the Director General for the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management, let me first of all provide some brief examples of the water resource context from a Swedish perspective. This exhibit illustrates some of the upstream transformations of our freshwater systems in Sweden. The dots on the first panel shows over 2,000 hydropower dams and over 10,000 other dams. Hydropower is the backbone of the Swedish electricity system and provides renewable electricity generation, which stands at about 40% of current electricity production. Hydropower also provides very valuable electricity system regulatory functions to allow for more intermittent wind and solar power. It is the battery of our electricity system. The second panel illustrates river and water courses that were transformed over a period of several hundred years to allow for the transport of timber from inland forest and to the coastal areas for paper and pulp production, and saw timber for domestic construction work and global exports. During the last century, these water courses were straightened and rapids removed to allow for logs to be transported down the rivers. The third panel shows some of the impact of the ecosystems from these large-scale alterations of the watercourses. There is lack of connectivity within the freshwater systems and between the marine and freshwater habitats. Many marine species, such as the salmon, European eel, migrate upstream from the ocean for spawning in the freshwater habitats. And however, most of these watercourses now have lost their connectivity to allow fauna to migrate up and downstream, with severe impacts of the stocks of these species. The situation in the shallow oceans surrounding Sweden, the Baltic Sea and the Western Seas, is also critical. On this exhibit, we can see some of the old sins that we need to deal with, such as polluted sediments and also new activities that impact the marine space. The Baltic Sea Helsinki Commission, which is the joint policy body from the Baltic Sea since 1972, conclude that none of the open basins of the Baltic Sea has an acceptable ecosystem health status. 4 areas of concern stands out: eutrophication, excess nutrients in spite of major efforts to address point source pollution, threat to biodiversity, hazardous substances, and climate change. So in our own assessment, we can also see that we have altered many of our coastal ecosystems. Impacts of a physical character, such as altered coastal areas, bridges, jetties, harbors, road construction, etc., have removed natural habitats and hinder species from moving up and downstream. Adding to this are pressures such as fishing practices, and because of climate change, increasing water temperatures and severe marine heat waves, sea level rise, and ocean acidification. So let me take a brief global outlook. How does it look? In this exhibit, we note that 80% of the world's population is exposed to high levels of threat to human water security. And this is because freshwater systems are rapidly degrading at a global scale. Similar to the situation in Sweden, there are large-scale transformations of the water systems, land cover change, degradation of forest, urbanization, etc., that impact this situation. So instead of creating water security, the degradation of the freshwater ecosystems is leading to water insecurity in many areas. And an estimated 3.6 billion people live in areas that are potentially water scarce at least 1 month per year. Water pollution has worsened in almost all rivers in Africa, Asia, Latin America, with an associated increased threat to human wealth, the environment and sustainable development. And in Europe, for example, almost 60% of our over 100,000 European river bodies do not have a good ecological status, and the frequency of floods and droughts are also increasing. Coastal zones. In this exhibit, we can see some of the white spots across the globe in the coastal regions. These are dead zones in coastal oceans that have increased exponentially since the 1960s. And this is due to coastal electrification, fueled by river runoff of nutrients from fertilizers and untreated sewage. Still today, on a global level, 80% of sewage water is untreated. And that contributes to ongoing degradation of the coastal ecosystems. The oceans provide 50% of the oxygen we need through photosynthesis by plankton, and provides fish for billions of people, including act as a major transport network for trade. And this exhibit illustrates that virtually no marine area globally is unaffected by anthropogenic activities. And this is remarkable considering that the global ocean space covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface. For example, 80 to 90% of marine debris that reach the oceans comes from land-based sources. Plastic waste is just one example. And from a management perspective, a key challenge is that 60% of the ocean space is in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and the recently negotiated Agreement on Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction provides for a good future in better governance and management moving forward. So, national response. I mean, we are actually doing something about this situation, and let me provide some examples of that. This exhibit highlights the Swedish government policy from 2009 that takes a holistic approach to marine and freshwater management. The agency I represent, the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management, was established about 10 years ago in 2011 in accordance with this policy. And that's actually a message in itself. It's quite new, the type of management that we are trying to embark upon here in Sweden and I think also globally. So the agency is tasked to protect, restore and ensure sustainable use of freshwater resources and seas, including fisheries management and fisheries control. So key to this mandate is to implement an ecosystem-based approach to focus on ecosystem services such as clean water, healthy food, renewable energy and resilience to climate change, to name a few. And this assignment is of course carried out in partnership with many central, regional and local government authorities. As we heard earlier on, our US representative, critical is also to focus on livelihoods and job creation to make that happen. A bio-based green economy is a cornerstone of our national development policy, but it's also in line, of course, with EU policy and legislation that is then transposed into national laws. To address the negative impacts on the environment of hydropower production, a 20-year plan has been agreed to provide all our 2,000 hydropower plants with the modern environmental permits to meeting the requirements of the EU Water Framework Directive, but also to support the transition to a renewable energy agenda. To address the impacts of timber transport that I referred to earlier, water courses are now restored towards more natural conditions, thus creating so-called green infrastructure in the landscapes. So we're actually moving the caterpillars back into the river systems and recreating spawn sites and habitats right now. And to reach blue economy objectives, we are restoring marine ecosystem services in accordance with the EU Marine Framework Directive in a very comprehensive program. And to safeguard marine living resources, also addressing marine protected areas. In Sweden we stand at 14% now and are also embarking on 30%, as we heard before. And finally, a marine spatial planning provides a holistic framework to address all these activities at sea and also to bring on board new, for example, offshore wind and providing a comprehensive planning framework. At the global response takes many shapes and forms, and this is just some illustrations. The new approach to understanding large-scale marine ecosystem was developed already in the 1980s and have been important to system thinking in line with the source-to-sea concept. NOAA recognized that large areas of the ocean functions as ecosystems and that pollution from air, land and water and overexploitation of living resources along with natural factors influence the productivity of these systems. The large-scale marine ecosystem approach connects 64 large marine ecosystems with watersheds and river basins across the world. And this map is quite old and is still very, very relevant. However, more work needs to be done to understand these different flows of large-scale transboundary river systems that cover 45% of the land surface with these large marine ecosystems and the ocean as a whole, as we saw earlier, to see that we can begin to manage these more in conjunction. A well-known example is the joint program of the Orange River Basin Commission and the LME, Large-Scale Marine Ecosystem Benguela Commission in South Africa. And several more examples are also available in the works of the Global Environmental Facility, and as we heard also from the FIO. So let me conclude that from both the perspective of the source-to-sea methodology and from perspective of practitioner, this approach provides new opportunities to identify green and blue economic outcomes by focusing on restoring these key ecosystem services across the whole continuum. The methodology is designed for stakeholder participation, connecting actors that rely on these ecosystem services and are linked, but typically have not been engaged before, and the systems have been managed in isolation. But challenges are many along the source-to-sea continuum from a governance perspective, so it's very critical to identify clear management objectives for these connected flows and to prioritize which actions and measures that can deliver the most. And the agenda is very big here, so the idea here is to really look at where can we achieve fast development outcomes from these connected systems. So coordination across sectors, legislative frameworks and stakeholders is key at all geographic scales. And this is particularly important in large-scale transboundary water and marine ecosystems. So the word is coordination here. Full integration, on the other hand, on a regulatory level in the source-to-sea framework is very, very difficult because we have so many multiple regulatory frameworks to deal with. So the idea here is to try to see if we can coordinate and manage these systems more smarter together. And a good starting point for this is to utilize national spatial planning frameworks on the terrestrial side, but also the marine spatial planning frameworks that are emerging, to try to link these and to see where the benefits come together. So it's really a very practical approach, and I think if we simplify this, we could probably gain a lot. So that's sort of an introduction with very negative outlook, but on the other hand, I think we are addressing this in a very smart way moving forward together. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Granit, for setting the scene on the source-to-sea approach. I would like to now invite the panelists to come on stage so we can begin the discussion. This will be a discussion with our distinguished panelists to dig into some of the challenges and opportunities of implementing the source-to-sea approach. So come on board. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Boag, Dr. Jagerskog, Mr. BASARAN, and Dr. Dalton, so much for your time today. I would like to welcome our first panelist. We'll start with Ms. Boag. Ms. Boag is the Director of Water Policy in the Strategic Policy Branch, Environment and Climate Change, Canada. Previously, she worked in a number of other federal organizations, including the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat, the Federal Court, and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, as well as with water-related organizations outside of government. Gemma holds a master's in water science, policy, and management from the University of Oxford, and a law degree from the University of Ottawa. And everyone has their mic. So Ms. Boag, based on your experience in Canada, a large country with a significant amount of fresh water, can you please tell me what you see as challenges and opportunities in adapting and implementing the source-to-sea approach?
Thanks, Maria. And hello, everyone here today. So perspectives I'm sharing here today are partly from my professional work in the federal government of Canada, working in the Departments of Agriculture and Environment, but I'm also drawing on experiences from my graduate research where I looked at source water protection planning approaches in a province in Canada. I will admit, when I talked to Imani about joining this panel, I said my experiences are wholly within the freshwater sphere, but I mean, obviously that's a key part of the source-to-sea approach. And I think in terms of my comments today, we only have a few minutes to speak, so I'm going to focus on three themes where I see sort of challenges and opportunities for the source-to-sea approach. Number one is governance, number two is scale, and number three is the use of science-based approaches. So in terms of number one, as Maria mentioned, Canada is a very, very large country, and we're also a federation. So we have multiple orders of government with jurisdiction for working on water management. And water issues are highly varied across the country. We also share more than 40% of our waters with the United States. So we have 13 transboundary watersheds with more than 300 lakes and rivers that traverse the international boundary. And so from that experience, in terms of governance, formal agreements have been essential to integrated water management. And as an example of this, last year was the 50th anniversary of the Canada-United States Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, which takes a basin-wide approach in the Great Lakes to addressing priorities in one of the world's largest freshwater ecosystems. And so I think I just make this point, underline that governance, when you're taking an integrated approach, is fundamental to getting all the parties to work together. I think in terms of a challenge with governance and with formal agreements is that you need sufficient time to build relationships. So I don't think you should underestimate the time it takes to bring all those parties together. I mean, on the flip side, the major opportunity there is that if you can bring everyone to the table and you can reach an agreement, I think that's how you actually work towards, as you mentioned, a truly integrated plan. The second theme I wanted to touch on was this question of scale, and this comes more, I would say, from my personal experience working on watershed management approaches in Canada. Everyone here at this conference, well, not everyone, but a lot of you come from the water world. You think about things on a watershed basis. I've been trained to think about things on a watershed basis. Many people I work with, when I look at issues or research issues at a watershed scale, they're not thinking about the watershed. And I live close to the Ottawa River in Canada, and I can quite literally visualize how the basin drains into the Ottawa River, which drains into the St. Lawrence River, which ultimately drains into the Atlantic Ocean. But not everyone can visualize it that way, many of the people that we work with. And so I think that the lesson that I've taken away from this is to meet your partners where they're at and think about the scales that resonate for them. Maybe it's the scale of the local government. And I think if you can meet people where they're at, the major opportunity there is that's how you're going to be able to stimulate action, stimulate interest in working on a watershed approach. So don't impose the watershed approach. Think about how everyone at the table, what scale is most meaningful to them. And then my last observation is probably very obvious, but I think it's very important, which is that science and knowledge has to be at the base of any successful integrated watershed approach, and obviously at the base of the source-to-sea approach. Number one, you need good science and knowledge to identify your priority issues. What are you going to focus on? Having spent some of my career in agri-environmental policy, I'm quite familiar with the scientific challenges around understanding non-point sources or diffuse sources of excess nutrients, for example. there's still a lot more science needed. In Canada, our Department of Agriculture does research on different beneficial management practices, or BMPs, in particular to understand how those practices operate in different watersheds in different regions, because they don't operate the same in all landscapes. And so I think in terms of the source to sea approach and looking at challenges and opportunities, I think like the issue of governance, good science takes time. So again, it's a recognition that we have to invest sufficient time and resources in getting the science right. But again, I think the major opportunity here is that as you get better science, it really improves your opportunities for more targeted action. So I think if we can better understand which practices work well on the landscape, as somebody that works in policy, I can ultimately design more effective and efficient policy for achieving the outcomes that we're looking for in terms of better water management. So I think I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I'll pass it on to the next panel member.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Boag, for your insight into the challenges and opportunities in adopting and implementing the source-to-sea approach. I would like to now introduce our next panelist, Dr. Anders Jagerskog, who is the Program Manager of the Corporation on International Waters in Africa Trust Fund. He's also the focal point at the World Bank for Transboundary Waters. He has garnered over 2 decades of working experience in several places, such as the Swedish Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Stockholm International Water Institute, the UN Development Program, and Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. He's an associate professor at the University of Gothenburg and has a PhD in water negotiations. So Dr. Jagerskog, can you tell us about some of the challenges and financial mechanisms to support the implementation of the source-to-sea approach?
Okay, thank you very much, and great to be here talking to and with you all. First, I'd like to congratulate the organizers here. I think the source-to-sea approach is something that, in spite of all the efforts, is still neglected and hasn't received the attention it should. And that actually leads me to some of the challenges. While we would like to think that we are working in an integrated manner, sometimes I think we're not. Looking at my experience, so I'm looking at, similar to you, Gemma, I have a freshwater background, not really fully integrating the sea approach in this. And I think often organizations also deal with this issue in a bit of a siloed approach. Not everywhere, not always, but I think when I look at the different trust funds as sort of mechanisms for transboundary water cooperation, they tend to be focused on rivers mainly, and also aquifers, and rarely take sort of the source-to-sea approach, which is unfortunate, and I think there is scope to improve on this. I mean, the program I'm managing, the SIVA Trust Fund, focusing on rivers and aquifers. Of course, it's connected to seas, but that's not taken into account to the way it could. We have other trust funds focusing on the marine. The Blue Trust Fund in the World Bank is another example, focusing on fisheries and aquaculture, marine pollution, seascape management, and so on and so forth. But the link is not made in the way it could have been. But looking at opportunities, while the world is facing multiple challenges, whether it's peace and security, whether it's climate change, I think it also has led the World Bank board to ask the World Bank to do more to address these global challenges, the global public goods. And I think here is an opportunity, potentially. We'll see how this develops, but addressing the global public goods, of which I mentioned a few. Climate resilience is obviously one global public good. Preserving biodiversity and ecosystem is another one, and I think actually right now that's a global public bad, because we are not addressing this aspect. And when I look at my field, the transboundary water management, I think that if you can achieve collaborative transboundary water management. That in itself is a regional public good, but it also underscores and is a prerequisite for achieving the global public goods, which I mentioned, the biodiversity, and whether it's freshwater or large biodiversity systems. So I think there is an opportunity to do this. But what I think is perhaps not fully recognized is in this agenda, and there is, when you may have read about this, the World Bank is developing a so-called evolution roadmap focusing on global public goods, among other things. Much of this needs financing that is, at least to some level, concessional. And perhaps the world hasn't fully taken that into account, because right now, of course, one hopes to be able to squeeze out a bit more of the juice of the lemon of the current World Bank setup. And I think it seems like it's possible, but perhaps not to the extent that is needed. So, you know, while I'm agreeing with all the challenges, and Jakob, you put it very nicely, slightly negative outlook, though, I think there is an opportunity here, but I think it requires also the global community to come together in a way that I don't think we've seen yet. But perhaps there is an opportunity. So I'll end it at that, and happy to entertain further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jagerskog, for your financial perspective on the implementation of the Source to Sea. It's my pleasure to introduce the next panelist, Mr. Yusuf BASARAN. Mr. BASARAN is an engineer with a master's degree in environmental management. He's the general director of water management in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. He's the head department in research and assessment, and specializes in water efficiency and water economics. Mr. BASARAN, with respect to river management, can you tell us about some of the implementation strategies, challenges, and ideas on the way forward that you would recommend based on your experience?
Thank you. Firstly, I am honored to be here. By the way, I am here on behalf of Mrs. Afre Sever, who is the General Directorate of Water Management for Turkey. She couldn't attend this here because she's on way now. I am sharing about this panel. Turkey experienced water management plans. We are carrying out water management plans. Last decade, we completed 11 basin management plans, and the 7th one is ongoing, and the 4th one is planning now. We are basin scale management plans includes the fully compliant with the EU legislation, a holistic approach to water quantity and quality, including risk management instead of crisis management, covering all inland and coastal water resources based on technical, economic, ecological approach, taking into the consideration the latest scientific developments, and using models such as AquaTool, SWOT, HECRA, SOBEC, MIC, etc. And we are facing some challenges in Turkey, especially financial and best techniques. That's why we solved this problem, the best techniques, the natural-based solutions. We are cooperating with the FEAO. We have a GF project. Mr. Lee stated the project on the screen. The project is about the sustainable and integrated water resource management in Gediz River Basin in Turkey. The objective of the project is to promote integrated natural resource management and mainstream biodiversity conservation in the Gediz River Basin with a focus on land and water resources to ensure the socio-economic well-being of the local communities and the sustainability of natural resources. This project serves for the diffuse pollution sources because we have the very big area of farm, livestock, and other activities. That's why we have to solve this problem. Diffuse pollution sources is an essential problem for us because we don't have enough technical backgrounds about this. That's why we are cooperating with the FEAO. The project budget is approximately $8 million. Last year, project started, and we are planning to finish the project November 2025. The projects include enhancing collaborative management of the basin management plan. The first one, the development governance mechanism, assessing the natural capital, development a hydroeconomic model, stakeholder capacity building program to support the implementation of the key components of the Gediz River Basin Management Plan. The other ones, enhancing sustainable land use practices and the integrated natural resource management, demonstrating the landscape restoration activities, artificial water recharge, greenbelt application, rainwater harvesting. The third one, monitoring, evaluation, and the dissemination of best practice, developing a monitoring system for the restored lands, integrated monitoring and the evaluation system for the apply project. During the project, the 9 area will be handled to solve the diffuse pollution sources. We hope we will get a lot of experience from this project. We thanks to FEAO. After that project, we will get forward more, we hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. BASARAN, for your perspectives on the river management. And we're now with our final panelist, Dr. James Dalton. Dr. Dalton is the director of the Global Water Program at the International Union for Conservation of Nature. He has worked in water management for over 2 decades in over 25 countries and several organizations, including ITAD Water and Department for International Development in the UK and Pacific Islands Applied Geoscience Commission. He is an irrigation engineer with a PhD in civil and environmental engineering, focusing on groundwater management. Mr. Dalton, from your own perspective, how can the operational framework of the source-to-sea approach be built considering global discourse and country-to-country engagement?
Great, thanks, Maria. And thanks also to my fellow panelists for their points, because they've helped me change some things, actually. I think the first thing, and it comes back to, I thought, Jakob's excellent, sensible points in his last slide about how to make these complex issues operational, is to focus on what works and to use some of these examples where there may be bad news as a way of forcing change in the system. And there's a very good example of that here in the US. In June 1969, it was the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland caught fire. And it was that led to the birth of the EPA. So using these moments to catalyze change in river systems is, I think, important. And that can spark all sorts of things that can come out of that. He also, Jakob also presented the LME approach. That's 30 years old. There's still no way enough of that being implemented around the world. So we do know the types and things that we should be doing. We just have this problem of making things operational. So by focusing on what works, we should be looking at implementing things we know how to do, rather than, I think, scratching our head and still trying to figure it out. I think we've done probably enough of that. The time now is to mobilize it. I think the second thing is to think programmatically, not project-wise, when we are developing interventions in river basins. And there is a lot of work that's been done, but not necessarily taken forward around broader cumulative impact assessments and broader work in terms of the impact of an intervention in a river basin and how does that affect the system change process. More could be done with that information. More could be done trying to understand the implications of those types of interventions. So, for example, the World Commission on Dams, when they relaunched their report 23 years ago, pointed out that these types of things should be done. And here we are, still not very well able to mobilize cumulative impact assessments and the knock-on impacts of those types of interventions and how other parts of river basins deal with them, other sectors, other communities, other towns, other cities. So I think there needs to be a better understanding of how investment into a river basin could be used across the river basin rather than just on a project-by-project case. And linked to that, we need to improve how we use safeguards in terms of interventions that we're putting into basins. What are the implications of that intervention? But what's the knock-on effect of that downstream and upstream? The next thing is looking at what a regulatory stocktake would look like. So as Jakob pointed out, our regulations are complicated. They are multi-agency owned, responding to multiple laws. They're also multi-age. Some are very out of date, some are very new. Some do not speak very well to each other, and some of them overlap and create confusion when it comes to governance, regulatory monitoring, and who pays for what. So I think having a better understanding of a regulatory stocktake in a river basin, in terms of the implications downstream onto the coast and into the ocean as well, and the knock-on effects of those regulations. So do they deal with all the problems, or do they pass them on to the next regulation or the next stakeholder group? And therefore, what's missing in that link? How do we link those things better together? How do we ensure that there is complementarity between them? And how do we ensure that there is data exchange between those processes as well? And I think that's where transboundary water governance has got experience that can be taken into a source-to-sea approach. You're effectively dealing with different communities and different state mentalities almost in large river basins because you are dealing with different bodies of governance. The same way that you have to deal with it in a transboundary water governance perspective where you have to deal between states. In that way, there are data sharing approaches, protocols, and different ways in negotiating through information sharing that could be used in a source-to-sea context between stakeholders upstream and downstream. And that's something that I think needs further investment in, further mobilization. Then I think, finally, we should really focus on where we can do things well. So from a freshwater perspective, that's generally upstream, where it's less messy, less complicated, less stakeholders. So make upstream work and make it work well. Then when you get into the middle of basins, normally where the majority of the economic development is, that's where it becomes complicated, but we do know what to do. That's where you've normally got the majority of the regulatory conflicts and also most of the pollution is generated. Downstream at the coastal level is probably where there's also an opportunity to improve governance when it comes to coastal management, but also pollution, in particular around cities and towns, where they could be used as anchors to try and reform pollution. They have to absorb it coming downstream, but then they also are responsible for letting it flow into the ocean at the end of the day as well. So I think focusing on where things could work well upstream, using the experience of coastal management to deal with upstream challenges coming down the river system. I've been to many basins where I've tried to talk to those dealing with coasts and oceans and ports, and very much they are still looking out to the sea. What comes down the river system is not of interest to them. Whereas from a freshwater perspective, we're also responsible for what's coming down the river system because we've left it in there. So I think these two communities at that point need to look at what's the missing piece of the puzzle. And for me, the main key issue, which is often forgotten but also solvable, is always pollution. It's It's pollution that tends to drive regulatory development in the first place, but it's also the biggest threat and risk to our freshwater systems and into the ocean because of the way that the nutrients affect and change the chemistry of the ocean, but also affect the wildlife as well, and go effectively into our food chain. So I think pollution is probably the key driver. It's also the thing that's generally forgotten, and it's also the thing that could be invested in far more than it probably is, because these are off-the-shelf solutions. It's just there's an inadequate amount of investment going in. And the one trigger for that, the one really scary statistic for that for me is that there are continents on the planet, continents which have 0 wastewater treatment, or 5–10% wastewater treatment. From the perspective of the amount of sewage and waste that goes into those systems, and also the industrial waste and the heavy metals and the forever chemicals that are going in, and yet we are still allowing that to happen, even though fixing that requires investment. The technology and the capacities are already there. It just requires somebody to put the money on the table to fix that and figure out the business models. And we know the business models work because we are, luckily enough, the majority of us, to live in those environments where we benefit from those types of treatment systems. So I think, just to say that I think Jakob's last slide, for me, was really, really giving us a very good sense of direction, that this can be made practical. It's just it requires a level of effort yet that we haven't put in to make a source-to-sea approach operational, practical, and also investable. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to thank all the panelists for this very insightful discussion on the source-to-sea approach. So as I mentioned, this concludes the panelist discussion. We do have a few minutes now for questions and answers. Yes, if people could please raise their hand, we will be going over with the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really a great program. My name is Bob Tansey. I'm Senior Policy Advisor for China and Global Policy Lead for Agriculture for the Nature Conservancy. Tonight I have to give a presentation on where do we go from here at the UN headquarters building, and this is all very helpful. I'm also co-coordinator of a special policy study of the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development. That study is on managing river basins in the time of climate change. Our guiding principle for this year's study work is accept your responsibility from mountains to sea. And our research focus is the regional mechanism for cooperation. So all of the speakers have alluded to the difficulty of that, and we've heard different tries at something like that. But I would like to ask anyone on the panel for your suggestions if you were going to think of something ideal that cuts across silos, that encompasses all the concerns and needs that have been raised, what might that look like? We have specific responsibility in our study for the China case, but we also want to come up with something that maybe could be applied elsewhere or even globally. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Do you want to take a few of those? Oh, should we do a few at the same time? Sure. Are there any other questions? We can take a couple at the same time. And perfect. Right over here. Thank you.
Boris Ochoa-Tokachi from Forest Trends. So, James, you said that we should do things that we know work, right? But I'm wondering, we've been going through decades of just this hydraulic engineering view of water, and we know that works somehow, but there are many negative impacts of just relying on this civil engineering view. And we are trying new things, for example, nature-based solutions. So I'm wondering, when you say we should do what we know works and not necessarily trying new things, where we draw the line? You know, when we start trying new things because we know we are not necessarily doing things well, and when we stop trying what we there is uncertainty that things will work.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ana Pessoa from the Great Bubble Barrier. I was triggered by your comment, James, about the pollution, the role the pollution has to trigger action. And the one topic that I'm still missing in, in a lot of events is the plastic pollution. This is another crisis we're facing. I know the UN is discussing the UN Plastic Treaty, but I'm afraid that we again go to this silo thinking and then we just like leave for them to decide and we don't integrate in water policies. So I wanted to hear the panelists' perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll just pause there with those 3 questions before we move on, and I'll let the panelists jump in if they would like to speak on any of those first.
Okay, I'm happy to take the one on where do we draw the line. I think nature-based solutions, we know that they can work. They take a time to mature and to accrue value back in terms of the results that they bring. And sometimes we need quick fixes. So I'm certainly not advocating for infrastructure, even though I'm an engineer, but you need good infrastructure. You need smart infrastructure. I think climate change is going to also drive new storage agenda, right? Because we're going to have different rainfall patterns. We're going to have glacier melt. All of these things that will certainly drive the need for a more strategic storage. And I know that's what the bank is also looking at. Strategic storage, bringing in natural storage and built storage. So that's going to be important. But I think on the level of uncertainty, we have to start innovating and we have to try. We, as a water generally is a very conservative sector. So it doesn't actually, it needs to do much more in terms of innovating and trying and being a little bit more blue skies on dealing with and not looking for solutions. And I know that comes with a level of risk and a level of cost, but otherwise we might be having this conversation 30 years from now. And I'd be very old and very disappointed if we were. And then just, Anna, on your point on plastic, yeah, I didn't mention plastic specifically, but of course that was in my mind. Some of those rivers are loaded with it. We could have an entire session, an entire conference on just plastic and water. So it's in my mind, of course, but I just didn't want to pull it out compared to some of the more poisonous, insidious chemicals that are in our freshwater systems.
If I go on Bob's question, thank you very much. What would an idea look like? I'm sorry, I don't have the answer. I think, and I think it was alluded to by many here. The breaking the silence between the different actors and sectors, I think it's key in anything you want to do in an integrated manner. And I think there's still work that could be done here. Now, I'd be curious. Maybe I'm not allowed to ask a question, but I'd be curious to hear a little bit about the Swedish experience in this. If Jakob has things to add, because he's actually working on trying to achieve this. So I think that would perhaps be even a better place to respond to that question.
Did you want to? Yeah, you can. If you'd like. Yeah.
Thank you. And thanks to the panel for very valuable comments. I think what I tried to say is how we are addressing this is really looking at all the measures upstream. The investment program on hydropower, for example, that it's a 20-year program. Because we know we have to do that program investment in order to ensure that we have connectivity between the coasts and the upstream watershed. So that's one example. A 20-year program instituted by law, backed up by private financing, $1 billion by the private sector to support the smaller scale hydropower producers to really take on all the environmental mitigation. But the biggest scheme, and certainly for China, which is what they really are attracted to many times, is to ensure that the planning frameworks match. So we are used to planning on the land. We have done that for many years. We haven't been able to integrate freshwater planning into standard national planning yet, but I think it's coming, so we are doing a lot of work on that in Sweden. And then we are linking that into our marine spatial planning framework so that you have a holistic planning approach. So I think that's really practical. And then, of course, James' contribution on addressing the regulatory frameworks is so important. And that's why we don't talk so much about integration, we talk about coordination, because there's so many old laws and new ones piled up all the time from the EU perspective and the national perspective. So if we don't address them smartly and utilize them as tools, we will never achieve this. Thank you.
And thank you, everyone. We have time for just one more question before we need to move on. I thought I saw your hand over there. My apologies for not getting to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Gerard Boss from the Global Commons Alliance. A quick question to all the panels. We're talking about innovation, the need for change. So how much do we need to burst the water bubble and actually go and seek for solutions outside of the water world to really operationalize the source-to-sea approach?
I'll make a really quick comment on that, which I think is that, you know, as folks that work in water, it's incumbent on us to go and speak with people working in other sectors. I think, as I mentioned in my comments, through my experience working on watershed management approaches, we're not going to get anywhere unless we work with people that aren't working in water. So I couldn't agree with you more that we have to look outside of that, and we have to think about the way that we frame things, about watersheds, river basin approaches. Others might not work on those scales, they might not understand those scales, so we need to think about, you know, what is a focus for them, and then see if we can meet in the middle. So I couldn't agree with you more that we need to think within the water sphere, but also certainly outside.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a good question, Gerard. I think the water sector is, as I mentioned, quite conservative, and it tends to police itself and police things, partly because it's a technical topic, and so it has developed over the years the expertise. But I think the chance is not to police, but to release that experience into other sectors, and to release experience that sits within other sectors to work on water. We certainly can't solve it on our own. As we see, everything is off track. We have to mobilize others to do those tasks as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone for your participation today. I would like to thank again all the panelists and to the audience for your participation. And to conclude this exciting session, it's my pleasure to also now welcome Dr. Ruth Matthews, but we'll just give a big thank you to the panelists first. Thank you. And Dr. Ruth Matthews is the Senior Manager at the Stockholm International Water Institute. She has over nearly 3 decades of experience working in the interface between land, freshwater, coastal, and marine environments. She leads the Stockholm International Water Institute's Source-to-Sea program, which focuses on holistic management of source-to-sea systems through improved cooperation between the upstream and downstream stakeholders and cross-sectoral coordination. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you to everybody who's contributed to this program. You know, you have a dream, and then it comes true, and here we are in New York for this water conference. I have the impossible task of trying to put a closing on this discussion. I really think what we need to do is have an opening of this discussion. So let's see how we can think forward about how to take this into a more practical, pragmatic, and implementable approach. As I was reflecting on this morning and the start of the UN Water Conference, you know, this is supposed to be our stock-taking moment. And if I'm honest, I think we can, without a lot of to-do, take stock that we are way behind on achieving SDG 6 and way behind on the entire Sustainable Development Agenda. And so this is really a moment where we need to make a critical change in the way that we've been doing business. Business as usual will just continue to lead us to the degradation of freshwater ecosystems, climate, food, water insecurity, and real opportunity to miss the chance to have peace and security. So with that as a very negative backdrop, the other part of the Water Conference is it's a conversation about game changers. You know, what are the things that we can all get behind that will take us out of this business as usual approach, will take us onto a path of accelerating on the Sustainable Development Agenda and accelerating on meeting the targets of the SDG 6. And with that, one of the things that we have been working with and considering as potential to be a game changer is this source-to-sea approach. The reason for that is as we look at what are the elements that are driving the difficulties that we face in achieving SDG 6, a significant portion of that is related to the fragmentation in governance, the fragmentation in science, the fragmentation in finance, and the fragmentation in the way that we engage with different communities. And so the source-to-sea approach is it's a remedy to that fragmentation. And it really goes to that last question. There's no way we're going to achieve SDG 6 just within the water community. We really need to be reaching out across different sectors and engaging with them in a very open and collaborative way, because it's only through our combined solutions that we're going to find a way forward that is the one that we want to see for the future. So how do we do that? We've had some great information shared and examples shared already, and I don't need to repeat them because I know you've heard them. But some of the key things that we need to be thinking about is how do we do science? Currently, most of the science is done in an interdisciplinary way, in a disciplinary way, not interdisciplinary. And yet, for us to understand source-to-sea systems, we need to understand their connections, the linkages between land, freshwater, coastal, and marine ecosystems, the linkages across that continuum in relationship to economy, and in relationship to society. So we need to be working not just with biophysical science, but also social science and with institutions. One of the solutions that we have to put forward here, or the opportunities, I guess would be a better way to say it, is that we do now have an endorsed program underneath the UN Decade of Ocean Science, Healthy Rivers, Healthy Ocean. And this program enables us to bring together a collection of projects that are working on specific aspects of making this link between the rivers and the ocean, from the land to the freshwater to the coastal and marine environments. So I appeal to all of you to come forward with these projects that we can put underneath this program and have that as part of what is intended through the Ocean Decade. Then coming to governance, this has been mentioned quite a bit, that there can be different planning horizons, there can be gaps, there can be conflicts, there can be overlaps, there can be different age relevance in terms of the regulatory frameworks. So what seemed appropriate 30 years ago, 50 years ago may not be appropriate now. And so we need to really unpack that governance aspect and understand it in a way that helps us to fill in those gaps, to bring it together. Now, of course, governance is something that takes time. It's not that we're going to be able to change policies and regulations overnight. But what we can do is find the ways to fill in the gaps, to fill in the spaces, to put the mortar between the bricks that enable us to have that coordination between these different sectors, to have a holistic approach, to bring the whole communities together that need to be together and work with that. And so an approach is to not wait for the formal conditions to be developed so that we have source-to-sea governance, but to use informal ad hoc approaches to be able to facilitate those opportunities to bring people together to have that coordination. The next thing that was mentioned is inclusion. The source-to-sea challenges inherently are complex and inherently engage different sectors and inherently engage upstream and downstream actors and interests. And we really need to be working so that we bring together all of the voices that need to be heard, so that we have all of the knowledge in the room with us, and that we rely on local knowledge, on indigenous knowledge, on informal knowledge that can help us see the pathway forward while we wait to have the perfect science. And finally, the challenge of finance. Too often, finance is focused on one particular sector, one particular location, and it's not, the value of a project is not held within the context of the whole source-to-sea system. So we often see that projects are implemented that result in unintended consequences elsewhere. But if we were to look at those projects and the benefits and the costs of those projects from a source-to-sea perspective, to be able to optimize, to make an optimal solution for the source-to-sea system as a whole, to build those projects together in a package as opposed to looking at them independently, I believe we will start seeing that projects that benefit the source-to-sea system suddenly rise up as having much more value than if we look at them in an individual context. So in all cases, we need to break out of our comfort zones. We need to be willing to take the risks to engage with people that we are not familiar with engaging with. And we need to have the bravery to take those steps, to be able to pull forward what we all know needs to happen and compel ourselves to collaborate together to get to the future that we need. So I send forth a call for action, a call for community, a call for collaboration, and a call for courage. And with that, I think we have the opportunity to come to a new phase of implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, implementing the SDG 6, by using this source-to-sea holistic thinking and approach, and using it to facilitate the actions on the ground that will help us achieve SDG 6. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to the remaining 3 days of this conference, and hope that we come out of it really inspired and emboldened to step forward on a new path. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Matthews. And this concludes our program for today. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. We hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Very good.
We had one yesterday with all the recommendations.
Right. Well, we have such colleagues in our study who stay on top of that. We have a challenge of putting stuff on water information. But I
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin shortly. If we can begin to take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin shortly. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening to those people who are watching around the world. Very pleased to welcome you today to this session on dam removals. You're going to hear some very passionate people about dam removals here today. It's amazing to think that this is probably one of the first sessions ever at a major UN event on dam removals. They are a proven solution to many of the problems that we face with our rivers and critical to what we're discussing here at the UN Water Conference. Not just about water security, but also about efforts to tackle our nature and climate crises. We're running a little bit late from before, so I'm going to hand over very quickly to our first presenter. Amy, it's all yours.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here and those watching online. Again, I'm Amy Singler. I'm with American Rivers and the Nature Conservancy, and we're talking today about rivers and river connectivity and dams and the possibility there. And if there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. As Richard introduced, it's pretty exciting to be at a series of days. We're talking water. And I think water is an amazing sphere to be able to work in. It has literally hidden depths, so phenomenally dynamic in its nature, and all of those things make it special and also make it a real challenge. And so this week it's so important that we're here working to solve those challenges, because our systems and our planet really need it. Rivers in particular are dynamic in their very nature. They ebb and they flow, they rise and they fall with the seasons, and with increasingly extreme weather events as well. Our freshwater ecosystems, they're built to, and they're adapted to these kinds of changes and these kinds of fluctuations. But they need to be able to ebb and to flow. They need to be connected. Our human ecosystems, maybe a little less adaptable to some of these changes. And that's where that nexus is. Because if we need to figure out how we can ensure that we have enough clean water for our cities, towns, and our rural spaces, and that our rivers have enough water at the right times to ensure that we can sustain our fisheries and the other important functions that are so important to us as well, we need to make sure that we come together around those issues. We know that freshwater ecosystems cover less than 1% of the planet, but they provide some of the most important ecosystem services that we have. These populations are declining faster than their terrestrial or marine counterparts, and yet to date they've received significantly less conservation investments than other systems. Now, I say that, but I'm really pleased to note that in December at the UN COP15 Biodiversity Conference, freshwater ecosystems are included in the global targets and in those 30 by 30 goals. So that's pretty exciting, really, to have that kind of global focus on freshwater systems. And so today we're going to talk about one of the solutions that I think is really important to achieving those targets. And that relates to dams and dams on our rivers and the impacts that they have. So dams, they come in all shapes and sizes. They can be hundreds of feet tall. They can certainly span entire rivers, streams, and they all have similar impacts to differing degrees on our rivers and the important functions of these ecosystems. Now, in the United States alone, we know that there's at least 100,000, by some estimates, hundreds of thousands to up to 1 million or more dams across the country. So just get a sense of scale about that. And many of these dams are really important. They serve really critical functions: water supply, flood protection, hydropower. But many of them are obsolete. You can look at some of the pictures here. These are older structures built decades to hundreds of years ago. As long as we've been building dams, nature has been helping to remove them. And so we have a lot of obsolete dams that either no longer need to be in place or they no longer serve their original function. And this is where we have these opportunities. So I'm here to introduce really what we often call the dam removal movement. And when we think about dam removal and we talk about the movement here in the United States, we often are drawn to the Kennebec River in Maine and the Edwards Dam. This is a dam that had been in place for 162 years. And when it was time for this dam to be relicensed by the federal agency that licenses dams here in the US, they, for the first time, considered the impacts of the dam to the ecosystem and those services on par with the potential hydropower benefits. And when they did that, the math did not add up. The small amount of hydropower produced by this dam was not worth it compared against the significant impacts to fisheries, water quality, and these communities. It wasn't an easy decision, but I'm glad to say that we've really seen the benefits on this system. With that dam removed, opening up 17 miles of a main stem major river and additional dam removals upstream, today you can see runs of millions of migratory fish on this system. 20 years later, partners gathered at the dam site. You can sort of see remnants on the side there. This is a major free-flowing river. And I often say I never see fish when I go out on site. They like hide from me or something. And even I saw the sturgeon jumping out of the water at this site. And it's hard not to think that, you know, maybe they're celebrating as well. And so since then, we've seen a real increase in dams removed. And I think we're going to continue to see that. And that's really what we're here to talk about today. Certainly, we've been removing dams before 1999, but we've seen a real increase since. And it's interesting because I actually started my career in rivers in 1999, so I've had sort of the opportunity to kind of grow my career with this movement. So some of what we're talking about today is really what I've seen in the last 20 plus years. And one of the things I've really learned is that it first just requires a change of thinking. For so long, we've seen these structures on our landscape and not given them another thought. We haven't thought about if they needed to be repaired, if they were having impacts. We sort of ignored them. And so we kind of band-aided the situation. You need to get fish up and over an old dam, you build a ladder. The ladder doesn't work, you call on volunteers. They haul buckets of fish up and over the dam. And it's hard to imagine. We looked at the dam in that picture and said, you know, that should stay in place. Let's just keep it. Thanks to the dam removal movement, we've started to make different decisions. Remove the dam, replace the bridge, restore the fish run. And we've started to do this over and over again. We've removed almost 2,000 dams in this country, and a lot of that is by looking at where we have dams and asking if they're in use. A dam like this one on a national forest, on a cold water stream, it's mapped as water supply. You'd think that was important. It wasn't even being used. We were able to go in and work with the owners to remove that dam. A hydropower dam on a coastal river. We were able to talk with the dam owner, actually purchase the dam and remove it to restore a migratory fish run. These are the kinds of decisions that we can do over and over again by thinking differently, by thinking about what our systems need. So where are we going with all of this? I think we're only going up. And that's because we've come to understand 20 years on that the math is easy on so many of these projects. We have outdated, unnecessary dams where their removal improves public safety for people. We're seeing dramatic environmental improvements for our fisheries, for our water quality, making sure people have access to these rivers. And all of that is good for the economy. Fish, safety, clean water, there's a lot of money behind that. And so I think that as we're understanding this work, we're able to see the possibilities moving forward. And it's happening everywhere. Our partners across Europe are really moving this conversation forward. Dam Removal Europe does a wonderful job bringing together a coalition of partners with thanks to them as well for sponsorship of this event today. And to make sure that we have these conversations to really spread the possibility. And most recently in the EU biodiversity strategy, they've committed to 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing river by 2030. That's pretty cool. So just a nod to a project you're going to hear about with a short film in a couple minutes. But here in the US, when I say I'm excited, we're about to break ground on the largest dam removal project in US history. This is one of the 4 dams on the Klamath River. This project starts this spring, and you're going to hear about this. But this is the kind of large-scale rethinking of how we can make sure we have fisheries clean water that can support our ecosystems as well as our cities, towns, and our economy. So I'm excited to have been able to kick off this session. I really believe that dam removal is part of the solution when we're looking to build sustainable and resilient communities and ensure that we have healthy rivers. So I leave you with the hope of a unicorn floating down a free-flowing river that's where a dam was, right in the middle of where that unicorn is in that picture. So there's a symbol of hope for you to take you into this session today. Thank you. And then I'm also going to introduce, we have a brief film with, to show you a project in action. Nope. Oh, okay.
Thanks very much, Amy. And yeah, great to have that time lapse from Finland. Finland really is leading the way in Europe. And that dam is the second on a river in Finland. 3 dams are being removed, the last one this year. And that is the biggest project in Finland by far. As Amy was saying, the biggest in the world is going to happen in the US, start in the US this year. And the Finnish example is extraordinary because it's a real cooperation between the government, NGOs, communities, and companies. Really is a remarkable dam removal effort that they're doing there. Now, without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to my colleague from WWF, Jeff, who's going to talk to you a bit more about why dam removal is important in terms of the benefits of free-flowing rivers. Jeff.
Great. Thank you very much. Great to be here. Let's see. Did I do that? Did I do that? Great. Okay, so like Amy, I'm going to start my presentation with a little quote. Only connect, live in fragments no longer, from E.M. Forster from the book Howard's End. Now, Howard's End is not about dam removal, but I just thought it's just this beautiful saying, only connect, live in fragments no longer. And one day there will be a dam called the Howard Dam that will be removed, and then that will be Howard's End. And then this will be really a great quote. So we hear a lot about the climate crisis. In fact, this week the IPCC did a favor and released a big report during our water week to get attention to the climate. But of course, they are intertwined crises. But we all know about the climate crisis. And when we think about what brings people to New York, people will mostly just talk about water crisis in terms of, is water available for people? That's what people think about, right? There's the, the climate crisis, the water crisis, how is it affecting people? But simultaneously, there's a third crisis, the nature crisis. And so I'm going to spend just a little bit of time going into the data, the studies behind this, and why it matters to people, and how it relates to dam removal. So this is what's called the Living Planet Index. This is data that and results that WWF puts out every 2 years. It shows a 69% decline in vertebrate populations since 1970. So what does that actually mean? I think people hear about this, and a lot of times people don't actually know what it's saying. The research behind the data, or behind this result. And so it comes out in the Living Planet report, the flagship report every 2 years, done with a number of partners, a big number of co-authors from around the world, increasingly focused on solutions. What gets the attention is that negative 69% decline, but it increasingly is focused, this report, on solutions like dam removal. But let's dig into that 69% decline. What does that actually mean? So first of all, it focuses on vertebrates. The Living Planet Index is a data and analytical result that focuses on vertebrates, so mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, amphibians, and it tracks almost 32,000 distinct populations of over 5,000 species. And what does that mean? Okay, so we can all envision a species like a whale shark. So that's a species. But there's whale sharks that live in the Indian Ocean. There's whale sharks that live in the Caribbean Ocean. They don't reproduce with each other. They don't interact. Those are distinct populations. So those can go in to the Living Planet Index if the abundance of those whale sharks are tracked over time. And then we combine that, it's not just whale sharks, we combine that with, let's say, gorillas from a national park in Africa, or river dolphins from a stretch of the Amazon. And collectively, there's 31,000 of these distinct populations that are being tracked. And the Living Planet Index is the average change in relative abundance of these populations. Think of it like the S&P 500 is for the market. We distill down the performance of the market, all these different companies and stocks, into a single number that's useful to kind of see what the market is doing. That's what the Living Planet Index is doing. It's trying to take an overall sense of what is happening with the abundance of wildlife on our planet. And that overall abundance is depressingly declining. 69% decline since 1970, when we track all these populations and take this relative abundance. Now, I was born in 1971. That means that in my lifetime, almost a 70% decline in the abundance of wildlife that's out there in the world. Now, we're here for water. The results are even more sobering for fresh water. So an 83% decline of freshwater vertebrate populations that depend on freshwater ecosystems. Not just fish, but birds, mammals, reptiles, populations that depend on freshwater ecosystems. And one of the main reasons, when people do studies about reasons for extinction or abundance decline, infrastructure that fragments and disconnects, so the loss of connectivity, is often the first or second most responsible for these declines. So you can see where I'm going with this, with dam removal. If we have this incredible decline of freshwater abundance of animals and wildlife, and the loss of connectivity is one of the key drivers of that. And so what is at risk? What are we risking losing as our rivers are being fragmented? Well, rivers are less than 1% of the aquatic habitats. In fact, rivers are 1/10,000th of the volume of water that is in oceans. But there are more species of fish in rivers and other freshwater than there are in the oceans. It's pretty remarkable. So an incredible diversity of species on Earth that are found just in rivers and other freshwater habitats. Rivers are engines of food productivity. We have a study that will be coming out, and there's a microsite called Rivers of Food, where we show that rivers and their flows of water, sediment, nutrients, and habitat are responsible for about a third, directly responsible for a third of all food produced on the planet. So incredibly important, healthy rivers for producing food. But if you noted in my title, I said the nature crises, plural. And that's because it's not just the decline of nature, it's the decline of our access and connection to nature. So this map is showing that in many parts of the US, this is what proportion of people have access to a park where they can walk to, a green space. And particularly in the southeast of the United States, most people do not have access to parks. And in the rest of the world, which we all know is rapidly urbanizing, people are living further and further disconnected from having connection to nature. And this is perhaps a little whimsical, but bear with me for a second. Here we have this decline in wildlife since 1970. These researchers did a study of how often is nature used in the lyrics of songs. From 1970, it's about a 70% decline. Now, I'm not saying it's causation, right? I do think it's correlation. I do think that as we're losing our connection to nature, we're losing it as something we think about and something we write about and something we sing about. And that feeds back into what we care about and what people know and what people value. So we need to be reconnecting people. We need to be reconnecting rivers, and we need to be reconnecting people to nature. So to deal with this crisis, this biodiversity freshwater crisis, a group of people led by Dave Tickner of WWF came up with this bending the curve of global freshwater biodiversity loss, an emergency recovery plan. And we talk about bending the curve. So we have this depressing LPI, Living Planet Index, decline. Well, imagine bending that back up. So bending the curve, and this paper came up with 6 proposed suggestions, overarching recommendations of how to bend that curve. And one of them is to restore connectivity through dam removal, floodplain reconnection, but restore connectivity, only connect. And so now getting to what I was asked to talk about, right? Dam removal. So this is on the Penobscot, and really, there's just nothing quite so inspiring as watching a free-flowing river emerge from a dam removal project. And this was one of the most amazing projects because of what it represented, the collaboration that it represented and the results represented. But if we want to talk about bending the curve of freshwater biodiversity and freshwater populations, nothing bends the curve quite so much like dam removal. The results in the Penobscot were astounding. There were species like river herring and shad that went from being observed in the river, in the numbering in the thousands annually to numbering in the millions. So if you were tracking, if a population of shad in the Penobscot were being put into the Living Planet Index, that would be a very nice positive uplift to try to bend that curve. But there's also economic value. And there's been studies that show, for example, the Massachusetts Department of Ecological Restoration found that for every $1 spent on dam removal, there was nearly $2 in economic benefits. So the restoration of long-term, and this will go into the future. And some of those economic benefits are from the lack of liability and the lack of danger from aging dams. As Amy pointed out, this is a big issue in our country, the United States. There are 16,000 dams in the United States that are marked as high hazard. These aren't just obsolete. These have been designated as high hazard, and removing them isn't just restoring free-flowing rivers, it's improving public safety. So there's a huge pool of dams that can be removed to actually increase public safety while reconnecting free-flowing rivers. And it's not just the U.S. You know, the U.S. and Europe were building dams ahead of the rest of the world, but as we march into the 21st century, the dams are aging all over the world now. And this is not just a US and European issue. There are aging dams all across the world. There's this report from the United Nations University that was trying to highlight that obsolete and aging infrastructure is an issue that is emerging around the world. So there's opportunities everywhere to do this. And of course, getting back to what I was saying about the other benefits are connecting people back to nature when we can do projects like this. I was just in New York 2 weeks ago to work on this documentary called A Journey of Water that will be shown tomorrow night at an event hosted by Siwi. Please come. You can ask me about it. But along the way, we had these students from a group called Groundwork Hudson Valley. And at one point, we turned the cameras on them, and we asked them to talk about nature and nature-based solutions. And they cut through all the jargon about green infrastructure and the technical, because we had a lot of technical people talking, and they got right to the heart of it. And they told these beautiful stories of what they envisioned for the future. And one of the stories that they told really evoked this classic song by Joni Mitchell, right? It's called Big Yellow Taxi, but everybody knows the line. They've paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Well, these students from Groundwork Hudson Valley told the story. This is in Yonkers, which is just up the river. In Yonkers, where literally they had covered a river with a parking lot, and they ripped up a parking lot, and a paradise emerged. And the daylighting of creeks is kind of like the first cousin of dam removal. It is removing barriers, it is freeing rivers, and it is putting nature into the heart of cities. And so I think that dam removal, nature-based solutions, daylighting of streams, these are all ways that we can be doing environmental restoration, but we're also reconnecting people to nature. And just to conclude, just remember, nothing bends the curve quite like removing a dam. Thank you. And we're about to see a movie about the Klamath. So I've been talking about the values of free-flowing rivers, and now we're going to see a film about the value of the Klamath.
Everything around us, it's all tied into this one beautiful place. And it just inspires us to take care of this place. And that ties into our values as Indigenous people. If you take care of yourself and make sure yourself is healthy enough to take care of your family and make sure they're taking care of themselves, then it should inspire everybody to take care of the land that we all need. It all starts with being able to catch that fish and bring it home to your family. I love being down here. I love seeing our family fish. I love seeing them drift. But how much longer do we have? Back in the day, you did this all year round. You caught fish in the spring, there's fish in the fall, and there's fish in the summer. But nowadays, it's only this one time a year where we get a really good fish run. And it's really sad because this fish run is so small, there's not going to be enough fish pulled out of this river to give every tribal member one fish. So we do the best that we can to make sure that we share the fish that we do get with people who might not get the ability to come down here and catch it themselves. My grandpa thought he'd never see the day where he'd catch less than 50 fish when he went fishing. Now we come out here with 3 teams and we're lucky to catch 7 fish. But the reality of it is that our people need to be fed. You know, these salmon are so important to everything that we've come to understand as Yurok people, that without these salmon, our way of life is impossible.
Being a Yurok person, the river is our lifeblood. It's just as important as the air we breathe. The Klamath Basin is really big. It stretches from southern Oregon down into northern California, then goes out into the Pacific Ocean. It's really diverse as far as the physical aspects of it and also the biological aspects of it. Historically, this was the 3rd largest salmon-producing river on the West Coast. There's been significant declines in all anadromous fisheries to a point where some fish have been extirpated from this river system. There's probably a number of reasons why things have changed so drastically, but one of the main reasons is those dams that were put in and basically cut the watershed in half and took away 400 miles of anadromous spawning habitat.
These dams have such a big effect on our lives, and when you're younger, it feels like people are talking about like a monster or something at the head of the river.
They're not used for irrigation. They make a small percentage of what Pacific Power and Berkshire Energy's profit is.
Where rivers should be naturally fluctuating up and down, these dams are regulating the water flow towards one kind of stagnant flow. So it allows algae all along the bottom of the river to pop up and grow and just flourish.
At times, the Klamath River and the reservoirs behind the Klamath dams can be thousands of times higher than the threshold that is recommended for humans to be in. So the water is toxic, extremely toxic. And then that water is in turn released down the Klamath River.
The state of California says that you're not supposed to drink it, you're not supposed to swim in it. If you let your animals drink it, they possibly die. You come out with sores.
It's just become a part of our norm, which it shouldn't be. And it's sad to see. It's disgusting.
For like the next generations to come, my kids or my kids' kids, to be able to swim and fish and not worry.
Another very serious impact that we believe dams are responsible for is some fish disease issues that we have in the river. One fish disease in particular that we're really concerned about is called Ceratinova shasta. We call it sea shasta. It's deadly to juveniles. 90% of the fish sampled have this disease. Another disease aspect that is exacerbated by dams is a fish disease that we study here in the lower river called ick. It's a parasite that attacks fish gills. Dams warm the water unnaturally, and so warm water can lead to delays in migration here on the lower river, and we can get congregations of fish, and congregations lead to stressed out adult Chinook salmon, and stressed fish are susceptible to diseases. Ick is responsible for the 2002 Klamath River fish kill, where we lost over 60,000 adult Chinook salmon as they were returning upstream here. It was the largest salmon die-off in United States history happened right here on the Klamath River.
It was the saddest part of my life. So we believe the fishes are relative. So we're here to take care of them like they take care of us.
Every year there's this fear that builds up in us, right? That we're gonna see those fish, you know, floating down the river dead and stinky again. And that hurts so much.
That's basically what started Klamath Justice Coalition and us getting together to start this campaign to undam the Klamath.
We've worked really hard for a long time on this, and man, it feels like we're just right there at the finish line to get these dams taken out.
We've dedicated years of our lives, our young lives, to give opportunity for the next generation to live on a healthy, dam-free river.
Unfortunately, we've had to raise our children in this way to have to fight for what we live for what we believe in.
Not because we want to, it's because we have to, right? It's an obligation for us. Take care of this place and take care of us.
In Yurok, we call it Nepui. So this has been one of the main staples for the Yurok people for our traditional diet for over thousands of years. So I'll come through and I'll defend, and I'll pass it over to the master flayer.
Women are very important in our culture. We build our people up. By 11, I was making my own gear and able to go out and pretty much feed myself, feed my family.
My great-grandparents, they did a fish war here, fought the American government just for our fishing rights. And they actually had people with riot gear beating us natives down here just for set nets. every time he said that, guaranteed they'd come through and try to pull it. And us locals had to fight them off. I'm glad they did, because we want to be able to take you guys out and show you our way of life today.
It's something that affects us every day, because I can't just go to the grocery store and buy some salmon. I grew up with the gas station, like eating at a 7-Eleven every day. I don't think very many people could live like that.
What we know is that the river is no longer providing for us like it should be. So it can no longer provide subsistence of salmon for every family. So we have to find these different ways to provide for our people. And we want people to stand up. We want people to fight for their rights. We want people to be there. But in reality, if you don't have enough food for your family at home, how are you going to be able to go out and stand up for your rights halfway across the country or go to these protests? And how are you supposed to dedicate large portions of your time if you're worried about not having healthy food access in your home? You can't. And it's just a part of the system that's been constantly pressing our people to the point of normalization.
If someone told us that we would be growing vegetables this time last year, or told me that this is what I would be doing or we would be doing as like a unit, I would have told them they're crazy. The education of it, or the resource for the education, wasn't there. And we're just trying to show people that how easy it is to actually grow their own food.
Growing your food like this and growing your garden like this is like unheard of. And for us as fishermen to be out here making these types of moves, to find out what people like, to find out what people need, it's really kind of cutting edge for our community because it hasn't really been tried, hasn't really been done before.
We stopped by a house today and they said they don't like cabbage. So they're getting specific on us, and that's good.
We stopped by someone's house today. What did they say? They said that the broccoli was so fresh, they cooked it 4 days, 5 days after we gave it to them, and it looked like they just pulled it out of the ground. A lot of people told us we couldn't do it. We weren't going to be able to get a garden in. We walked away from those people, and we found the people who believed in us, and they said, you know what, if we work really hard and we push forward, you guys will be feeding people by the end of the year. And it's happening.
Cabbage, here, Baba. Grab that out. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay, love you guys.
These are hard-working families. You know, they take care of their kids and other people in their community. We're teaching families how to take care of yourself. Over hundreds of generations, our families have developed a resiliency that can't be beat, that can't be destroyed. And no matter what happens, no matter what you take away, we're always going to provide for our people. We're always going to find a way to take care of our children. We're always going to find a way to move forward.
This river is our umbilical cord, what feeds us and what nurtures us. This reciprocal relationship that we have with it. I would do anything for this river, just like I would my own children. Like, I would die for it. I would do anything before I would give up on it.
There was a generation before me who dedicated their whole lives just to make sure that these dams were removed.
We must never forget that these salmon are more than just creatures of the water. They are people just like me and you. They wouldn't give up on us. We shouldn't give up on them.
They have the chance to make the world right here. Do the right thing. Take the dams down.
We're not going to give up this fight to get these dams out of this river. Like, if this doesn't work, if this current iteration of dam removal doesn't work, we'll move on to the next.
I imagine a world where we live in harmony with the river, and I see that. I see that possibility.
So every aspect of my life has been built around this river, whether it be teaching the next generation these skills of organizing, or whether it be providing food for my family.
Nothing says Northern California like cooking on a redwood skewer, an open flame.
Sammy and these young folks, they're really outspoken, and it makes me feel good that we've taught them how to do that.
They're all coming to that age, and they all know they got to stand up. It's their time.
You guys are doing the ancestral guard, the food sovereignty. Like, that's a slap in the face of all these systems. I think that's the way it has to be.
We have to be willing to put effort into things. Our survival depends on how we re-indigenize and live like we're meant to live again.
After these dams are removed, all that power is going to be put directly into building these healthy opportunities for our people.
It's a tough act to follow. It was a very moving, Start with a mic drop. Okay. Great. Well, hi everyone. Hi everyone virtually. Great to have you all here. We'll just start with quick intros, and then we've got a panel of some awesome folks here who will talk a little bit more about some of the topics we've been discussing today. Very quickly, my name's Helena Conan. I'm with the Boston Consulting Group. I spend the bulk of my time in the agriculture space and talking about food systems, as well as climate, sustainability, nature, biodiversity. So I love seeing the connections in some of this to restoring biodiversity, obviously food systems as well. So I will hand it over, and we'll just go down the line for introductions. And then I've got a couple of questions prepared, but I would love also for this to be interactive. There's been a lot of information coming at many of you during this time today, so maybe making this a discussion would be great.
Are these already on? Oh, okay, they are. Great. I'm Laura Wildman. I'm Vice President of Ecological Restoration at Save the Sound, and I'm an engineer who has been working to remove dams since the 1990s. I've been involved in probably close to 200 dam removal efforts around the nation, and now I'm very involved in Europe as well, finding dam removal projects and keeping the movement going even farther. So thank you for having me.
Thanks. And I'll just reintroduce myself for those that missed the start. I'm Amy Singler with American Rivers and the Nature Conservancy, and I spend my days thinking about dams, dam removal, and how we can create free-flowing systems.
And hi, everyone. I actually didn't introduce myself at the beginning. I'm Richard Lee from WWF. I'm the Global Communications Manager for our freshwater work. I know very little about the details of dam removal, but I love dam removals, and I love the value of rivers.
Fantastic. So you can see we have a great group here today. So I just want to start with some, higher level questions. I think to begin with, 2022 was a record year in dam removals, and the momentum is clearly growing, but we're still talking about 5,000, 6,000 dam removals a year when, Amy, you mentioned upwards of potentially 1 million dams that are obsolete in the US. We know there's hundreds of thousands of them in the EU as well. So question for this group: how do we really scale this up from a regulatory perspective? For example, what is it going to take to get the momentum really going?
I can start in seeing what's happened in the U.S. and then seeing what's happened in Europe. I do like to use Finland as an example. It's nice that we had a video of that today. It's not just about changing, taking a dam out or changing a small regulation. They're changing policy. So they are creating in a very short period of time new policies and new regulations that are enabling this type of restoration to work very fast over there. So we're really seeing a difference there. Throughout the U.S. too, we still have regulatory concerns. We're still often treating ecological restoration and removing a dam like putting a condo in a river. And we're using the same kind of regulations that were meant to protect river systems, but we really slow down the restoration process by not ever kind of stepping back and rethinking these same procedures, but for ecological restoration instead of a damaging project. And that really slows us down in what we can get done. I'd like to see that change.
One other thing I'd add to that as well is that we've also taken a real look at our dam safety regulations across the country. You know, these, an engineer will tell you a dam's best day is the day that it was built. Nature is trying to take these things out every single day, and so they're not getting better. And so I think one of the things we've realized is that when we're thinking about dam safety, for many of these dam owners, removal is a great option for them, but we weren't even giving it as an option. And so by making adjustments, by making sure that the dam safety regulations mention that you can remove your dam and meet your dam safety requirements. It seems a little counterintuitive, but people didn't even consider it. So I think having dams and dam removal as part of the conversation when we're thinking about safety, when we're thinking about our communities and our long-term planning, I think really kind of gets us to a different point in the conversation.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in there because that's a really important point. Before we can start changing regulations, we've actually got to get people to realize you can take dams out. I mean, I must admit, I only came into this 4 or 5 years ago. It never occurred to me at that point that you could remove dams. They were just there. And what we've got to do, first of all, is make people realize that dams are not forever. They're not. They can be taken out, and taking them out in many situations provides enormous benefits for people and nature. So that's why communications is really important. That's why films like that showing the importance to communities is so important. There's a long way to go, but yeah, we're definitely getting there. And then once that idea is out there, then we can start talking about the regulations and the funding and the other barriers that exist.
I think that point is what you all have just said is so important. I didn't realize that could actually go away. Big concrete block. So you touched on this a little bit. I would like to spend a little more time talking about the financial arguments around this. I think the idea that removing a dam could actually be more cost effective than repairing it. Could any of you just share some perspectives on the financial view here?
Yeah, one thing I want to point out about that is how we look at economics. One of the problems with how we look at economics is we look at them in short time periods. Often we'll do an economic study for a 30-year period. Well, sometimes when you look at a dam in those terms, a quick fix for a repair might look like a better option. But if you really start looking at sustainable solutions, I liked it, I think it was Jeff who mentioned solutions, a permanent solution, restoring processes of a river, the health of a river, you have to look much farther into the future. And what it is a dam, like a building, can't stay there forever and ever. At some point, repairs aren't even enough. It has to be completely taken down and rebuilt. And you have to ask yourself if it's even serving that purpose. So when we're looking at the economics, we have to be able to look multi-generational and stop passing price tags off to the next generation. So that has to be part of our discussion when we're doing this.
That's a great point. Well said. It was very well said. Yes.
I will add there are a bunch of people looking at these issues right now. Oregon State has been gathering a lot of information on the cost of dam removals. There's other people who have been coming up with creative solutions. I love Colin's paper on trading dams, but there are a lot of different discussions going out there right now. I see a lot of creativity in Europe right now too on how to fund these projects.
Thank you. That's really great perspective. So I want to take a slightly different angle on this next one. So I think for obsolete dams, the question about removal can feel relatively more obvious. But I think we also get into situations where it's not just black and white. As we get into spaces around water security, drier lands, how do you balance the biodiversity and environmental benefits with the arguments that we're seeing around water security and in that regard?
Well, it's a good thing there's a whole week of people to figure that out, I think. It is a really challenging conversation, and I think that's where we need to start thinking at the system scale. If you look at any one individual project, you kind of butt up against these issues, but if we're trying to think and I don't have an exact number. There's a lot of people here this week that think about this particular issue all the time, so I encourage you to attend like sessions. But we need to think about, there may be some places where dams make sense to be in place to make sure people have the water they need, to make sure that communities that haven't had access to clean and healthy drinking water to sustain themselves, that those dams may need to be in place. And then there's other places where we don't need these dams, or we can make the kinds of decisions like we're making on the Klamath. You know, that's a place where kind of the cost benefit was deemed not to be enough of a benefit to remain in place. And so I think that those kinds of, the difference is that we need to have that conversation every time when we're looking at the system, and not just make assumptions about what our water infrastructure should look like or what it could look like. There's new technologies coming out every day. We need to think about how we're using water, how much water we need, and be really thoughtful, Laura said, long term. We need to be thinking multi-generational about what is the landscape going to look like, what's the water needs and use going to look like, and do some really comprehensive planning when we make those kinds of decisions.
And another thing is we've got to have honest conversations with communities. So this is something that we've discovered in Europe, in the dam removal Europe movement over there. Obviously, when people living in an area have had a dam for 100 years, there's a good example recently in France on the Saloon River, the biggest dam removal project in Europe up until now. And of course, when you go to the community, their first reaction is, but the dam's always been there. You know, this dam serves a purpose. And it does to them because it's always been there. But the answer is not just to say, this is going to be good for you, let's take it out. It's you've got to engage the communities. You've got to talk to them exactly what you were just saying there, Amy, about the world is changing. We need resilience on a basin scale. So there's this idea just of put a dam in here and there's your water security. That doesn't count anymore. It doesn't work anymore because the systems are changing and we've got to look at a basin level. So an important thing, and once again here, talking about the communities in the Klamath, you've got to involve the communities in these decisions and what is the best for the system and for the people living there.
I would just add one more thing is evaporation. Storing our water on the surface is not an actually very effective way to do that. And when we look at water supplies, when we look at subsurface instead, we actually retain more of the water and are able to use more of the water. I also think we have to get away from thinking that it's our right to populate and build as much as we want wherever we want, and then it's our right to have the water. I think we have to start making much harder decisions about limitations on development and population in regions that can't sustain the continued growth, that do not have the resources to handle it.
Great, thank you all for that. Richard, I want to go back to something that you were kind of talking about here about engaging the community. So I'm from the Boston area, and recently one of the suburbs voted to remove a dam that had been in place since the 1930s. And it was a pretty contentious process, and it was a lot of people who, it served no flood purposes, but there were a lot of people who were worried about flooding downstream from the removal of this dam. So I'm curious, when we talk about engaging others in this discussion, how do we combat misinformation? How do we, I'd be curious actually, before I open to the panelists, could people just raise their hand? Did you come in here knowing a lot about this topic? Okay, we got a good few people in here, for those of you virtually who can't see, but I think this is probably a pretty spectacular group, and not necessarily what we would see if we went out in the general public. So how do you combat that kind of misinformation, get the word out like what you're doing here?
Just dive in. So the first thing is, it's not necessarily misinformation. It's just, as I said before, the lack of the concept that dams can be taken out. So there's that, and then also that dams are necessarily good. It's kind of also ingrained in many of our heads. So it's not about misinformation, it's about showing the opportunities, showing the options, and that perhaps taking a dam out is a better case in certain situations. So that's the first step, and that requires a lot of time and effort, and that's why the movement is taking a lot of time to get going. But it really is. You've seen it in the last few years here in America, in Europe. There've even been dams taken out in the Kruger National Park in South Africa. So it's building, and it's going to get to a tipping point where people realize that this is a way forward. But we've still got a bit of time to go before we get there.
There is an education process, too. I remember taking out my first dam in the mid-1990s, and my doctor and my mother, you'd expect it from my mother, but maybe not my doctor, said, you can't take out those dams. They're flood control. And the point is, dams that are full of water, impoundments that are full of water, don't have the ability to attenuate floods. The flood control dams look empty, or at least half empty, but people don't think that. They just think, oh, it's a dam, so it's flood control, and they don't understand all the different things that it does. One of the funniest ones I run into a lot is you can't take the dam out because then there'll be no river there anymore. And for the longest time, I had to like kind of keep a chuckle back if that was brought up. But then I started thinking about it, and if you were a child going up to the bottom of a dam, and you see this big pond of water, and you see a river coming out of the dam, you might think, not understanding the hydrologic cycle, that the dam itself was the source of the water. So it is a matter of kind of stepping back and trying to understand the perspective and showing all these examples to really explain these things to folks, that they're not going to lose sometimes the things they think they are.
I think the one other piece that I would add is that we have to meet people where they are. If they have a misunderstanding about the use and the purpose and how the dam works, telling them and giving them information that proves that they're wrong is not really, like, that doesn't, I think we've seen that doesn't get us somewhere. And so it's really important to engage people to understand what is their concern. Is it actually flood control? Because people will say their concern's flood control when it's that they love that view and they love that park. Or maybe they genuinely, I mean, most of us don't understand, the general population, how rivers work and how water works. And so, like, to say to people, oh, we checked that, it's not a problem, doesn't further the conversation. You really need to engage in a conversation, understand what is their concern, what's the root of their concern, and sometimes it means that you do need to do extra work to be able to answer that, to say, because there are people who live along rivers, they see these things day in and day out, and they know information about how the water changes that maybe we don't. On the other hand, they may have a perception about how that water changes because they're not seeing it all the time. So it's kind of, whether it's flood control, whether it's loss of habitat, whether it's the river's going to dry up, whatever it is, we need to meet people where they are and not dismiss those questions, because they're going to keep asking them. And to tell them, don't worry about it, you'll see that we're right at the end. It's kind of doesn't really get us anywhere.
Yeah, it's the same way the dams went in. No one was asked, so listening. Or actually, and sometimes it wasn't just not listening, it was misinformation being given to people when the dams went in.
Thank you, that's very well said. I have a couple more questions, but I would love to open it up. We have a lot of people in here who clearly know their stuff. So any questions from this group before we keep going?
How are you currently partnering with tribes, not only on the ground level, but within leadership positions in your own organizations?
So I'll speak to this briefly. I'll say that it is something that we are increasingly building. So I think one of the things that we're trying to do is to make sure that we're not just asking tribes and tribal members for their opinion, but making sure that that conversation is happening early and it's happening often, and when necessary, that we're looking to provide support for that as well. We realize that oftentimes tribes people are coming at them all the time. And so the same way that as environmental nonprofits, we don't have the time and capacity, we recognize that from the tribes as well. And so that there's that expression, sometimes we need to go slow to go fast. And I think when we're trying to make sure that we're including all voices, that's certainly something that is the case. So I will say I work in the northeastern U.S. And the relationships with the tribes and with the rivers are certainly different in parts of New England than they are in the Pacific Northwest. But I know that there's a lot of really active work happening with tribes in the Pacific Northwest around dam removal. And also American Rivers is really excited to be working with the eastern band of the Cherokee on the Gila Dam in the southeast in partnership with that group. So it's an exciting time to be engaging and to be pulling in more partners because we need to be and we want to be.
I saw your hand first. Oh, sorry. You want to go first then? Yeah, let her go. Okay, great.
Well, just quickly, I can yell on you. How does this get funded? Like, who's funding the actual construction?
Maybe we can repeat the question so that people on there can hear.
The question was asking how these projects get funded.
So obviously right now, there's a lot of federal funding that's coming in. That's a really exciting time. So, so we're seeing that make a big difference. We're getting large-scale funding for some projects that are multi-million-dollar projects that, you know, probably wouldn't have been able to be done years ago. So we're seeing that as one. We also get private donations, and I'm sure other organizations do too. The work that we're doing in Europe right now through Open Rivers program is a private donation, a family foundation that it decided that this was something they wanted to fund, and I think it's a 43 million euros that they're using for dam removal throughout Europe right now. But on the U.S. side of things, the federal funding through the bill funding and IRA funding are really making a difference.
I'll just touch on that federal infrastructure funding because what I find exciting, so for those that don't track U.S. politics as much, there was a large amount of funding in the Infrastructure Act that was passed a year and a half ago that included hundreds of millions of dollars for dam removal, dam repair, and in some cases hydro improvements. And what I find so exciting about this is not just the dollar figure, hundreds of millions, but it's in a bill called the Federal Infrastructure Bill. And that's exciting because this is big. These are big pieces of infrastructure, and it feels like for a long time we nibble around the edges with like foundation funding, a little bit, $50,000 here, $50,000. It took me 15 different grant sources to get a dam out one time, because when you do it $50,000 at a time and $100,000 here, that's what that takes. But to be able to, for the national fisheries agencies, to be able to hand over $30 million to partners in Maine to move a body of projects forward, that's going to be transformational. And it's important because the fish can't wait. We are past the point of being able to wait and kind of nibble around the edges of some of these projects. And so having infrastructure funding, I think, is really, really phenomenal. And I think we're going to be able to move the ball forward. And I hope that kind of connection with infrastructure and not just the like fuzzy ecological fishy stuff is able to continue moving forward.
And also, just quickly jump in, as Amy said, in the EU, they're now setting a target of 25,000 kilometers of rivers to be restored, primarily through dam removals. And obviously that will open up and unlock money in the European Union. But also I'd like to come back to your nibbling around the edges, because it's also important still to nibble around the edges. And in Europe, we've had this fantastic, successful crowdfunding campaign. It's amazing actually how easy it is to get people to donate a few euros or a few pounds to take out dams, including in Ukraine and others. And lots of private donors who want to do it. Unfortunately, private donors quite often want them to blow up. They want to press the button. And apparently, the experts here know that blowing up dams is not necessarily very safe. So as a communicator, I say, blow it up, blow it up. But they then take it down with bulldozers and things like that.
Speaking of misinformation.
Yeah, engineers are not nearly as fun with as explosives as people want us to be. But it's important to remember we're not always going to have the kind of federal funding we have now. The crowdfunding idea is a wonderful idea. But we need to remember this is infrastructure. This is infrastructure that has lifespans associated with it. Dam owners are responsible for this infrastructure as well, and we have to keep that in mind. And what I'm seeing more and more, at least on the hydroelectric side of things, people are looking at their full portfolios, deciding which dams make economic sense, which ones do not, and it's part of balancing their portfolio to take out the ones that are no longer making economic sense.
Thank you. Back over here.
Thank you. I think it makes sense she had to go first, and going by your responses. Mine is not a question. It's actually just a pointer or a partnership. My name is Salome Gitoho from Rotary International. I'm the Rotary International representative to UN Environment. So I think what you said, Richard, for me was profound, that dams can actually be removed. That's a new one for me. But what you said that brings me to speak now is the aspect of honest conversations and engaging community. And that's what we do in Rotary. So I want to just, after you've got the funding and all those partners, let's work with Rotary. We go right into the communities, and we're already hands-on, and we have a whole army that could work into this. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. Okay, there was one other woman over here, and then we'll go back to, there's so many. This is great. If you shout, I can repeat it. Maybe we'll wait for the mic then.
Yeah, it's good. My first question is how dam removal kind of intersects with the energy crisis, energy question, because perhaps there's backlash from kind of the green energy sector in terms of the necessity for dams in terms of hydrological energy. So I'm curious on whether you engage with any of these contentions. And my second question is about how local or indigenous communities around these rivers are in practice engaged in the shaping of these rivers and the environments after the dam has been removed.
I can start with some of the energy side of things. Obviously, this is an issue. When we talk about hydroelectricity as renewable energy, and yet it's impacting the system so significantly. We are seeing more and more balancing of that. We're working on a large-scale removal right now where we're talking about replacing the small amount of energy that comes from this particular hydroelectric, which was not economically feasible, with solar energy, so that we can still use those same transmission lines at the site, but replaced with solar. So that I know is one of the discussions going on, but there's multiple other discussions about kind of balancing these portfolios, these energy portfolios of what makes sense and what does not.
I'll also mention that here in the U.S., about a year or so ago, there was something called the Uncommon Dialogue, which was actually environmental groups, hydro operators, dam safety advocates coming together to have a conversation about what is the balance and what can the balance be across all of these sectors. And that was actually part of, it was the 21st Century Dams Act, which was some advocacy that came out of that was able to advocate for dam removal, hydro and dam safety funding in the infrastructure bill. It's hard to believe, but trillions of dollars being put into infrastructure in the U.S. and dams were not part of the conversation until people made them part. The Low Impact Hydropower Institute, I see Shannon Ames here today, is also a group that looks at how do we balance, how can we make improvements even within active licenses to try to get better flows or fish passage to improve these the impacts of these dams. And then I think it goes back to that system scale question. We need to figure out across a portfolio, across a watershed, where might there be opportunities for removal, and taking into account there's a lot of new technologies coming out that are looking at potential ways to reduce the impacts to fish and fish migration in particular at these sites.
I think we have time for one more. So
we didn't hit the second part of her question. I didn't know if you wanted us to hit that or not.
Great.
I'll just say really quickly, and this goes with indigenous communities as well as any local communities on this. Part of a project has to be engaging the community such that they feel a sense of stewardship and involvement in the project. So in the end, it's those stewards, it's those communities that will continue to protect and restore river systems. So yes, they have to be integrated into all of this. It's not something where you come in, strategically do something and leave. That all has to be integrated in.
Okay, one more, yes.
Yes, I had a question on maybe what's next, because this is big in America and this is growing in Europe. If this is really a successful tool, what do you see, what's needed to bring this to other continents, other countries, to the whole planet?
More great examples. Again, more great examples, more getting the word out, proving that we can do it, showing the benefits of free-flowing systems, self-sustaining systems, showing the economic benefits, you know, not just the environmental benefits of free-flowing systems, I think makes a big difference. And then repeatability in other countries has a lot to do with things we've learned as we're going along. And then maybe some guidance or again, listening to their needs and trying to figure out what's repeatable and what is not repeatable, what's going to be new and different in that country, how they're going to have to approach things. I mean, we have significant differences. We have some countries where all dams are owned by the government. We have other ones where all dams are privately owned. I mean, there are very big differences, or they have dam safety laws or they don't have dam safety laws. These are pretty significant differences. So you really have to understand what's unique to that particular region or that country.
I also think we have to be careful not to dive before we can swim. So there are still tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dams, obviously dams in Europe and America that need to come out. We need to scale up what's happening in those two areas before we start expanding into the rest of the world. And often in other parts of the world, the main fight now at the moment in terms of rivers is preventing really bad new dams. So, I think we've got to be honest that we've got a huge job on our hands in Europe and America. Europe is the most fragmented river, system in the world. So I know some people disagree with me in the movement. My view is focus on those two where we're winning, and exactly that. Then we'll show the rest of the world that this is possible. Meanwhile, let's make sure that the rest of the world doesn't put in bad, unnecessary dams, which will fragment the few free-flowing rivers that exist out there.
Okay, well, with that, I think that's all we have time for today. I feel like we could have kept going for a while, but thank you all so much for the questions and for the engagement, and thank you to our panelists.
So I think our next film is going to be Dam Busters. Trailer. It's just the trailer. Actually, Dam Busters film's quite long. Yes, quite. I think he cut it back to 60 or something, right? It was like 98 at the beginning. So Dam Busters is a film, I think, funded by Dam Removal Europe, and done by a wonderful film. What do you call them? Filmographer? What do you call a film person? Director? Thank you. That's much simpler. Much more simple. Franco, and he's done a really wonderful job, and it's about different stories of basically river heroes throughout Europe that are really making a difference and changing things, changing policy, regulation, getting dams removed, and really moving this into their region. And it's a really delightful story about all these people.
Our rivers abused and excessively used in resources. Veins of Europe, completely disconnected and fragmented. We need heroes to save them. Who are they?
Regardez là, regardez. Paf! C'est la libération, encore une fois. Et c'est fini. Et la rivière, elle est libre.
Individuals all over Europe are restoring rivers, removing obsolete and unnecessary dams and barriers.
We're talking about removing obsolete barriers, barriers that no longer serve a purpose.
It's the biggest dam removal that ever happened in Europe. It's the first time. And it will open more than 80 kilometers of rivers for salmon.
Rivers must flow. There must be a flowing notion. That's what river is.
My name is Pau. Paola, Paolo, Paula, just Pau. I'm a dam removal advocate and expert. I started hearing success stories about rivers and coming back to life in Europe.
Just opening up the river upstream is going to have massive benefits for the nature.
When people see these dams go down, they see how this river gets restored, they see these new rapids, and they see a river run free.
We're going to start working with dams. We're going to free the rivers.
I have seen that 1 year ago. It was like a desert. Now you can see the nature is coming back, and the river is free flowing.
Nature comes back and gets its rights. River continuity or connectivity is the key to the ecosystem resilience.
It's created a snowball effect that nobody can stop anymore.
Finally, some hope. That's why I'm traveling all over Europe to see this. Bringing nature back is the job of our generation. They are the dam busters, the start of the river revolution.
Listen, the sound of the saloon. She's singing again.
I forgot the end bit. And they used dynamite. I know, yeah, I was very happy about that. Thank you very much, everyone. That's it. Thank you very much for the partners for this session and for the team at the back. Great, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the UN Water Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. So if you can begin to find your seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hey, everybody. We're going to get started here. You'll notice there's a Mentimeter QR code. If you'll pull out your phones and get connected, we're going to ask a few questions. In fact, the first question will be up for you if you want to go ahead and answer it. So good afternoon and welcome to everybody in the room here in New York. Welcome also to the folks who are joining us online. We're at the Nature Hub. We're pleased to be here with a whole series of excellent partners, over 30 organizations contributing content, and lots more of you here in the room participating. We're excited to be here, part of the UN Water Conference. So I'm Andrea Erickson-Quiros. I'm the global lead for water security for the Nature Conservancy. And this session is really to explore challenges, opportunities on using nature-based solutions as an important tool for achieving water security goals, but through the lens of corporate engagement. And we know and we'll hear private sector corporate engagement alone won't be sufficient, but it's been a marvelous catalyst and a really important catalytic role that we have seen over and over again. Yeah, that's me. So again, go ahead and jump into the Mentimeter and answer that first question. We'll give you the results in just a second. Give you a moment to grab that. Okay, while you're answering that, I just want to say a word about who are the participants joining me today. And so we have a number of NGO partners. Am I moving this? Or is somebody else moving this? Michael, thank you. We'll have to have eyesight here. So in particular, I do want to welcome also Dr. Vorvik from the BMZs and one of our government partners, CO Water Mandate, World Wildlife Fund, as well as TNC. But importantly, we have a whole series of corporate participants. I'm not going to go through all of those, but you'll see there's 9 companies that have worked hard to prepare their remarks and participation today. My understanding is there was a missed flight, so we're missing the fellow from Cummins, but we want to acknowledge that they have contributed to the agenda for today. So we'll hear more remarks from them as we go forward, but now let's take a moment to find out who you are in the room. What we're just trying to find out is, like, who are we in terms of which sector we represent? How much do we come to this as civil society or government or corporate sector? All right, sounds like we're pretty evenly split between NGOs and corporate sector. If anybody can, text their government friends to join us, that would be great. Otherwise, you'll feel a little by yourself, won't you? Yes, the colleague from BM said, yeah, hopefully they're online a little bit. Okay, thank you. So we know who's in the room, and we're going to keep playing with the Mentimeter during, so watch for that. I'm going to talk a little bit about just scene setting. Boy, if you've been in a couple of sessions already today, you've probably already talked about what are nature-based solutions, but just to set the common ground here, we're using the IUCN definition that was well vetted and I think really well founded. And these are actions to protect, restore, and sustainably manage natural systems, modified ecosystems that are addressing societal challenges, and also obviously developing biodiversity benefits and human well-being. So that's a good definition. What it looks like on the ground, there's a whole series of practices. You can be protecting natural areas that are already in tax systems. You could be restoring them. You could be doing enhanced wetlands, swales within urban environments. You could be working in agriculture and improving soil practices and therefore benefiting biodiversity in soils and also the functioning of soils. So there's a whole range of practices that we consider as being part of nature-based solutions, including just how do we think about the whole system. So it's not so much the practice as the whole system that we're trying to have function in the best way possible for the outcomes. So what are those outcomes that we hope to achieve? And they are a variety of outcomes. In this context, we're talking about the outcomes as it relates to water security. And quite often, we're doing a business case that says, if I do these changes in the watershed, I can change the parameters of water in quantity, flow, timing, and quality in such a way that there's a clear business case for water security for downstream users. That's kind of the typical way in this context. But let's be reminded there's a whole lot of other benefits. There's carbon mitigation, climate adaptation benefits, human well-being and livelihoods for those who are in those watersheds that are engaging with us in the projects, and then, of course, we hope also biodiversity benefits. So these are relevant then against a whole series of SDGs. It's not just limited to just SDG 6. Somebody said earlier this week, nature-based solutions are not a one-way street. You sort of head out and then you find there's just a lot of different corners and crannies that nature-based solutions will provide further benefits, and that's a good thing. So just to close out my scene setting, there's going to be a series of slides going on. If you just like visualization, this is just a selection of projects that the corporate partners shared with us. It's okay if you're looking at the slides, not listening to me. But one of the things we want to talk about is, like, what does good look like going forward? We obviously want all of our projects to adhere to the gold standard for IUCN. That will include social and environmental safeguards. That will include the kind of inclusive participatory processes that should be always present, and respect for the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. But we also want to add to that a challenge as we look forward to scale. And how do we think about moving beyond projects that are well designed, that will deliver benefits, but now scale at something that will be meaningful and what we all hope to aspire. And here we start entering a policy realm. And so thinking about which barriers stand in our way, regulatory barriers, lack of funding stand in our way. And so as we go through this journey, we start talking about how can we work together on better policy. first adhering to agreements made to protect natural areas, freshwater, inland waters, et cetera, through the international agreements that have already been done but need to be implemented. Agricultural subsidy policy reform, reform on being able to actually include nature-based solution in infrastructure development, the participatory processes being actually regulated and required so that we know that we're going to get the right outcomes, and importantly, really looking at water scarcity and the limits of a very finite resource and thinking hard about what it'll take to live within those boundaries that we have there. So that is a way of thinking both about what it is right now, but also a way forward and the work we need to do together. And we're going to now wrap up with just these lovely pictures from the different projects with the video just on one project, and then we'll invite our first panel up. Thank you so much.
Nosso trabalho é poder contribuir com a segurança hídrica por meio da oferta dos serviços ambientais, trazendo uma maior oferta de água de uma das maiores metrópoles do planeta. O produtor rural tem um papel fundamental nessa ação da TNC.
A água é vida, né? Então, se a pessoa não cuidar das águas, acontece, vai acabando. Quando entrou no projeto, fazendo uns de 4 a 5 anos. Melhorou muito porque as águas fechadas, as áreas, o gado já não fica nas minas, né? Prejudicando as águas. Isso aí melhorou bastante. Em muitos lugares a água está acabando, já acabou. E aqui, por enquanto, a água está boa ainda, está mantendo.
Nós temos resultados, vamos dizer assim, mensuráveis, né? Como áreas recuperadas, mudas plantadas, corredores ecológicos formados, dados não mensuráveis, né? Que são a mudança do hábito do produtor rural, a introdução do componente de serviços ambientais na propriedade rural. Os usuários dos recursos naturais, eles devem estar contribuindo para que a gente possa manejar esses recursos da melhor maneira possível e disponibilizá-los para os seus usuários. Então é um ciclo que se fecha.
Se esse trabalho da TNC de fundos de água na América Latina e aqui em São Paulo engajar a população, engajar os governos, as empresas para trazer essa grande mobilização da sociedade civil.
Se não tiver a preservação, no futuro vai ser difícil, né? Se ninguém preserva, o rio lá vai acabar, porque a mina que mantém o rio, né? Que vai para São Paulo. E hoje, nós todo mundo preservando, a gente tem um projeto aí, ficou muito bom.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that great example. I'm going to invite the first panelist to come up on the stage now. My name is Nabia Ofosuama, Senior Corporate Engagement Advisor focused on water and resilience at the Nature Conservancy. If you still have your phone out, there will be another poll coming up for the Mentimeter, just asking to hear from the audience about what are the best challenges, or what are the biggest challenges to scaling NBS for water security. So please do that, and then I'm going to invite our first panel to come up. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Greg Brill. I'm a senior researcher with the Pacific Institute and technical lead for the SEER Water Mandate. And I'd like to thank all of our esteemed guests today. Our panelists really do reflect some amazing work that's happening in the field of nature-based solutions. So Alex, I'd like to start off with you, if I can. And the question is, why did you invest in Sao Paulo? And what is the value add of engaging in one watershed together?
Sure, thanks, Greg, and pleasure to be here. So my name is Alex Mung, Global Director for Water Sustainability at AB InBev, so a beer company. And for us, water is key for the quality of the beers that we produce. It's key for the quality of the ingredients that go into our beers, the barley and the hops. So for us, water is just essential in our process. Often we say, no water, no beer. And what a scary world that might be. And so because we recognize that it's so important for our company, but also it's so important for the communities and the natural environment in which we operate, we've actually set ourselves our goal of having measurable improvement in availability and quality in all of our communities and sites in which we operate that are in high water risk areas. And Sao Paulo is one of these sites. And so for us, it was natural. It was a sort of a no-brainer, if you will, to invest in the Sao Paulo site. In terms of the partnership, we come with a certain set of skills, resources, expertise, but we can't do it alone. We know that. I think everyone probably acknowledges that. And so for us, partnerships are absolutely essential. This is a consortium approach, not only to pool expertise and resources, but also to ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of this type of work. That's essential. And only by doing so will we reach the scale that we need to have. And so that's really, I think, a key part of this. We can do it. We can contribute what we can. But to actually reach the scale that we want, that's where this consortium approach really sort of comes to life. The financial sustainability and the right governance and long-term viability of this work is why we engage in that.
Brilliant, thank you. That's a great segue into my next question. So Emilio, maybe I can pose this to you. How could these projects be scaled to be more effective?
So, hi everyone, by the way, and I want to thank TNC for inviting us all up here for this great event. NBS is obviously very critical to our collective action as organizations. For Ecolab, we're the global leader in water hygiene and infection prevention technologies and services. For us, we operate 100 facilities around the world, where we've identified about 18 to 19 at-risk locations, as we all have done through our risk assessment. We've also a founding member of the Water Resilience Coalition, which is a CEO-led coalition. And I bring this up because this concept of net positive water impact is very germane to this discussion we're having, related to the fact that, you know, the open call for action that we heard just earlier today at UNGA is very relevant to this discussion around getting to 100 priority basins. It's not only doing our part around reducing demand, but also in terms of how we engage to increase supply, improve quality, and some of the co-benefits that Andrea talked about that we expect from NBS. And so with that background, I think the biggest thing that I would say in terms of to your question is the ability to really capture, and you know, I know Andrea had on that slide a number of co-benefits that we see, is to be able to identify the co-benefits that you really need and you really are seeking as part of that project. That obviously helps a lot to really drive the scaling that we need for companies that can participate. Another is, I mentioned the Water Resilience Coalition, because the other part of this is not only scaling, to Alex's point, it's also about speed. And I think one of the things that we all agree is, how do we do this faster? I think part of this is that having coalitions like the Water Resilience Coalition, which started off with 7 companies in 2020 and now is at nearly 35, that has, you know, the depth and breadth of organizations that can band together to work in basins that are a priority for all of us. And so I think that is another big opportunity for us, is to really work through these coalitions to really drive the speed and the scale that we need, where we have common watersheds that we're working on together. And I just want to also add the partners, TNC being a valuable partner. We have Limnotech here. I see Wendy back there. I see Bonneville Environmental Foundation, another great partner. So there's a number of great resource partners that we can leverage. And it's not just about the existing projects. It's about building capacity for new projects And I see these coalitions really helping us do that.
Excellent, thank you. So a key word there is partnerships through this. And so, Will, let me jump to you. What advice would you give to other companies looking to invest in nature-based solutions through collective action, and specifically strategic and catalytic partnerships?
Sure, and thanks for having us. I run the water stewardship program for Amazon Web Services, which is the data center side of Amazon. It's the largest cloud platform, and we use water for cooling in our data centers, which is why there's a tie-in there to nature-based solutions and water stewardship. You know, it was a few-year journey to get us to the point where we were ready to announce a public goal, which we did at the end of last year. And I think one of the pieces of advice that I would have for anyone thinking about how do I get my company to that point where we're ready to make those type of investments is you've really got to put it in the context of your business and think really carefully about how do we specifically use water, what are our specific impacts. That's important both to make sure that you're setting goals and targets and investing in projects that are going to help directly align with those benefits, but it's also really important to selling internally. You're going to have to put these investments in the context of the language that your business speaks specifically to get leadership to align with that. So I think one is to start with a really careful understanding and analysis of what your water impacts are, what are the investments that are going to help mitigate those. And then the second thing I would say is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We all want to get up to projects at scale that have a meaningful impact at the watershed scale, but you don't want to wait to do something either. You want to get started, learn what you can, continue to iterate over time. And so if you're just waiting until we have a complete solution for watershed health, obviously where we all want to get to, but let's get started now, make some investments, learn from that, and continue to get better. And then the last thing I'd say is just think about what you can bring not only in terms of funding to these projects, but what type of expertise does your company have that can help move the sector forward. So I think about AWS, Amazon Web Services, a cloud business. We're really good at data collection and analysis and machine learning. And so we're thinking about, well, how can we integrate, how can we take some of those skills and integrate them into the watershed projects that we're investing in so that we're learning what works, what doesn't, and we're continually, again, iterating to improve the effectiveness of the projects. We can bring some of that expertise to bear on our projects and continue to push the envelope forward.
Thank you. So we've already heard, Alex, you mentioned skills, resources, expertise. Emilio, you mentioned catalytic partnerships. Well, you were talking about context of your business. So Roberta, the question to you is what else is needed going forward in these types of projects? What are the next steps? What are the key missing ingredients or the key ingredients that we have at our disposal?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. Roberta Barbieri with PepsiCo. Really glad to be here and great to see a lot of old friends in the crowd. So I'm going to lean in a little bit to something that Emilio teed up is and that Andrea covered in her early remarks around co-benefits. So something that we're doing this year for the first time really in partnership with TNC is looking very closely at two of our nearly 30 replenishment projects around the globe, one in the Phoenix area here in the States and then one in Guatemala, and actually quantifying the co-benefits of both those projects. And you know, there are many co-benefits that you could try to quantify. There are many metrics that you could go out there and quantify. Picking the key ones that we can quantify at a reasonable cost without throwing the economics of the project under the bus and without, again, letting perfect be the enemy of good. We're looking at, in the Phoenix project, which is a crop conversion project, taking, you know, very thirsty crops during the most difficult time of the year for water flow and replacing them with a less thirsty crop that needs water in a less arid time of the season. We're looking at, obviously leaders of water benefit, which frankly has been our focus. Our replenishment goal is 100% of the water that we use, we will replenish back into the watershed from which it came by 2025. And then moving on to 2030, we've committed to maintain that and exceed it. So, our goal is defined by liters of water benefit, not by carbon sequestration or, economic impact. So we've been kind of relentlessly focused on that. We need to shift that, and we know that we need to shift it because being able to quantify the additional co-benefits does a couple of things. It attracts new partners who might not be chasing liters of water like we are. It improves the messaging around the value of the project to local regulators, for example. And it helps us, frankly, fill some weaker areas in our program. And I'm thinking of biodiversity impact as one in particular. We do a fair amount of work on biodiversity in our sustainable ag program, but not a lot outside of that. But we know intrinsically that our replenishment projects, because most of them, the vast majority are nature-based solutions, they're going to have biodiversity benefits, but we don't know how much because we've never quantified it. So, for example, in Arizona, we're going after water, liters of benefit, and then we're going after farmer livelihood improvement. Because we do know it's a fantastic project that we've actually created revenue for the farmers in that rural community through this project. So talk about a powerful soundbite. For folks who, aren't really keyed into the sustainability benefits or the biodiversity benefits, nobody's going to argue with improving rural farmer livelihoods. In Guatemala, which is a restoring degraded land project, our focus is on biodiversity improvement and carbon sequestration. We want to know, again, intrinsically, we feel like there's carbon sequestration benefits to be had from many of our replenishment projects, but we don't know how much. Maybe we will find out that the benefits are quite low and don't warrant the value, the effort and the cost to quantify in the future. That's a learning. Go after something else. So I think if we can really expand our views and put some numbers behind co-benefits, instead of this gut feel that, frankly, we've been using up until now, we're going to generate a bit more compelling narrative around these programs, as well as hopefully attract new partners.
Excellent, thank you. We've got about 10 minutes left for our session, so I'm going to ask all the same question. Roberta, you started talking about learnings and numbers, and I think this is a key for understanding what the key challenges are going forward. So we've spoken about a number of the opportunities around internal resources, around partnerships, and some of the external opportunities that exist as well. But what are the key challenges in investing in nature-based solutions, both within the Sao Paulo project and the other projects that you've invested in across different geographies globally? What are the key challenges, what are the key sore points to really get NBS scaled and mainstreamed at the pace that we need it to be implemented at? Roberta, maybe we can start with you and then work our way down.
Sure. Yeah, so a couple of thoughts going through my head. Capacity, the internal capacity to manage these projects. This is where our partners are just incredibly helpful. Like, not to beat a dead horse for it, but Todd from Bonneville is somewhere in the room maybe, and Bonneville is super helpful for us in identifying really great projects. TNC is adept at execution. That's a huge need that you guys fill for us on our behalf. Investment is another potential challenge, although I will say that compared to the other investments we need to find money to make for our sustainability agenda, the climate agenda in particular, replenishment costs are incredibly cheap compared to the rest. So I hesitate to even say investment is an issue because it is dollar for dollar pretty inexpensive.
I'll offer one thought here. Timescale is one. I think a lot of us, companies here, we're looking for results. We want to see the results and see the impact. We all say impact. And we want it now. And we want a project that starts this year, and we want something to tell people about next year. But the fact is, these types of projects take multiple years to see the impact and the transformation of the systems. Nature is a complex system. And so it's an interesting balance, because we want to see that impact, we want to see the scale, but we want to be able to talk about it now. And so there's how do you structure the project in a way that you can have that sort of transformative impact, but that you are able to track progress and actually use that to get your internal stakeholders excited and bought in and keeping the momentum going. I think that's a challenge that we continue to work through and hopefully we improve.
One learning for us has been that you got to think about the project life cycle from the start. So you have to be thinking about maintenance and monitoring from the very beginning. Where we haven't done that, we've run into some issues where we realize, oh, we didn't have, we were really focused on getting the project started and getting it set up and getting the work done. But then you have to make sure if those benefits are going to last for a longer period of time, you have to make sure you have a strategy for maintenance over time and for monitoring. And so I think that's really important to look past the desire to get a project done because you want it now, to also think about the full life cycle so that it continues to benefit the community over time. And the other thing that is a learning that I'm still in the process of figuring out how to address is how do we improve the credibility of the benefit calculation and the benefit monitoring over time. I think a lot of times right now we do a lot of study with companies like Limnatech and others on figuring out what that benefit would be based on rigorous science before the project. But and then once we're done with the project, that we tend to say, all right, we check that box, this is the benefit. But all of those are based on assumptions about precipitation levels and how that project is going to perform. I think we need to work to improve the credibility and say not just we check that box, here's the volume of water delivered, but what's the actual, using satellite imagery to look at the actual, the continued trends in the change of that land use cover and use actual precipitation data so that we can, so that we don't ever go down the road of carbon offsets where there's fundamental mistrust in the science. I think we're in a different place to start, but I think we can also continue to improve on the methodology of how we monitor and make claims about what we're achieving over time.
I'm going to build on that because I think you just said a whole bunch of things. So let's unpack what Will just said, right? I think one of the things you said is, I think it's imperative that we have a system of continuance. Because if we're investing in these nature-based solutions and it's one and done after the time horizon, we failed, right? So I feel like there's an aspect, and Andrea, wherever Andrea, she's right there. We were talking about this in the Uber on the way here, as a matter of fact, and that is, how do we influence policy so that we can sustain those outcomes that we've desired? The second thing you said, which I think is really important, is that we all agree that identifying co-benefits is key. That's relevant to why you're doing the project. But the challenge, I think, at times is not only the credibility, but just quantifying those co-benefits that are hard to quantify. Quality benefits. How about what Roberta said, biodiversity? WWF did an incredible job in a recent report on scoping the biodiversity challenge on nature loss. We need to start to think about that because coming out of World Economic Forum in January, the big discussion was, how do we start setting biodiversity targets? That means that we need to start to quantify those nature loss impacts in those watersheds. So we need to start thinking about that. And then the last one is, and Andrea had this up, was the socioeconomic benefits of these projects. We're really good at environmental benefits. We like to quantify those all day long, but sometimes the socioeconomic benefits are lost, and I think we need to go after those.
Excellent, thank you. It's encouraging to hear where we're going. I don't think the challenges are insurmountable. A lot of the work that we're doing within the Pacific Institute, the CO Water Mandate, with strategic partners like Limnatech and TNC, is ideally trying to find a way to standardize our accounting methodology to quantify and estimate the benefits that can accrue across different thematic areas: water quality, water quantity, carbon, biodiversity, and socioeconomics. So I think we're definitely on a winning ticket. We just probably need to scale up our work a little bit and increase the pace as well. So I'd like to thank each of the panelists for your time today. I think your inputs have been incredible. And it's certainly aligning with what I'm hearing in other sessions as well, that we really need to pick up the pace. We need to create these catalytic and transformative partnerships as much as possible. We need to just invest more in nature-based solutions. It's obviously not the panacea, it's not that green bullet that we need, but it's certainly part of the solution in getting to where we need to be. So thank you everybody for your time, and good luck for the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for your attention there. You may have noticed if you were following on the Mentimeter that there is a Q&A portion that is coming up. So you'll see that on the next panel. If you have any questions of what you just heard for the next panelist, please enter them in there. You can also upvote questions. So if you see one on there that you like, just click the thumbs up and that will kind of push it up in the queue. We're going to move to a video example from Veolia, and then we'll have another quick poll. So just stay on that Mentimeter and please answer those questions. Thank you.
Alicante y su entorno es una de las zonas afectadas frecuentemente por el fenómeno de la gota fría. Aguas de Alicante, en colaboración con el Ayuntamiento de Alicante, ha tomado medidas frente a este problema. La playa de San Juan sufre frecuentes inundaciones debido a que es una zona de antiguos barrancos y donde las carreteras y el paseo marítimo han sido construidos a cota más elevada que el terreno circundante. El Parque Urbano La Marjal es una solución innovadora a este problema. La idea, pionera en Europa, se basa en el funcionamiento de algunos sistemas naturales reguladores de los ciclos hídricos, las marjales, muy frecuentes en el Mediterráneo. ¿Cómo funciona el parque? En caso de lluvia intensa, el agua circula por la red de pluviales existente. Cuando se incrementa el caudal, se va llenando el sistema de tuberías hasta agotar su capacidad. En ese momento, entra en funcionamiento el sistema proyectado. El agua empieza a llegar al parque inundándose lentamente, teniendo una capacidad de 45.000 metros cúbicos. Terminada la lluvia, se vacía el parque, bombeando el agua a la depuradora para su reutilización. La vegetación del parque es una representación de las especies autóctonas de ribera, de montaña y de cultivos tradicionales. El lago se ha convertido en hábitat de numerosas aves. Se han introducido peces larvívoros y se han creado nidales de murciélagos y golondrinas para controlar de forma biológica a los insectos. El parque ha recibido visitas de expertos y autoridades de organización urbana y gestión del agua. El Parque La Marjal es un ejemplo de respuesta público-privada al problema de las inundaciones, creando al mismo tiempo un espacio público sostenible que contribuye a mejorar el medio ambiente y la biodiversidad, generando valor para la ciudadanía, tal como recomiendan los objetivos de la Agenda 2030 de la ONU para el Desarrollo Sostenible.
Another great example from Veolia. We're again welcoming our next panel to come up, but there's another poll question here. Who do you think should be most responsible for funding NBS for water security? So there are a few options on there, and please do answer that poll. And second panel, please come on up.
All right, hopefully people have managed to fill out the Menti, or the, is it a Menti or a Slido? In any case, my name is Alexis Morgan. I am the Global Water Stewardship Lead for WWF, and will be kind of guiding us through on this panel. So let's kick things off. I'm going to start at the outset with where we left off with the video and pick up with Veolia. So Pierre-Yves, I'm curious to understand and have a sense of, you know, why is it that Veolia has chosen to invest in NBS, and what are some of the lessons beyond kind of some of the things that were highlighted in the film?
Thank you. Maybe a quick introduction to explain who are we as Veolia. We are a company of 42 billion turnover, which is 150-year-old, and we start with water business already. So water is clearly in our DNA, and I would say for the last few years, we try to reconcile the question of grey infrastructure, which is the specialty of Veolia. With technology, we're making about 40% of our turnover around water. We are one of the leaders of all the technology as well. And since last year, we know, because IPBES and the GIEC, and that climate and biodiversity are completely linked. You have co-benefits on both sides. You will not save the climate question without biodiversity, and if you don't save don't solve the question of climate, you will not solve the question of biodiversity. So this question of SBS is clearly something we had in our DNA, and that's why, I mean, the main point for us is how can we embark our customer on this question? And as we are sharing our turnover between municipality and corporate institution, industrial, the example of Alicante was very interesting because you have an issue and you have a municipality trying to find something else with co-benefits we just discussed in the last panel. Because you can see the people using the park, you can see the biodiversity again, and of course, in case of flooding, you have this solution. In the first slide, in the introduction speech, we have seen that Sinopec example was mentioned. Sinopec is very interesting. It's a big industrial park in China, one of the major Chinese company. And they make their tertiary treatment with a wetland. So that means if you are a corporate company, you should ask yourself, okay, I can support action far away from my plant. But I will ask you first, how do you put inside your treatment of water the question of NBS? And as Veolia, that's what we're trying to discuss with our customers. Say, guys, we have all the solution. We have all the great historical solution. So now let's try to think with you, how can we implement this NBS, because we all understand the co-benefits. And if you are a corporate with a strong purpose, a strong engagement, you should ask yourself, okay, what shall I do on my plant or on my communities? And that's where we can help. And for Veolia, we are lucky enough that our DNA, that's our job. We are a solution provider for our customers, so I would say it's quite easy. But it's not easy because we need land. Most of the time, this question of NBS need land, and we need a strong engagement of our customer as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting point in this hybrid space, because we've got gray and we've got green, and NBS can land along that. So I think it's a great example. One of the challenges I think that NBS does face is it's often quite difficult to justify the investment in some of these things, and that can be sort of philanthropic funding, but it can also be true, capital market investment from time to time. So I want to pick this up with two of the different panelists, because I think there is this challenge of strengthening and building the business case. So Sina, I'll begin with you and kind of ask this question of like, how do we better build the business case for nature-based solutions?
Yeah. Well, Starbucks has an aspiration to become resource positive, meaning we'll store more carbon than we emit, eliminate our waste, and provide more fresh water than we use. And we think that embracing this longer-term economic, equitable, and planetary value also increases the value across our all of our stakeholders. So for our climate and water work specifically, we think that focusing on these nature-based solutions are particularly important with all of the co-benefits. So to build the business case for these investments, we spent time bringing our teams with leading organizations that are experts in this, including our long-term partnership with Conservation International and the coffee supply chain, as well as WWF and TNC here to help build a holistic climate and water stewardship strategy that's focusing on nature-based solutions. So I'll provide Brazil as an example. Brazil is very important to us, not only because of the amazing coffee that we source there, but because as we all know, that country has been devastated with a lot of impacts of deforestation, as well as industry and agricultural pollution in the local waterways. So the growing impacts there make it harder when like droughts and storms, like the damages are larger. And what we can do, so we have a farm in Brazil that is a research and development center, and it's open source, so all farmers can come there, whether they're in our supply chain or not, and they could share best farming practices to support climate and water work, as well as advocate for what they need to solve these problems, including their biodiversity. So all that to say that we're able to build the business case by demonstrating that working together with others, we're able to test and learn to find the solutions and scale more quickly. So this is just the beginning to what we could do.
Wonderful, thank you. Michael, I'll sort of pose the same question to you, and you know, thinking about the business case, and in particular, thinking about how we're getting scale by using business cases. So if you could speak to that aspect.
Thank you, Alexis, and thank you, TNC, for hosting us today. And I'm Michael Alexander, and I lead Diageo's water program. A bit of context, we have about 150 manufacturing sites, and a third are in water-stressed areas across 4 continents. So water's important. I was busy re-scribbling my notes because the first panel took all my points, so I had to think on my feet. and what I would say, first of all, is that the point was made about our dependency on the environment and nature in the first panel. I don't think the point was necessarily made strongly about our impacts as well. So we have impacts and dependencies, particularly food and beverage companies, and it's no coincidence that the line of companies up there are all food and beverage companies. You know, we see this as very important. We have an impact on the environment. We have to call that out and make sure that we address that impact that we have, as well as looking at the dependencies we have on nature as well. So that's one point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is, and it was briefly mentioned earlier, is just about if you're addressing the nature crisis, you're addressing the climate crisis. And we talked earlier about the co-benefits. The co-benefits are obviously hugely important, and I completely agree with the earlier panel about measuring them and scaling them up and understanding what the actual impact is. But I'd also just reiterate the point about climate. If you're investing in nature-based solutions in your supply chain, you're investing in climate adaptation. So everybody seems to be focused on climate mitigation and carbon and net zero, which is hugely important. Of course it is. But equally, particularly if you're a food and beverage company, you should be investing in nature-based solutions as part of your climate adaptation strategy. And that's absolutely fundamental. So I think in terms of the business case and scaling up, you know, we see a lot of pressure on businesses to say, what are you doing on net zero? And what is your climate risk through the TCFD and others? So if you're declaring and disclosing your climate risks, well, what are you doing about it? What are you doing about those climate risks in those vulnerable supply chains in the Southern Hemisphere in particular? And your nature-based solution investment is primarily about that, and it leads with water. We're at a water conference, and of course, water is key to everything. So I think it's a massive, massive opportunity. And I think also in terms of we're talking about corporately what drives a business case is the multiple ESG targets you achieve by investing in nature. So you're not just investing in reducing carbon, you're not just investing in improving water and replenishing water, you're also investing in regenerative agriculture, many of these companies have targets on regenerative agriculture. It's hugely important to see the synergies there. You're also investing in inclusivity, so gender inclusivity as well, making sure those MBS projects are inclusive. We heard a bit about community earlier on. So to answer your question, if you really want that scale and the business impact you're looking for, if you identify the multiple co-benefits and the multiple ESG targets, plus addressing your climate risk and your other nature risks and your dependencies and impacts, I think that's pretty compelling for many, many companies. And that means, and I love the earlier points around about scaling up and appealing to more partners through collaboration, because we can't do these alone. So I feel quite passionate, we feel quite passionate about that and how it is just so critical to be investing in those nature-based solutions, and for all the reasons we've said.
Yeah, definitely seems like there's a common thread between panel 1 and panel 2 on the kind of need to think about that co-benefit piece. And I take your point in terms of water being to adaptation as carbon is to mitigation. And we need to continue to repeat that mantra that this community is fundamentally a core part of the climate debate and discussion, and we need to be present in that because I think that is a big part of the business case. So, Raphael, I'll turn to you next. You know, again, as we think about not only the business case, but some of these other elements, it's really important that we think about different tools that can be used to help drive funding and financing of nature-based solutions. And so I'm wondering if you can sort of share some of, you know, the examples around the tools that Coca-Cola FEMSA has been involved in and some of the pieces on that side.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've been developing at least 3 tools to help us fund some of these initiatives. We started first in 2001 with a green bond, $700 million, basically focused overall to support our ESG strategy. Part of that goes directly to water, to our water stewardship initiatives, and also in relation to water efficiency and water use, and water reuse, mainly in our facilities. As was mentioned, we ourselves also have a large footprint. We have 50 facilities in Latin America, so it's very close to us to make sure that we use these resources properly. The second one is one related to what we call a sustainability linked bond, which is around $400 million related to water usage. So the more efficient that we use, the less interest we pay for that instrument. So and that's a challenge because we have set a very challenging objective for 2026, and that's part of the process also to make sure that we have availability of funds to allocate for this interest. And the third one is one related to what we call the social bond. And this is how we connect with the communities in which we operate with. We in FEMSA, our main purpose is to really create social and economic value in the communities in which we operate. So the more we link ourselves with the community in which our facilities are located, and we understand the risk associated in that area, then we can make sure that not just the viability of the business is there, but also the viability of the whole community is there. So we also use part of these social bond monies to go into mostly access projects, but also it's a matter of education to make sure that everybody understands and is conscious about what we're trying to do, and to do it jointly with all the different partners that we have developed as a network to support these efforts.
No, that's wonderful. And I think for me, I give huge kudos and credit to the players out there that are starting to really leverage financial instruments, as you're talking about on this, because we're not going to deal with NBS through philanthropic corporate sustainability budgets. It's just simply it's orders of magnitude in the wrong scale. And so we need to be thinking about how we're leveraging these financial instruments. So I think it's fantastic to be leading the way on that sort of thing. I'm going to now turn to a kind of a broad-based question because, you know, using some of the polling at the outset there, it's obvious there's pretty much nobody from the public sector in the room here, and that's been an ongoing theme. I've been around these debates, and you know, many of the others in the room here have been around for a long time, and we continually find ourselves in this situation in which there's a series of NGOs, there are a series of private sector players, and there's nobody from the public sector. I guess you know there are not only aspects of this that tie to public-private partnerships, as we saw from Spain, but we need to do better in engaging the public sector on this issue. I'm wondering if you have any kind of quick reflections or insights, anybody, on how we can do a better job of not only ensuring more people are in the room here, but as we take the agenda forward on NBS, how do we better engage the public sector on this? It's open to anybody, so we only have a few minutes, so quick comments and yeah.
Just very briefly and unprepared, but I think what businesses can do is talk through the lens of economic development as well as environmental harm. So if we can talk to the right ministries and the right decision makers and legislators about how important this is for their economy, and as well as social growth and environmental protection, but the business has a perspective and a route to policy makers, if you like, and the public sector around growth and economic growth and GDP growth. So I think if we can see it through the lens of that and make sure that our business leaders are equipped with the right messaging to say, as well as talking about tax or economic development, we're also talking about how important it is to invest in nature-based solutions and how a blended finance model can help and how we can do match funding. And so it's not about asking governments and asking policymakers for solutions and money, but I think it's about demonstrating businesses' willingness to cooperate and to participate and partner with the public sector, with them as experts, as leaders. Business shouldn't be leading all this. So I think it's really a great opportunity to do that, to make sure that they're levering those business relationships with government and public policies to make sure that we can not just talk about the traditional business priorities.
No, thank you. Yes?
I will rebound on Michael's words on adaptation. There is a huge money coming on adaptation question, being municipal, public or corporate, because we are going to be obliged to do that. And my point is we need to link NBS and adaptation plan, because the money in fact will be linked to this global question. So if we succeed inside big corporation or inside the municipality to make a link between this adaptation question, which is key for the people, which is key for our company, which is key for our financial investor, the money is there. So the question is not how to find the money is how to make the link between this big question, and as mentioned by Michael, we have mitigation on one side, adaptation on the other side. It's the 2 feet of the same question. So we need to work on addiction because otherwise the world will not survive, and we need to adapt because anyway we will face some incredible event, whatever we do on the reduction side. And my feeling is clearly at corporate, as I mentioned before, or at public body or at municipality, there is a huge money in the country I know better, but even in the US, it's a huge plan coming in front of us. So we need to make a link because the global question, the way the public body is addressing the question, and the solution we have in portfolio, the plant we are managing, the customer we have. And I think it's our job to make that triangulation between this question.
Thank you. Rafael or Sina, do you want to weigh in?
We try to look at it in a holistic way. Then you have the conversation locally at the municipality level to make sure that the operation is viable and the plant will continue for many years, so the jobs in the community stay in that community and they don't go anywhere else. So as part of that holistic approach, we try to have these conversations starting at the municipal level, which is where the pain really is. And if we don't have echo in that conversation, then we start going up in the hierarchy of the government. But at least we have 3 great examples of work that we're doing in Mexico, in Colombia, or in Brazil, of that type of conversation that happens locally, yeah. and that effort is developed at that specific level. And we, even with different NGOs that operate at a very local level, to make sure that everybody understands what we are trying to do and the role that each one is playing to make sure that we are moving forward.
Thank you. Sina, would you like to add a final word? Or?
I think just making sure that we're uplifting the voices of our communities and showing the public sector that, and that using our platform for that.
Yeah, I think that's a great note to end on, building from the local level, raising community voices all the way up to the kind of macroeconomic decision making, and hopefully not only the agenda from TNFD as it comes into the play and we can kind of engage central bankers on macroeconomic importance of this, but to the point that was raised, as we have this opportunity in front of us on adaptation and really framing this as a core part of that to the public sector. So that's your homework, everybody in the room. Make sure you raise your voice voice, engage public sector players, position water as a key aspect of the adaptation agenda, and let's make sure that the next time we're meeting in 46 years that there's more government in the room. All right. With that, join me in thanking the panelists, and we're going to move in a moment to watching one more video on another case example from Romania. So thank you.
We are in Gârla Mare on the Romanian side of the Danube. Here, we will restore over 400 hectares of riverside. This landscape is unique. Dozens of birds come here every spring looking for a place to nest and eat. Although we are at around 700 kilometers away from the Danube Delta, the richness of nature makes you feel like you are there in the Delta. But this area cannot reach its full potential. In the 80s, a fish farm was built, cutting the connection between the Danube and Gârla Mare wetlands.
Our restoration project is about reconnecting the Danube with its farmer floodplain here in the Gârla Mare area. This connection will be done using a channel. Every spring, this channel will be transited by 5 million cubic meters of water, which will flood the wetland. Besides the ecological benefits of the project, the reconnection of the Danube with its floodplain will diminish the impact of the floods here and downstream the project area.
The Gârla Mare project is a demonstration of the fact that nature restoration is not only in the benefit of biodiversity, but also in the benefit of humans. In this area, the locals will be able to fish. The fish farm will have more water, even during the dry periods. Besides the local benefits provided, this project should inspire the local authorities, the national authorities, and not only. We hope that in the future, in few years in Romania, we'll have more restored area, more floodplain restored area in the benefit of nature and humans.
Okay, we're now moving to some audience interaction. So we're going to start with the results of some of the polls that we've had throughout the session. What is the biggest challenge to scaling NBS for water security? So we see funding right in the center there. I think some of our panelists talk about that, the opportunities for bringing in funding, not just from the companies themselves, but from the public sector as well. Some other things coming up around cost as well. Cooperation, collaboration, cross-sector collaboration, knowledge as well. So some interesting responses coming through that first poll question. I think we can move to the next. Who should be most responsible for funding NBS for water security? So 29% saying government. I think interesting that we have no government representatives in the room, but we want them to pay for NBS. So I think that will be an interesting conversation to what Alexis said, you know, making sure that we bring those public sector representatives in, that we're finding those opportunities for expanding funding of NBS. Next, we have the private sector. So we've heard from our corporate representatives here how they're funding some NBS projects through their sustainability budgets, but also thinking about other options for innovative financing as well. And then third, we see investors and development banks as well. So interesting responses there in terms of who should be responsible for funding that, and also linked to that being the biggest challenge we see for scaling NBS. So I think lots of work for us to do together on this funding piece and bringing in the right actors who have that funding available. So next, we will move to some questions from the audience. So I did see a few questions come through. There was one that received a few votes as well. So the question is, to what extent do you consider projects in geographies beyond your direct operations if there are clear co-benefits and transparent, cost-effective results that can be delivered quickly? So question to our corporate representatives, where do you invest beyond your operations if there are additional benefits coming through? So any of our panelists can raise their hand if they'd like to tackle this question, and we'll get a microphone to you. we have Roberta, and then maybe Michael after that.
To be honest, we don't do replenishment projects outside of our direct operational footprint. So ours are done in our high water risk areas where we operate, and that's what our goal is focused on and where our investments are focused on. So,
Michael?
Yeah, just briefly to say, if you're in a food and beverage company like Diageo, then we've got massive Scope 3 water, if you like. So there's not just our direct operations and the catchments which they're located in, where we have to do nature-based solutions and replenishment, but also all our sourcing areas, all the areas that are growing our raw materials for us. So, and beyond that, the systems and the water systems that are feeding into our sites as well. So they're quite huge. If I give you a quick example, in the peatland restoration, you saw a quick photograph. That's in northern Scotland, where we're restoring peatlands, wetlands, to mitigate against climate, but also biodiversity and water. And that water flows into a system that eventually we're extracting water from on the Speyside. If anybody likes Scotch whisky, they might have heard of Speyside. And in Speyside, we're drawing water from that. So it may be 50, 100 kilometers away in the restoration, but it's helping to clean water through a nature-based solution that is eventually feeding into us. So it's not direct operations, but it is helping in terms of the health of the catchment generally. So I think that perspective of Scope 3 water, if you like, is an important kind of concept to consider and look at the opportunities for NBS investment.
Thank you, Michael. I think we can do one more very quick question that received multiple votes here. So we heard about scale and impact, but the reality is that collective projects are rare. NGOs have been cited as strong partners, but what are the barriers to companies working together on projects? So this is really a collective action focused question. You've seen some examples where NGOs have engaged together, but how can we get companies to work more together on this NBS work? Any other brave volunteers from our corporate participants? Raphael, we'll get you a microphone.
As part of the beverage industry, and going back to the reference, we do have projects jointly, for instance, with Heineken, with a brewer company, because we try to see everything as a system. We are not alone, and we need to make sure that everything we do is looking under this lens.
Thank you. Any other last responses? Okay. From Alexis, and then we'll move to our closing.
Just to flag, I mean, you know, I think the example that I think is probably underneath what you were referencing there is some of the work that the beverage sector is doing, and the charcoal bandito example. And I think there are fantastic examples of many companies coming together and beginning to work on this. There's a group of us that are also trying to think about how we can all better collaborate and where those opportunities lie for collaboration. And that's mapping not only where we have joined up presence, where we can all work better together as NGO actors, but also where corporate presence is and where there are opportunities for collective action in those places. So I would encourage everybody to kind of like, you know, stay tuned on that. There's a lot of dialogue happening amongst all of us. It ties into the work that the mandate is doing under their 100 Basins work. It ties into the work that the Alliance for Water Stewardship is doing as well. So there's a lot of great activity there, and I think that that's a real opportunity as we kind of go forward with nature-based solutions in that, thinking about these co-benefit things, thinking about policy advocacy in those places as well.
Great. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you all for submitting questions. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Tanja Voorwerk from BMZ up for our closing remarks.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if I'm in the right room because I'm from the public sector. I was wondering that this is an issue here because the last years I've been working in the private sector, the steel industry. So I would be happy to have one question here. Who of you have been working in the public sector already? Excellent. Okay, because I think there's a use for the better communication between these groups because the language is very different. And when I saw the result of the poll, I have no financing with me, so today. And I think it's very easy to focus on financing because when you see worldwide what the government spend in financing, it's really a lot, but it's not the essential of everything. We have been heard today extremely interesting projects, and I think there's a lot going on. And it's more about data and knowledge sharing, I think, than about financing, because it's part of your business case, and it's part of our governmental business case at the end. And today I felt a little bit like, I'm also the director for global health and One Health and other issues. We had a Pfizer colleague in our ministry, and she said, well, I don't feel really familiar here, so I always have to defend myself. And I think this is too easy, because we have a common business case. And this business case should be also the language you address the governments, because this is the language we understand. Because at the end, we have to divide our budget, and you all know that the budgets go down. So we have to become much more clever to use data, to use good examples, and to convene our intelligence to make more out of €1 or dollar or whatever. This will be the scenario of the next 15 years at least. And I'm sure that when you will address your governmental counterparts next time, you will hear a different story than before 2 years. We had the corona phase. This was very costly for the governments. We have the impact already on the SDGs. We are still struggling with overcoming this kind of results, which are in a way long-lasting in terms of education and other things. This is costly. And we have polycrisis in this world. And this is what we are struggling about. So this is why we need your best cases to scale them up and to speed us up. Because we all see and we agree, water is for adaptation, what carbon is for mitigation. And we all ask ourselves, why is this conference only after 46 years? I felt a little bit like the Habitat conference, the Habitat 3 conference after 20 years. So what was the outcome? An action agenda. Who have been the governments really delivering projects to this? I can be proud the German government did with the mobility initiative, funding 1 billion a year still. And the German government is funding more than 500 million every year in these kind of projects worldwide. And we are happy to share with our partners these activities. And we are open to every dialogue, but we are not open to a dialogue just asking for financing. This is too simple. And this is not the level playing field you are in. Thank you so much. Have a good, interesting conference. And next time, more public sector.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Verbeek for braving the crowd and for a solid challenge to us. Indeed, I think it is where we ended, which was we're doing great. We're doing great together, but we are not big enough. And the multi-benefits of nature-based solutions lend themselves to broadening the tent. We'll get better at what we're delivering, how we're accounting it, how we're going to measure change over time. But we have a great big business case in front of us that we still need to make. So it's a great challenge to walk away from today. Next time we have this session, we will have a greater dialogue with the public sector and their important role and how we all helped get to the finish line. Thank you so much for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the day here at the Hub and at the Conference Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes.
I'm okay. Yes.
Okay, so I will give it a few minutes. Good to go. Come back there. Are you good on your end?
Yeah. Is this moving forward?
Yeah. I'll give it just a minute.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel, Adapting with Nature, a global call to action on nature-based solutions for water resilience. We have a great group of people here from all around the world with on-the-ground experience deploying nature-based solutions, and we're going to hear from them and then have a little interactive discussion. That's me, Erica Guys. I'm the author of a book called Water Always Wins, Thriving in an Age of Drought and Deluge, and it's all about nature-based solutions around the world. There we go. So this woman is Madan. She's a marsh dweller in the Mesopotamian marshes of Iraq. And I bring her up to you because the marsh dwellers have a very different relationship with water than a lot of us in mainstream culture. They have lived with the marshes, not drained or filled and built upon the marshes for 9,000 years. And, you know, in the dominant culture, we tend to think of water as either a commodity or a threat. But not all people think that way, and the marsh dwellers are among them. So, they really see the marsh as the provider of life. And this very tall grass you see is Phragmites australis, which is invasive in various parts of the world, but it's native there, and they use it for everything. They build their homes, like you can see here, and they even eat the root of it. And they fish, and they raise buffalo for milk and cheese. And this is their amazing cultural center, where they have all of their community adjudications, and it is also built of Phragmites. So during this time, the last 9,000 years, many, many storied civilizations have come and gone from Mesopotamia, including many irrigated cultures that then collapsed, and then the marshes retook their floodplains, and the Madan carried on. So obviously, we're not all going to live atop marshes, but their viewpoint of seeing water as a collaborator and as a source of life, I think, is really important. And we're seeing a big increase in flood and drought due to climate change, and that's great that people are paying attention to that as a reason to think differently. But a big reason that we're having these really bad experiences with water is because of our development choices, and that's urban sprawl, industrial agriculture, and the very control-oriented way that we manage water. So, you know, in doing so, we've had a really huge impact. Up to 87% of world's marshes have been drained or filled, dammed and diverted 2/3 of the world's rivers. So this is why we are seeing so many problems. And these people I met around the world who I came to think of as water detectives because they approach water with curiosity and respect are instead asking what water wants. And what water wants is the restoration of its slow phases, wetlands, marshes, high altitude mountain meadows, and forests that provide so many critical services to us. So the slow water movement is similar to slow food. Each project should be unique to its place. Every place has unique geology, ecology, and culture. Ideally local, working within the water available. Socially just, not taking from some and giving to others, not protecting some at the expense of others. And community facing. There are different levels of community engagement, but these are distributed across the landscape, unlike our centralized systems. So, you know, when you have it distributed, you have a lot of people coming into contact with that, and that can be hands-on management or a more educational component. And, you know, nature-based solutions are often said to be nice, but not a significant part of the solution. But that's because people misunderstand the scale, right? The scale at which we've interfered with the water cycle is so extreme, a lot of scale needs to be put back. But the good news about that is every little bit helps. And so if we only have room for a small project here, you know, we can do that. And then it's cumulative, the way that solar panels on roofs add up to a lot of electricity. So some of the stories in my book are people working with beavers in Washington and England, people in California who are searching for paleo valleys, which are hidden geology that can move water underground rapidly. This is a woman in Peru who Jenna Gami is going to tell you about, and their 1,400-year-old innovation of amunas. This is Kenya. The Nature Conservancy has done a lot of work here, and I'm running out of time, so I'll just say, you know, the water comes from the mountains, and that's why there's a national agency in Kenya focused on water tower conservation. We need more science showing that nature-based solutions work. There's a growing body, but people don't know about it. And from an economic point of view, we need cost-benefit analysis that takes into effect the myriad benefits. It's not just looking at one thing, like are we preventing drought, are we preventing flooding, are we also storing carbon, are we supporting biodiversity, are we supporting communities? So that's all from me, and now we have our first speaker.
Thanks so much for kicking us off, Erica. So we're going to, as Erica mentioned, we're going to have a panel of 4 speakers speak really briefly on a couple of different topics, and then we'll have a little bit of a discussion. I'm going to kick this off. My name is Kari Viggerstall. I'm with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm the Director of Science for Water Security for the Nature Conservancy. And I'd like to invite the other panelists to come up here because we're going to be moving pretty quickly. So Dimple, Kate, Miriam, can you join us up here now? And then we'll roll through these talks. We're going to try to keep it pretty quick. So as I mentioned, I focus on science of our water security work at the Nature Conservancy. And so with that, we've been looking at, spending decades looking at how nature-based solutions can support our work. And more recently, we've been focused on how nature-based solutions can support adaptation. And I'm going to talk about what we do and don't know and some of the gaps that we have and how we can address those. So thinking about nature-based solutions and adaptation, I kind of broke it down into those different elements of hazards, exposure, vulnerability that many people talk about that lead to the impacts for communities and individuals. And so in terms of nature-based solutions, nature-based solutions can actually impact some elements like precipitation in certain situations, such as preservation of tropical rainforests, but we're not really going to focus on that one because there's a lot more direct and in many more places NBS can impact the hazards, for example, reducing flood impacts through reconnection of floodplains and other types of NBS, but also, and there's often most of the focus, especially in the science, on this piece of the puzzle. But we also know that nature-based solutions can help reduce exposure and vulnerability of people to climate change. And there's been more and more work coming out more recently about these pieces of this cycle. And so, for example, Oxford just published a paper on how NBS programs can help improve or reduce vulnerability of people. So more work needs to happen in that realm. And all of this leads to, obviously, the actual impacts experienced by people, individuals, and communities. So I'm going to drill down a little bit into the hazards piece of this. As I mentioned, there's often, especially in the science, more focus on that piece. And we've done quite a bit of work on that and that understanding. So in general, we have a relatively strong sort of theoretical understanding of the leverage points of nature-based solutions in our water systems. We know that if we influence the vegetation and the soil characteristics, we can help increase infiltration, slow down water, store water, filter water. And so, we have that basis of understanding. But there's also been a lot of work to synthesize the actual evidence on the ground. And sorry, I have to click through this to get there. Try to understand, okay, for all the work that's going on the ground, what can we say about these nature-based solutions and their impact on the outcomes we're interested in this case, for water quantity impacts. And what we found is that it all depends, right? So we were hoping to have these brilliant ideas. Okay, you can say for this NBS, we're going to have this outcome in a lot of different places. But instead, we were brought other kinds of insights. One is that it is context dependent. It is really context dependent, as you can see from this figure, for different nature-based solutions and how they perform under different systems. We also have, although we have pretty strong certainty at the project level for a lot of outcomes, that certainty becomes less and less over longer timescales and bigger geographic scales. And so we need to account for that in how we're managing our programs. There's also a lot of work still needed on studies on how climate change impacts ecosystems, which then how that impacts on nature-based solutions. So that's another gap there. So all this work is really important to build that evidence case and to help us better design and select our NBS. And I was a part of this kind of work. But what I'd like to propose is that we should, I've come to realize that although this is important, we really need to put our energy into developing more actionable science and more actionable tools and resources. Because right now, we have a big opportunity to integrate nature-based solutions into how we do our work on water security and water-related climate adaptation. And if we're waiting for the perfect science, we're never going to get there, and we're going to miss this opportunity. So we need to develop models that help us model these systems and select and design. Nature Conservancy has developed a tool called Waterproof that helps us do that for water security outcomes. We need peer-to-peer learning. We need guidance on how to develop these programs and how to go through and assess in each individual place. Because of that context dependence, we need tools that help us assess and understand and frameworks to help us get there. And so we'll continue to do that work. And recently we embarked on a project to look at, to really deepen the understanding of nature relations for water-related adaptation through both science but also communication, with a big focus on, okay, what do we know, but then how do we communicate that and turn that into actionable work? So it includes looking at really understand the pathways of nature-based solutions in systems so that we can better, as I talked about, model, select, and design. Opportunity mapping of where and which NBS across the globe might make the most sense for adaptation to different hazards. And then also a set of case studies where we're garnering that peer-to-peer learning of what it actually looks like to implement NBS for adaptation across the globe and looking at different aspects of that. Great, yes. So invitation to join us on this partnership, especially on the case studies, but we need to move on to the next speaker, and we'll have a little more time on the panel to talk through some of these things. So Dimple.
Good afternoon. My name is Dimple Roy. I direct the water management, water policy work at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. We're a global think tank, but I'm bringing to you some of the stories of our work in Canada. So in Canada, like many other parts of the world, the clearest impacts of climate change are on our water systems. And two examples of this that I'll just highlight are those on our water quantity, so the availability of water. We have either too much of it, too little of it, floods, droughts, more frequent, more extreme. And the other one that many of us know about, but not as clearly related to climate impacts, is on water quality. So with those high pulses of water, we're getting more runoff, more nutrient overloading, more algal blooms, and other pollutants. And the established engineered solutions used to deal with these issues have not been working. They are, dams and pipes and so on have been shown to be resource intensive, they've had unintended consequences, and we've been talking about solutions, needing solutions that work for communities, for ecosystems, and for our pocketbooks. So based on many decades of experience, IIST has been promoting natural infrastructure. We're calling it natural infrastructure, and we've launched something called the Natural Infrastructure for Water Solutions, or the NEWS initiative, with support from the BHP Foundation. We're doing multi-year efforts to look at scaling up natural infrastructure across the Canadian prairies. We define natural infrastructure on a spectrum. It goes all the way from protected ecosystems, so think wetlands, to restored ecosystems, think replanted riparian areas, to enhanced and engineered ecosystems. And those could be your green roofs and other solutions. So I'm going to give you two examples in particular to deal with those two climate impacts that I talked about. One is Pelly's Lake. It's a kind of a classic example we hold up. It's a water retention site. We've worked with many local partners on an agricultural watershed in central Canada to basically put control structures on a site that was already chronically flooded. And by putting in these control structures, we could make sure that this flood water didn't cause as much damage downstream. But over the years, we've used this project to really demonstrate what these sorts of water retention structures could look like if they're scaled up. The other solution, just as an example, is the use of floating treatment wetlands. Just as the name suggests, it basically is these floating platforms that sit on deeper water bodies that are able to act like wetlands. They can soak up nutrients, they can soak up pollutants, and we've been working with local municipalities, deploying them to clean up, for example, stormwater ponds, wastewater lagoons. And again, just an example of the kind of solutions we're talking about. And working locally with some of these communities also gives us the opportunity to really make our policy recommendations, something that we want to do to scale up, really specific, really targeted. And some of the ones we're talking about, Eric already talked about, we're talking about spatial targeting. These solutions need to go in at the right places. They need to be well managed to make sure that the benefits are in fact realized. And most importantly, local capacity needs to be built to make sure that these solutions aren't just being put in, that governments aren't looking again and again for shovel-ready implementation projects, but in fact that these are sustainable solutions that work for local communities and for others. So we're headed to make natural infrastructure go from novel to normal. That's the tagline of our initiative. We're excited that in the future we'll see these solutions be commonplace, and we hope with partnerships with groups like yours, we can think about doing the same thing globally. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate Nimanya. I'm the Regional Director for Africa at Water for People. Water for People is an international NGO based here in Denver, but working in about 9 countries, of which 4 are in Africa. That's Malawi, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda. I would like to take you to a specific case where nature-based solutions are a critical need to prevent public health crises, looking at the issues around climate change. In that picture, that is the news coming in about a week ago about tropical cyclone Freddy in Malawi. This is devastating news for such a country that is already suffering from cholera outbreak as a result of Cyclone Anna. So what are we doing together with colleagues in Malawi, appreciating the other challenges around degradation, around gaps in safely managed water and sanitation? We believe that cholera is preventable. We believe that we can change the narrative in this particular country using nature-based solutions. And one of the solutions we do have is the water fund. The Water Fund model has been very successful in Kenya, as well as Cape Town in South Africa. And we believe this can be one of the solutions to the growing crisis within Malawi. I won't go much into the details of the Water Fund. Our colleagues at the Nature Conservancy, if you go to their website, you can really go through the 5-step process that we are currently also using to be able to discuss with upstream stakeholders as well as the downstream. This fund is going to be supporting a number of interventions, some of which, for example, working with Mulanje Mountain Conservation Trust. They are looking at removing some invasive species, the ones that are water guzzlers, focusing on the less thirsty ones, doing reforestation, and looking at a number of agricultural practices. So this model explicitly prioritizes sustainable financing mechanisms as well as capacity development within the, This is my last slide, and these are the stakeholders you find in Blantyre Mulanje catchment area. And we are very early in our journey using the TNC Water Fund model. We're finding that stakeholder engagement is critical, building the trust along the way, not explicitly maybe doing trainings, but going on learning journeys, for example, within the catchment, trying to understand the context, trying to see what is available, which sectors are out there. And about a year now into this, this particular approach, we are saying that a lot can be done by working together. We have a steering committee that, that includes the government, public sector, CSOs working in this particular catchment. So we see this as the foundation for sustainable, nature-based solutions that actually protect people and nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Miriam Seaman. It's a pleasure for me to introduce you to the project Water as a Resilient Landscape, which is co-financed by the European Union as well as the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and is implemented by the GIZ. So Bolivia is a very rich country in biodiversity. It's among the 10th most biodiverse countries at a global scale and comprises 36 ecological regions. And the Chiquitania forest, where we work, is considered the most extensive and highly conserved tropical dry forest in the world and has more than 8,500 species, native species. However, the dry forest is at serious risk at the moment. The ongoing conversion of forest into land for monocultures, but also livestock, poses a serious threat to their existence. And this leads obviously to soil degradation, deforestation, several forest fires, and also huge loss of biodiversity. So what are we going to prevent this? In a nutshell, our project aims to promote water security with an integrated landscape management approach. And in the following, I will just briefly pinpoint 4 of our main components. So firstly, we are promoting water resilient nature-based solution at the local level. In particular, we aim at improving the water management in sustainable livestock systems. We are also promoting wetland conservation through participatory monitoring and sustainable productive practices. And we are also foster landscape connectivity through agroforestry systems. Secondly, we introduce nature-based solutions in three main political planning instruments. We developed the departmental climate change strategy with a big emphasis on nature-based solution. We also developed the water security strategy and also watershed management programs at the local level. Thirdly, we developed a digital information system with different data transformation, visualization, and integration functions for available for decision makers. And we also developed a monitoring system to strengthen climate change and water security monitoring. And fourthly, we put on emphasis on the involvement of the private and the financial sector. In this respect, we established a so-called roundtable on sustainable finance and green business models, such as sustainable livestock, but also non-timber forest products, where we create dialogue opportunities between the private and the financial sector, but also local and regional entities. So in this table, we provide important spaces to establish incentives, financial mechanisms, and also climate-resilient business models. And all these four common components have been accompanied by capacity-building measures. To finish, I would like to share with you some three key messages based on our work and our lessons learned. So first of all, I think it's very important to articulate nature-based solution with existing development agendas and planning instruments. Secondly, it is essential to determine governance strategies, but also nature-based solutions based on local dynamics and local interactions. And finally, it is important to involve the financial, but also the private sector in order to ensure its sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to have a discussion for about 14 minutes, and then we're going to have another group of panelists. So a question for each of you, and I think it was interesting, each of you talked about the importance of working with the local community and engaging them in different ways. So I'm wondering, what's one thing you wish you knew one thing you wish you knew before you started working on this that would change your approach? Why don't we start at the end, Kari?
So even though we have a lot of on-the-ground work, my presentation focused on sort of the overarching science, and I think, yeah, reflecting on that, I think one of the points that I made about, spending all this time trying to synthesize the evidence across many places, one of the key things that came out is that everything is so context dependent, and so we need to focus on providing tools and knowledge and frameworks that are helpful at the local level, so that we can do these kinds of assessments and understand what's going on locally and support that kind of science and knowledge versus I think it's still important to build that evidence case. We should continue to monitor and synthesize that evidence to help us further this knowledge base, but it really is context dependent. And also I'd like to emphasize, and we haven't talked about it yet, but thinking about other kinds of knowledge that, so yeah, thinking about, okay, we have our, hydrologic science, we have our, ecology that the modern kinds of knowledge that we're learning in universities and other places, but it's also really important to integrate local and indigenous knowledge, and we're not very good at doing that yet, and so I think figuring out how to do that better in all the places we work would be is something we need to continue to work on.
Yeah, water is local. Every place has its own unique geology, ecology, and culture, and nature-based solutions are unique to each place. They're bespoke. And yeah, I mean, I think some places do a good job of taking into account traditional ecological knowledge, but I think Western science definitely has a ways to go in respecting that as a valid way of knowing. Dimple, what would you wish you had known?
I feel like I want to echo your comments here, but I think the one thing I didn't realize, perhaps getting into the scaling element, is how complicated this process is. So we're dealing with turning systems that have been around for decades. We go by default, our municipal leaders and our watershed managers and our local communities tend to rely on engineered solutions, and there are so many layers in place to make sure that that happens. There are procurement systems in place, there are financing systems in place, there's professional practices that are embedded in those systems. So to make that shift, to make natural infrastructure be on that level playing field with engineered solutions, it's complicated, and you need to keep going into the layers. So doing the projects in some ways were, I wouldn't say they were easy. They also take years of effort, but the scaling, if we're looking at a vision of using this as a commonplace water solution, as a means to get where we want to with our waters, we need to keep going deeper and deeper into the layers.
That sounds like a good topic for a story I should write. We'll have to talk more later. Kate, what do you wish you had known?
Yeah, for me, having worked in the wash sector for quite some time, at times we really get lost in some of our terminologies. And I think for me, if I'd known about nature-based solutions before, then all the feasibility studies we normally do before we do water and supply systems, I think I would be able to integrate this in terms of reference so that at the end of the day, we don't see programs that depend so much only on infrastructure, but learn a lot about the context in the areas where we're going to work, and we can actually get solutions that are more sustainable. Yeah.
So the default questions that people are asking when they start something are already kind of predisposed toward the engineered path. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Miriam, same question.
Yeah, thank you. Well, what have I wished to know before? That's a good question. I think I was quite surprised, and I would have loved to wish before we start the project about the accessibility and the openness to really work closely with the private sector and the financial sector. And I was kind of surprised which results you can get if you open up dialogue spaces, but also matchmaking spaces between the local communities, between the private sector, financial sector, but also the public entities. And, to sit on one table with the peasant, but also with the one representative from the National Bank, and to search for common solutions in order to benefit the people, but also obviously nature, and to promote economic development. And I think, there's a lot of potential in these matchmaking rooms or spaces. So engineers can get to know the reality of the local communities, and vice versa, in both directions, right? So to find common solutions, and I just can motivate everyone who's starting to work or who's already working in this field to involve the private and the financial sector straight from the beginning on.
And do you find that they're open to those kinds of meetings?
Yeah, in our case, they were really, really open. They were kind of lost even because they wanted to create a financial mechanisms about sustainable livestock systems, but they had no idea about the indicators and the criteria about what means sustainable livestock systems and how can you measure it. So they're really lucky to talk to the people in the field, to the cattle rangers, and to see what's really in the field, what's practical, and then work on a escalation, because if you start working with very complex indicators, then the financial mechanisms will fail at the beginning. So we now try to have like different steps from very easy criteria and indicators to meet, and then later on, if you promote change, you can get more ambitious with your indicators. So the financial sector was really pleased. Actually, they were betting us to help them to get in touch with the reality of the local rangers.
Thank you. So this question will have kind of a lightning round if you guys can aim for about 1 minute in your response, so each of you has the chance. What's a missing ingredient in nature-based solutions that you think needs to be deployed going forward? Kari?
Okay, with just 1 minute, I'm going to say policy. I'm going to say that's what we really need to work on at multiple levels in order to better support, provide opportunity for funding and for integration of nature-based solutions and how we approach some of these big challenges that we have.
It's really hard to pick one. I'll pick people. I think for many of us who've been working on science and metrics and policies, it's actually the people who really need to be brought into the conversation. So we've had multiple partnerships, and you alluded earlier to bringing in indigenous perspectives and local perspectives. So I'd stick with people and partnerships.
Yeah, I'll pick strong government leadership. I think as CSOs and other stakeholder groups, we need to see that our governments are either handheld or you walk with them the journey to be able to organize all of us as stakeholders and, walk that journey. Yeah.
Well, I pick local dynamics and interactions, and I think it sounds easy at the first glance, but what you really need are two things. You need time to understand the biophysical dynamics, but also the social, cultural, political, and power relations. And then you need to recognize the local knowledge on nature. And also the second ingredient would be that you need to have the capacity to listen carefully to the people, and then to base your nature-based solution on existing patterns which are already in place and not to invent new ones.
Based on my experience from reporting this book around the world, I feel like what's really needed is a cultural shift, and by which I mean from mainstream culture to not just going to the engineered by default, not just going to that single focus solution that causes so many negative unintended consequences, not just weighing the economic value of that one thing, not having nature's benefits as externalities. So this is a really big cultural shift that is needed. But the more people are working on it, the more people see that how it can function and how it can work and how it can be part of the solution and be a really good solution for so many communities. I think, success begets success, but I think that cultural shift is huge and it needs to happen. We have a few minutes left. Do you guys have any last thoughts of something that you'd really like to share?
Well, I just wanted to pick up on your thing. I think policies and planning instruments are really important. However, I also hear a lot of times that the entities or the politicians are bored of having another document, another strategy. They say, okay, the German corporation is coming, and please don't develop another paper for us, because we have so many papers and we need to have support and implement our strategies, and they want to see results. They want to see things in place and practice. So my recommendation also would be, yes, it's important, policies and strategies, and to develop more documents, but at the same time also implement and practice nature-based solutions so they can see results at the first glance, and then they can motivate to work at the same time on their policy strategies.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing about policies too is because nature-based solutions are so unique to each place, right? You can't just have a cookie-cutter policy that's going to be, duplicated everywhere, right? It's got to be flexible enough to be able to be tailored to a specific place. That's interesting. Does anybody else want to add something?
I don't know if that's on. Maybe I'll just, one of the things that we've talked about in one of our planning meetings, I'll just put in a plug for the US roadmap on nature-based solutions, which I thought was a really good framework, speaking of policies, really the Biden roadmap for nature-based solutions kind of gives a really good multi-layered roadmap, essentially, to take nature-based solutions to a point where they're effective. So I think we're going to be kind of promoting that kind of approach in Canada, but so many of our policy options are, they can be, while many of the solutions are quite context-specific, there are frameworks and policy opportunities that cross boundaries, one of those being, for example, procurement systems, governments taking leadership and demonstrating that they are actually adopting some of these solutions and incorporating them into their own procurement practices would be one kind of cross-cutting example.
Did you want to say something, Kate?
Yeah, just something small. When they talk about also government, I think we need to engage beyond water, engaging with colleagues in agriculture, health, urban housing, and planning. I think if we broaden our scope in terms of engagements with other sector, I think that will be great.
Thank you. Well, thank you all. Now I invite the next 4 speakers to come up. Oh, wait. Felicia, you're first. It looks like you're up first, Felicia. I'm up first.
First slide going to pop up. Yay, yes. Hi, really thrilled to be in this room with so many people interested in the topic, and more importantly, folks who have been leaders and pioneers in elevating this issue to where it is today. I'm going to talk just briefly about the growth of MBS, particularly in a policy arena, and particularly in California, especially at the point of integrating water and climate benefits together. You'll see that in my paper, but also in the conversation we're about to have. Many of you know that it's been amazing to watch the shift in the international and national dialogue on this, even over the past year, let alone the past 2 or 3 years, with COPs increasingly integrating water and climate, not as much as any of us want it to be, and thanks to John for being a pioneer in this over the past decade, but starting to get to the point where we're not just talking to each other, going to a COP, and having all the water people have a conference like this, but within the COP, really thinking about how to integrate across these two, which is really important, not just because water's always been something of a stepchild in the policy dynamic to climate and energy, but just because it takes work to cross silos. And we'll probably talk about that a lot. Also, the IPCC report about how we can't get there from here without dealing with land-based emissions, that land-based emissions largely from conflagrations that come from overgrown forests are now overtaking fossil fuels. This becomes important to water because dealing with those issues has real benefits for water, and dealing with those issues plus the issue of life and limb are 2 of the issues that will drive policymakers and are driving policymakers to put money into nature-based solutions, that all the good arguments we have about how cool it is for the ecosystem, for creatures and critters and plants and the like, can't drive as much as people being hurt, people being killed, and these massive plumes of carbon. But dealing with that issue ahead of the curve has tremendous opportunities for water. And then, of course, just one example, Biden's all the money in the last 2 infrastructure as well as the Inflation Reduction Act bills really are going to catalyze an amazing mobilization across the country that are really, really very important. And then the roadmap, of course, I thought the comment about the roadmap I completely agree with. It's really well written too. And having been a former Fed at EPA and an administration, I always appreciate short readable documents, which you don't see. Finally, again, forests, not because forests are more important than meadows and agriculture and wetland, all the things many of us have worked on. I was at the Trust for Public Land for 7 years. I can talk about the importance of connecting people in nature all day long, but that doesn't necessarily move policymakers, particularly at a state or national level as opposed to a local level. I agree with that as well. But even looking at the U.S., the fact that we have 1 billion burnable acres, according to senior Forest Service official, is driving an incredible amount of work. Finally, talking about California, which is the reason I wrote this paper, and people don't really realize how far California has come in integrating climate and water. From the cap and trade program, as controversial as it may be, billions have gone into forest ecological restoration projects, millions to integrating mountain meadows into that work, which has been extraordinary. Sierra Meadow Partnership being a big part of that, and of course the Healthy Soils agricultural arena. The ARB, the Air Resources Board, climate plan this year goes long on treating forests, ecological forest restoration, even though that will release more carbon in the short run as we get rid of some of that biomass, but that in the long run it'll avoid even bigger plumes and conflagrations. And they're doing it in partnership with the Resources Agency, which came out with a Climate Smart California plan that I encourage you to look at, that really integrates across disciplines in a way we rarely see and invokes water over and over and over again. So the current process is they're going for it. Finally, these are all opportunities to be seized, as are reintroducing beavers, at least here, and hopefully we'll talk about that a little more later, and Erica and I are on a panel with others on this tomorrow at EDF at 3:30, where we're going to go deeper on the beaver aspect of this, which is really remarkable. I will tell you, having just come from Chile, salmon and beavers are invasive species, and when I started talking about it, they all looked at me with their eyes going wide. So again, everyone who said it's very specific to a given location, absolutely correct. And with that, just the needs to accelerate, which we can talk a little bit about the needs later on. And I'll a tip of the hat to Greg, who's doing great work on multi-benefit quantification. There you go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. I don't have a presentation, but what I'll do is just talk a little bit about our project and what we're doing. So my name is Ajoa Parker. I work for GIZ, just like Miriam, who was on the previous panel, on a project that is co-financed by the European Union and the German government. You saw one of our representatives here, perhaps in the previous session. So basically, I think my slides are in reverse order. So I'm coming to you from Zambia, which is a landlocked country in southern Africa. And if you ask anyone, they would say Zambia has got abundant water resources, which is true. The only problem, it's not abundant all over the country and not for everyone, and not in good quality for everyone all the time. So that's the issue. And there are parts of Zambia that are historically more arid, and that is actually the problem. So the AWARE project, which I'm representing, actually is implementing in the Lower Kafue subcatchment, which is one of the most arid places in Zambia. It also has competing needs, such as hydropower, which is 95% of our power generation is accounted for by hydropower. 60% of the population of Zambia live on this 20% landmass with wetlands and also with huge populations. So basically, it's a very critical part of Zambia, ecologically, socially, economically. So we call it the blue heart of Zambia, actually. Yes, so basically, why I'm showing you this slide right now, this woman's name is Angelina, and she's a pretty good example of the people who we serve in the Lower Kafue. So we basically use climate adaptation and integrated watershed management approach to increase their climate resilience and their climate adaptation. So she's actually a smallholder farmer in the Lower Kafue. And basically her field was in danger of being engulfed by gully erosion. So that was a really imminent need for her to do something and for us to actually support this. So she's a vegetable farmer, that's her livelihood. This also would have meant, though, if the gully eroded anymore, she would not be able to get her children to school. So literally physical access to school was an issue. And also her animals, her livestock, could have been injured trying to get to water by this. So that's another livelihood impact, and also in terms of animals, not so great. So basically, Angelina was one of the people who was very instrumental in implementing catchment protection where we are as a community member, and it was easy to convince her to do this because this was an immediate need that she had. So basically, I'll show you another, oh, sorry. Like I mentioned before, my slides were in reverse order. Okay, so this is one of the examples of the work that we're doing in the Lower Kafue, implementing catchment protection measures as part of nature-based solutions and increased climate resilience measures. And this is actually Angelina there in the orange cloth, we call it chitenge, and there's other workers there implementing this. So I'm just going to mention a few things that were realizations and lessons that we learned in implementing this. One is, for us, it was pretty clear that indigenous knowledge is a place to start. I always say learning is a two-way street. So we didn't come in as the experts, although when they saw, GIZ come in, they always think that we're there to give them solutions, but it was actually more of a collaborative two-way street. And then we also have the issue of sort of looking at an all hands on deck, all tools in the toolbox approach. So we worked with the water user associations, who are community-based water user groups. We worked with local government, and very importantly, we worked with traditional authorities, because doing things like this, putting in place measures like this, and this kind of natural infrastructure requires working on the land. And in Zambia, the land is actually governed by traditional authorities, chiefs, headmen, headwomen, and the like. And another thing that also, oh, sorry, oh, okay. All right. So another thing that we saw is that local action can actually lead to and inform policy and programming. So these nature-based solutions, what we're doing in Zambia, we have 16 measures that we've piloted, and we started to get a lot of attention from national government. So there's a Ministry of Water and also the Ministry of Green Economy, which has taken note of it. And so those are the things that I would like to leave you with, and perhaps later I'll have a little bit more time in the question round to mention more. Sorry, just one more thing. We mentioned Malawi before, so that was another good motivation for people to get involved now with nature-based solutions. Thank you.
So today I'm going to put on the corporate sector hat that I wear through the CEO Water mandate and try and offer a pulse check of where the corporate sector is. For those that were in the room about half an hour ago, we heard from some really brilliant panelists around what the barriers and opportunities are from the corporate sector to really get their feet wet in NBS. So 3 years ago, a number of project partners, including TNC, Lunatech, and ourselves, the Mandate and Pacific Institute, identified 10 key barriers and challenges faced by the corporate sector in investing in NBS. I won't go through all of them, but a lot of them were mentioned today. A lack of certainty and expertise, inadequate funding, uncertainty of outcomes, and then a number that haven't been necessarily mentioned, talking about bankability, replicability, path dependency, and institutional fragmentation. What's encouraging today, though, is that this list was compiled 3 years ago. Many of the challenges that are on this list are no longer valid. So it's really exciting to see that the rate of change is happening. Importantly here as well is there's a willingness of corporate partners to get their feet wet in NBS. So it's no longer that we are uncertain or that the expertise doesn't exist. They're really willing to put their money where their mouth is and invest at scale across geographies all over the world to really scale and mainstream NBS as much as possible. Business is also a little bit more agile in their ability to allocate funding and financing to nature-based solutions. It's not necessarily in the same format through procurement policies that is plaguing many government institutions, but they are a little bit more dynamic in the way that they can shift those funds around. What they are wanting, though, is to have a very strong business case. They're wanting an ROI, return on investment, and understanding bankability as much as possible so that they don't have stranded assets and a waste of money. They're also wanting very project-specific outcomes. We look at a previous project partner, Danone, that is investing in nature-based solutions globally. They want to know what the investments in Indonesia will yield versus their investments in Mexico, for example. So very globally relevant, but context-specific outcomes. To understand what these contexts and outcomes look like, there's a high use of tools. Kari mentioned Waterproof earlier. There's the International Institute Sustainable Development Savvy tool, and the Mandate and partners have put out the NBS Benefits Explorer tool. So there's a proliferation of tools really helping build that business case for nature-based solutions at scale. In closing, I just want to provide a couple of the keystone messages that came out of the previous panel from the private sector. So there are 4 key points here, and the one is that we need greater capacity, both internal and external, to drive NBS interventions at scale. We need greater investments across all sectors, public, private, NGO, academia. We all need to play a part, either individually or ideally through collective action initiatives as well. We need to understand what the short, medium, and long-term goals are here. Things do take time. Patience has been mentioned across 3 sessions today. There's a really great saying from Madagascar called mora mora, and it means slowly, slowly. And it's the best way to integrate nature into your projects as much as possible. Saying that, I think we do need to pick up the pace, and we need to put our foot on the pedal as much as possible to get us to where we need to go. So thank you for joining us this session today, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm Jenna Gami. I'm the Director of the Water Initiative at Forest Trends, and I'm going to be talking today about an experience we've had and some reflections on a project we've been working on that I've been involved in Peru over the last 5 years. We're also called NEWS. It's a common acronym, but ours is Natural Infrastructure for Water Security, funded by USAID and the Canadian government and implemented by Forest Trends with a number of partners in Peru. But first I wanted to kind of back up and give a little bit of context, and I think one thing that's interesting about this project is how it's trying to leverage work that government and the private sector and a range of actors are doing to be able to actually scale up nature-based solutions for water. So before this project, about 10 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, there were a number of kind of small pilots, programs scattered kind of throughout Peru, in a lot of cases like kind of developing on their own, piloting, testing out different approaches for natural infrastructure for water. These small projects inspired policy changes and financial commitments at the national level that did a few things. So one of the things is it made it possible for Peru's public investment system, which is the system they use to build all of their roads and treatment plants, all of the public works, for it to recognize nature as infrastructure. So there's a whole conceptual model that's developed that draws the analogies. And it says, yes, we can dedicate funds to nature, not only based on kind of the traditional conservation outcomes, but for water services outcomes that we want to see from those investments. Second, they passed some reforms that require all water utilities in Peru to consider when they're doing their tariff planning processes every 5 years, they must consider watershed conservation. They can decide they don't want to include it, but they have to at least give the reason for that. And so as a result, now it's 45 out of 50 water utilities in Peru dedicate it's kind of between 1% and 5% on average of the tariffs collected from their water users for watershed conservation, which is a big paradigm shift, as I'm sure all of you know. That's not the case in a lot of places. It's already generated over $30 million equivalent of tariff that's dedicated specifically for nature-based solutions. And that's even considering an impact that the pandemic had on that collection. And then third, in 2017, Peru experienced some really significant floods and landslides, not unlike ones that have been going on in the last couple of weeks, if you have been seeing that in the news, through kind of an El Nino style event that's going to become more frequent and intense with climate change. And in response to that, they set up a national agency called, in English, Reconstruction with Changes, basically to, rebuild infrastructure that was damaged in those floods and landslides, and then also to build the resilience of vulnerable watersheds on the coast to reduce the likelihood of these types of events causing such harm in the future. And when they set up that program, they also included one line in the original TORs for kind of developing integrated solutions that would increase the resilience of these watersheds to include natural infrastructure. So all around the same time, we started to see these policy commitments and financial commitments coming on board that said, yes, we want to start to mainstream nature-based solutions in our water sector. And our project's role has been to try to get that ambition and that commitment actually into action on the ground. And so we've been running into a lot of one of the sessions earlier today said, we need to think not only about the demand, but also on the supply. And we've been almost entirely focused on the supply in our project, and we find it needs really significant attention to develop. It's not just one of these things that sort of, if you give the market the signal, then it will organize itself and develop, send you a portfolio of great projects. That supply side also requires investment and priming. And then another thing that was sort of surprising to me, and the extent to which we saw it, was just sort of what connects the demand to the supply. So what's the system that is able to channel resources, and resources at scale, to these types of investments. In what our experience is basically systems that have been developing and implementing public works and are not really set up well to do nature-based solutions. And so we found some kind of specific challenges in ensuring equity and engaging communities and ensuring sustainability that need to be addressed. So as we start to use those systems to be able to get to scale, we have a portfolio over $300 million worth of projects that are on their way to implementation, some already starting implementation. We also need to think about kind of bigger shifts in how we do this work. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you all, and thank you. Jenna actually did a huge amount of work helping my trip to Peru, my reporting trip, which ended up being a chapter in my book, Water Always Wins, and also an article in BBC. So, I mean, I think that's an important part. For me, it's an important part, but I think it's important also in terms of like getting the story out and making these projects more widely known. So I know that was very time-consuming for you, and thank you. So we will do the questions again, give you guys a chance. So what do you wish you knew, Felicia?
Well, many things, everything. Two things in particular. One is I've frequently talked about overcoming silos. I'm sort of like the ecosystem manager in the environmental worlds I've been in, meaning people, not big egos, though they're there. But I underestimated how deep the silos were, even within the environmental world, within policymakers, et cetera. The climate world, and I've been at NRDC and other places where we had water and climate and the like, but I underestimated how deep those silos were and how much work it takes to overcome them. I was introducing people to each other who were in the same institution when I did this work, and I think that the people part of it is something we need to work on. The other thing, of course, is beavers, because when the funder asked me to do this project, they said, don't do forests, which of course ended up being the main recommendation for the reasons I said. They also said, and we just want to make sure you look at beavers. And I was, classic lawyer, like, yeah, right, beavers. And by the end, it was like, beavers, yes. So those two things.
There's a little beaver here. Greg?
I said it at the lectern, I think I'll say it again, is that the one thing that I wish I knew about a little bit earlier was that the pace of NBS adoption, both as a concept and as a practice, is still pretty slow. Although things are moving, it is at a pace that I don't think many of us are used to operating at. So quite often I feel like the kid in the back of the car asking my parents, are we there yet? And I think we will get there, but as was mentioned by colleagues from the World Bank and a number of other panelists today as well, this will take time, and it does require patience. So patience in progressing policy inclusion, policy for patience for investment, for science and implementation as well. So we'll get there.
Joa?
Yes, I think it was a good precursor to what I would also say in terms of how slow some of these measures are to implement, but also in our case, we did things that involve water harvesting or just trying to increase, let's say, the groundwater table. So maybe thinking of quick wins because the communities were kind of skeptical. It was like asking them to take a leap of faith, and then saying, okay, if you do this and give us, portions of land where we can work with you, then, you'll see some water maybe next rainy season. And they needed something maybe right then and there. So I think convincing them with maybe some of the more quick resulting catchment protection measures might have been good. Because the other flip side of that is not only that they wouldn't be involved in the project, but they would also hinder it by discouraging other community members not to participate. Yeah, thank you.
And how did you turn that around?
So it took a while, and we also kind of had examples from, since, like I said, it was a pilot in Zambia, so we had examples from Ethiopia, where we showed them similar landscapes where that had worked. But again, leap of faith, right? So after the first rainy season, then they started to see it. And they also were saying those trenches we were digging looked like graves, so they were also a bit like not very keen to do that on their land. Yes, so a lot of sensitization as well. Yeah.
Jenna?
Is this on? This on, yeah. Yeah, so I think what I wish I had known, when I started doing this work, I knew a lot about payments for ecosystem services, and I sort of expected that we would be able to create projects on the ground with this new investment that was coming available that would look a lot more like a traditional payments for ecosystem services project. And what I found was when you use these systems that are available for public investment, at least in the Peruvian case, at this larger scale, that a lot of those options are really not available. So you run into, like what Dimple was saying about sort of all these procurement rules. So in Peru, for example, everywhere, local community engagement, indigenous knowledge, we've talked about that is critical. Communities are really stewards, they're partners, they need to be treated as such. But when you have a system that's set up to build a bridge, it doesn't think about, a local community as sort of a partner. And so when, for example, we're doing projects to restore amunas, like Erica showed in that slide, and we were super happy to have you, loved the articles, anyway. You're revaluing local knowledge, you're engaging local communities to restore these practices. But the way that this kind of public investment project would see it is basically we're restoring an infrastructure that was already there, we're building a new infrastructure, and once the project is designed, these sort of kind of principles of market efficiency take over, and the calls to implement the project need to be competitively bid. You can't guarantee that the work will go to the local community. You can't necessarily ensure that the contract will go straight to the local community. So all of the logic of the way that we think about how nature-based solutions should be implemented is not necessarily the way that the systems that are available to channel the finance are set up. And so we need to be, that's one thing I wish I had been just sort of much more focused in on at the beginning, but it's a lot of, it still is possible to tweak those systems and make them work a little bit better. And I think we need to do that in the short term because we don't have a ton of time, as has been mentioned. But at the same time, I really think in order to scale and sustain this work, we need not just these kind of, we need a synthesis, basically, between the sort of artisanal, very human scale way that a lot of these pilots are developed in a lot of ways that they have been practiced traditionally, and the systems that are capable of delivering them at scale. And so we need to find a way to kind of, marry these two things that will really allow us to meet the moment that we're facing right now.
Thank you. All right, now for our lightning round. What's the missing ingredient that we need in MBS, Felicia?
Well, I think we do need quantification, and we've talked about that a bit, and Greg is working on it a lot in a multi-benefit sense, but I also think we need to do much more on the economic quantification of the cost of avoided disruption, as opposed to trying to measure things in dollars per acre foot or dollars per ton of carbon saved. We lose in that. But if you look at the multiple benefits of avoiding massive costs, but also the benefits to communities, I think we'll do better. And in keeping with that, we have to get better at telling stories that are accessible to regular people. And policymakers are more like regular people than like expert people, and we've got to be able to engage them, which is partially why I like Erica's book so much. I've actually had elected officials come up and say, have you read this book? And I said, why, yes, I have. My friend wrote it. But it's accessible. Politicians and policymakers who are making the decisions work on stories, and they work on multi-benefits. They don't just do one thing, and we have to get a lot better at being able to tell the story with enough numbers to help give them the backing they need to be able to invest in this, but not so much detail that we put them to sleep or they put it away and they read, you know, a crossword puzzle or something else. I mean, so I think we have to learn as a movement to get much better at doing both kinds of speaking.
Greg, if I can cheat and ask you a slightly different question, what Felicia just said made me think, like, you know, when we're doing cost-benefit analysis and we're deciding to build a dam or a levee, like, nobody is counting the negative consequences that's, you know, that's not counting against the return on investment. Is there any way that we can incorporate that into our economic decision-making?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to talk about safeguards and trade-offs as well, and try and integrate those as much as possible. And I think so many people see NBS as a panacea for all the woes that grey infrastructure come with, but in reality they also have trade-offs. By looking at forest restoration programs in the upper water catchment areas, trees absorb a lot of water as they grow, so we need to start building those economic costs as well.
Well, trees also supply a lot of water if they're the right trees.
Absolutely,
in the place.
Yeah.
Right.
But we just need to be cognizant of the balances as much as possible. So it's not all positive, but there is a lot of work coming out of economic valuations as well. The mandate and TNC and other partners are looking at developing that kind of return on investment, bankability opportunity. So I think that the work is still nascent, but it's getting there. And in the next couple of years, we'll have something that's really foundational to build the business case and expedite upscaling and mainstreaming of NBS.
I look forward to learning more about that. Adjoa? The question was, what missing ingredient do we need in NBS?
I was hoping it wouldn't be the question you just posed to Greg. Okay, so I would have ordinarily said political will, but in the last few months, we've really gotten a lot of attention at the national scale, like I mentioned, the Ministry of Water and now the newly created Ministry of Green Economy, which is an understanding that our government now knows that you don't need to necessarily sacrifice the environment for economic growth. So that's great. But then now we've got them on, you know, yeah, interested, but then how do we do it? So I guess financing would be the thing, and also just making, maybe involving the private sector, so making NBS make business sense. I think that would be a big win for us in order to scale this up in Zambia. Yeah, thank you.
Jenna?
Yeah, I think in a lot of times we're focused on places where we don't yet have the financing, and so I think that's very important. And then I think that we also should be aware that in a lot of cases we do have the finance and it's on the table, and we need to be able to be ready to respond to it. So I would focus on kind of, for us to think about, you know, differentiating those needs and seeing where really the supply needs investment and needs to be developed, and in a way where you're responding to the needs of both the stakeholders who are willing to pay for the project and to the local communities who are willing to partner and implement it.
And Greg, do you want to answer that question as well? The one thing, missing ingredient?
Having said it on the financing panel earlier today, I think the one thing for me that's missing is incentives. So we talk about policy, and for me, that's more of a stick approach. So if we could have a carrot approach as well through an incentive process or program, it would be amazing. Some of the examples that they gave were pay for success loans. So as you hit the key milestones, you reduce your either amount payable, your interest rate, your extended payment periods, etc. They had a quick percentage value as well. So through procurement policies, if you're building a dam or something grey, can you assign 10 or 15% of that budget to an NBS project tacked into that? So you'll have a treatment wetland next to your dam, for example. So I think there's some really great incentive schemes that we could implement here as much as possible.
Okay. Thank you so much. And the great John Matthews is going to synthesize everything you've just heard, so you'll have one tidy little takeaway.
Probably not. And I know also what you're thinking is that the only reason that I get to be last is so that there's sufficient white male representation.
I think it's your vast years of experience.
Well, I'll take that too. I'd like to tell two quick stories. This is kind of the optional part of a session, the conclusion, but I'd like to tell two quick stories. The first story, in 2018, I got a crazy email. It was from the UN Climate Change Agency, the UNFCCC. And they said, we're going to have, for the first time, 3 regional workshops globally where we're meeting with NDC focal points, the people who lead in each country on climate policies. And it's going to be the first time that we focus on adaptation and resilience issues. And we already know that most of what the countries want to talk about is water. So we'd like it if you could help us organize these 3 workshops. And the first one was in Togo. It's a small country in West Africa. And so about 31, 32 countries from across Africa came to that workshop. And I was giving, it's a 4-day workshop, I was giving the first talk. And I was kind of running through a lot of the sort of scientific, engineering, planning, and technical language that you've heard in some of the talks today. And at the end of it, there was a man who stood up, he was from Kenya, and he said, "You didn't talk about NBS." And I felt so embarrassed and ashamed, actually. And the reason is that I was trained as a conservation biologist. And I hadn't talked about nature. I spend a lot of time in my job trying to be someone who can talk finance to the finance people, or planning to the planning people, or engineering to the engineering people. Sometimes I pretend to be a hydrologist. On Friday, I'm going to be in a session where I pretend to be an economist. And all of that's really important. But the reason that I do my work really is because I'm drawn to nature. And I think in listening to this, to all of these talks, one of the things I was really struck by that's different about what we normally do with our projects is that it's not really the nature part that's different. It's that somebody early in a project stepped back and they tried to see the whole project. So instead of just starting off to saying, this is an energy project, this is an irrigation project, this is an urban resilience project, somebody said, they asked the second question, it's the question that Erica started off with, which is, what does water want in this equation? And that's a very powerful question. And you know what water wants? Water wants to solve a lot of problems. Water wants to solve a lot of problems. It's not just one problem. It's trying to see how a lot of things are connected to each other. It's trying to see things whole. And that leads me to the second story, which is why all of us have strangely come to New York in March for this larger event, why we're meeting down the street from the UN. Henko Vink, everybody knows who Henko Vink is. Henko Vink is by far the person who's most responsible for us being here. And my colleague Ingrid and I, we had a chance to sit down with him maybe 4 or 5 years ago in Stockholm. It was just a one-to-one, or was, I guess two-in-one discussion with him. And we were trying to get to know each other a little bit, and I turned to him, I said, Henk, what's your background in water? I'm an ecologist by training, and Ingrid has a water policy background. Like, what's your background? And he got really quiet and he said, I'm a sculptor. Never had a class on anything about water. Never ever had a class on water. That's amazing, right? But I think what the idea of being a sculptor is that he approaches water as a creative exercise. He sees water whole. He starts with the question that Erica asked us. That is his beginning place. And I think his asking that question is why all of us are here. Thank you very much. Please give all of these speakers such a wonderful, warm thank you.
posting the photos live, or is it taking them and then uploading them? And you're not putting it as we're doing limited on Has it gotten to be a big feature now? No, Dr. Cooper is when you walk. Oh, there he is. He's got it. People drink the water, they're walking right there. He's got that kind of purplish. Okay, thanks, Michael. So, yes, I may have to put it up against Dr. Cooper. Hi. Right. Great. This is very good. And is it still the same? Yes, that's right. Between 5 and 6 minutes. And I'll see if I can get it. And after. I don't think there's a Q&A, there's no question answer from the public. It's done. Yes. Sure, no worries. Yes, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Please take a seat if you're kind of milling around in the back and looking to pop a squat. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the Nature Hub for our closing session today, Nature as the Whole of Society Approach. My name is Brooke Atwell. I'm the Associate Director for the Nature Conservancy's Resilient Watershed Strategy, and so I'll be your host, kind of moving us through the session today. Before we get started, I just want to thank all of the convening partners, the Nature Conservancy, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, World Wildlife Fund, the World Water Council, CEO Water Mandate, Veolia, AB InBev, and the International Network of Basin Organizations, a really impressive group here today. So thank you, thank you, thank you all for your enthusiasm and dedication to elevating nature and ensuring that it's recognized as a critical part of a water-secure future. So as we get started, I'd like to welcome to the stage our first speaker, Ms. Astrid Schomaker, who will be providing the session's opening remarks. Astrid is the Director for Green Diplomacy and Multilateralism in the European Commission's Directorate General for the Environment. Astrid.
Apologies, couldn't have found a seat further away from the stage. So anyway, it's such an honor. It's really a pleasure to be here and kick off this afternoon's session with just a few reflections, how we in the European Commission, the European Union, see nature-based solutions in relation to water and how we can promote them, because that, I think, is key for all of us, that they need to be promoted even more. Many of us know, and I think probably everybody in this room knows that sort of protecting the planet, protecting nature, doing good for our people, advancing sustainable economic growth, this is all just one interconnected agenda, or sometimes it feels like an interconnected struggle. But it is one set of issues that we're facing for which we need to find one set of solutions. And that means connecting the dots between climate change, droughts, floods, loss of biodiversity, energy and raw material shortages, but also the health problems and food security challenges that we are encountering, and of course the loss of our biodiversity, the energy, I already mentioned energy. All of these are solutions to one problem, and we need to find, well, all of this is one problem for which we need to find one sort of common solution. And that means, and of course that is also not new at all, it means that we need to find answers by working together within governments, between governments, so also across borders, and certainly involving all stakeholders. And as we try and find together these sustainable solutions that take into account economic, environmental, and societal aspects at the same time, well, that sounds great, and it's often said, and the problem is always with that, it's so much easier said than done, and we encounter that in the European Union as well. I think the theory is there, the convictions are there, we all want to do it, but in the end, it's still not happening as much as we'd like to see it happen. So from our perspective, however, there's a lot of good news, looking back particularly at last year, where we have made a lot of progress at the global front, and we think we need this global steer for all countries to come together. And there are, of course, two events that stood out last year. So there was the 5th Environmental Assembly in Nairobi that gave us a definition of nature-based solutions, which I will read, and I'm sure you all know it, but I'll read it again because it's such a good definition. It's about actions to protect, conserve, restore, sustainably use and manage natural or modified terrestrial, freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystems, which address social, economic and environmental challenges effectively and adaptively, while simultaneously providing human well-being, ecosystem services, resilience and biodiversity benefits. I'm just reading it out again because I'm constantly part of international discussions that are incredibly annoying about nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches, or nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches, and how they go together, and it's all just semantics. The key is finding the kind of solutions that the UNEA resolution sets out. And the second big development last year, and I'm looking a bit towards David, and without wanting to steal your thunder, of course, but is obviously that after 4 years of tough negotiations, we did finally manage to come together in Montreal and adopt a historic deal for nature, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is a breakthrough, or was a breakthrough, for biodiversity conservation and restoration, and also the sustainable use of biodiversity. So as we see it, we now have the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, we have the Paris Agreement. We understand that we cannot work in silos between the two of them, that we must address these challenges with the same kind of urgency and certainly at the same political level. And that jointly they give us a kind of roadmap towards a truly sustainable economy and truly sustainable development. That, however, unfortunately requires nothing but transformative change of our societies and our economy, and that unfortunately within a very short time. And herein, of course, lies another challenge. And that means that we need to plan always with multiple objectives in mind, and it also means that we need to invest in a smart way and invest with multiple objectives in mind. And that is exactly, of course, where the nature-based solutions come in, addressing multiple challenges in a smart way. Now, in practice, for a resource like water in particular, it means planning and investing to address connections. So, to address water management together with land use planning, together with the planning of our food and energy systems, not to rush to one energy solution without thinking also what does it mean for water resources. It means assessing the impacts and always looking for multiple wins. And of course also driving more resource-efficient approaches and reducing pollution at source. And then maybe just to say, ensuring that fresh water is available and in a sustainable manner available is of course also fundamental for climate resilience. And here as well, we all know nature-based solutions related to water are particularly well suited for climate resilience. And what makes nature-based solutions in relation to water interesting, apart from the fact like all nature-based solutions are a great investment because what you invest in actually grows. The ecosystems grow, so you can sort of rely on this being an investment that yields returns. But in the area of water, this is about then protecting and restoring healthy floodplains and wetlands that are important for water quality and biodiversity, removing nitrogen in subsurface flows and trap sediments, and pesticides and phosphorus and overland flow, and also looking at what impedes drainage flows from land and thereby increasing retention as the flow is slowed, aquifers are recharged, and the flood peak downstream is reduced. So maybe then, and in closing, well, this is all known, they're all there. We think, however, we need to still work towards a wider uptake of nature-based solutions, also and in particular in the water domain. For that, we think it is crucial that we all work together in order to ensure that nature-based solutions are integrated from the early stages of project design, so moving from the isolated application that we see now to scale. That we better look at coordinated impacts and solutions of relevant policies. I've mentioned energy production already, but also agriculture, waterborne transport, of course. And then, very importantly, better coherence between plans, because the world has learned that planning is important. So we have river basin management plans, flood risk management plans, drought management plans, climate change adaptation, national strategies, etc., etc. And every little strategy is developed in isolation, and for the nature-based solutions to really come to that scale, they need to come together. Lastly, in conclusion, despite all this, I also want to be clear that from our perspective, nature-based solutions are not a panacea. They have an important place to accelerate the transition to a different type of economy, different type of society, but they come together with technological and societal solutions. So it's all three that we need to pursue. So since we're here during the important World Water Conference, finally we have that conference, let's use this conference to jumpstart this discussion on nature-based solutions for water. And let's be clear that without nature-based solutions in the water area, we will not meet climate and biodiversity targets, and we will not achieve the water-resilient world that we all are aspiring to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schomaker, for setting the stage so aptly and for foreshadowing our next keynote speaker, Dr. David Cooper. So Dr. Cooper is the acting executive secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. He has more than 30 years of experience in environmental and agricultural science and policy and international negotiations, including more than 20 years with the CBD. As secretary of the 15th meeting of the CBD Conference of the Parties, also known as COP15, David was instrumental in facilitating the complex pathway that led to the successful adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Welcome, Dr. David Cooper.
Thank you very much, Astrid, and thank you, Brooke, for those remarks. And thanks to all the organizers that Brooke listed earlier, as well as the lead member states for convening this event. An even bigger thanks to them and to all of you for the work over the past years, over these past 4 years, and in Montreal at COP15 that led to this success of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the other outcomes of COP15. We have a very good and ambitious framework. But now really the hard work starts. We have to move from agreement to action, and we certainly need this whole of society approach. Nature-based solutions, or ecosystem-based approaches, were, of course, a major item of interest at COP15. And I agree we should not worry about the semantics here. Most commonly, we talk about nature-based solutions for climate mitigation or adaptation, but they go well beyond climate action. Nature-based solutions are also important in agriculture and, of course, for water, the focus of the meeting here in New York. Nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches, or in this context, green infrastructure, have the potential to make big contributions to SDG 6 and the broader 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And to understand the potential of these approaches, we need to understand the role of ecosystems and the biodiversity that underpins their functioning, particularly in water-related ecosystems, in providing those ecosystem services and in their role in supporting the water cycle. Ecosystems regulate water flow, controlling the quantity of water that we find in various places. For example, wetlands, floodplains, upland, peatlands, forests, particular systems like the Paramo of the Andes, they retain water and control the downstream flows. And these same ecosystems filter water and remove excess nutrients, improving the quantity and the quality of water, both surface water and groundwater, the water that everyone relies on. And they're also important in regulating local and regional weather patterns through evapotranspiration and feeding precipitation. And this green water, these flying rivers, these rivers in the sky of moisture. Without that phenomenon, for example, from the Amazon basin, the Congo basin, agriculture would be impossible in other parts of those continents. Right now, though, generally speaking, we are degrading and destroying these systems. We're draining wetlands, we're straightening rivers, we're cutting down forests, polluting waterways, and taking too much water from groundwater. And these effects have serious consequences for people and the planet. We know that freshwater biodiversity is the most threatened of all. Since 1970, the abundance of freshwater species has declined at twice the rate of that of land and sea species. And ecosystem degradation is weakening carbon sinks, threatening actually the basis of those nature-based solutions. And this destruction, combined with climate change itself, is producing stronger and more frequent storms, floods, droughts. All of these effects, in fact, mediated through the water cycle. So we're simultaneously facing crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and the misuse of water. These three crises are really one, interlocked into a downward vicious spiral. So, use of nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches, green infrastructure, they can help us reverse this trend, to turn it round and make a virtuous and upward cycle. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, adopted in December, provides a comprehensive plan that can do this. And as Astrid said, this puts nature-based solutions in this broader context. So, as you know, I think the plan has ambitious goals for 2050 and then targets for actions that must be implemented now to achieve results by 2030. And it includes targets that address the drivers of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. Land use change, pollution, and so on. It includes, and everyone will know, the 30 by 30 target to protect 30% of lands, inland waters, and oceans. But also, there's another 30 by 30 target to restore 30% of degraded ecosystems by 2030. Another to manage agricultural areas sustainably. And critically, and again coming back to what Astrid said, it includes a target on spatial planning. So we have to look at how we protect, for example, wetlands in the broader landscape. You can't protect a wetland if you're not looking after the entire water basin feeding into it. And we need to give proper consideration to ecological and hydrological connectivity on the ground and in the sky. More broadly, the framework calls for the integration of all the values of biodiversity, including those related to water, into planning across all economic sectors, all ministries, all facets of society. And businesses need to also assess and disclose their impacts on biodiversity, their dependencies on biodiversity, so that they can then progressively reduce those negative impacts. Above all, though, all of these actions must be taken while ensuring the full participation of all the stakeholders and rights holders, and in particular, of course, Indigenous peoples and local communities, and in a gender-sensitive and a gender-responsive way. And these factors are also reflected in the targets of the framework. We do need a whole of society, whole of government, whole of society approach. The framework, moreover, respects different value systems, including living well and in harmony with Mother Earth. It has to be implemented with a human rights approach and with the full respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples. These considerations are absolutely essential for nature-based solutions. So, the crises of biodiversity, climate and water all demand action this decade. the action actually is required now so that we have the results by 2030. Countries now need to translate this global framework into national targets, plans, policies, where possible laws, and implement them on the ground. And all stakeholders, including all of you, we hope you stay engaged to help us move from agreement to action. And agreement to action, by the way, will be the theme of International Day for Biodiversity this year, May the 22nd, an opportunity for all countries, all actors, to demonstrate what is being done already. There's nothing better than leading by example. So let's work together to achieve that transformative change that Astrid referred to. Let's make sure we do that in a just way so that we can put nature on a path to recovery by 2030. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. I would now like to invite our first panel to the stage, which will be moderated by Sarah Davidson, who is the Director for Water Policy at the World Wildlife Fund. She leads the design and implementation of policy initiatives and strategic partnerships with governments, multilaterals and bilateral aid agencies, and other stakeholders to ensure nature has a seat at the table. Please enjoy this short video as our first panel transitions.
El agua es la parte más importante para el ser humano. Si no hay agua, puede haber mucha plata que no se hace nada.
In 2021, we joined several entities, mainly from the banana sector, with the purpose of restoring the micro-basins, hand-to-hand with coffee grower families.
Esto de sembrar árboles, en el principio, cuando uno los comienza a traer, es como traer leña para el monte, ¿cierto? Pero viendo la siembra de los árboles, uno como que se echa a motivar. Para mí es importante proteger el agua por una sencilla razón: sin agua no podemos vivir.
Desde que iniciamos el proyecto, el mayor aprendizaje para mí, aprender a cuidar más la naturaleza.
El aprendizaje ya es como cuidar. Ya yo sembré esos árboles ahí, ya yo sé que ya yo no voy a socolar eso porque tengo que cuidar ahí. Todo eso lo aprende uno.
Sobre todo la conciencia hay que crearla en uno mismo y en los niños. Yo pienso que los niños son los que más hay que crearles conciencia de cuidar el agua.
Porque es que nosotros ya tenemos muy claro de que tenemos que proteger, porque es algo que se nos va acabando si no lo vamos a cuidar. Por eso tenemos que cuidarla, tenemos que conservarla.
Y que ellos vean en nosotros un ejemplo a seguir.
En la recolección de café sabemos que se utiliza mucha agua. Con esta máquina podemos darnos el lujo de expulpar en seco. Como ya el café ya no tiene la cacota, solamente lo voy a jugar, voy a utilizar menos agua hasta la lavada, menos agua en la expulpada, o sea que me estoy ahorrando un 95% del agua. Nosotros cuidando el agua, sembrando los árboles, siempre se va a mantener la misma cantidad de agua. Entonces una parte más como de conciencia. Bueno, desde que empezó el proyecto de restauración, comenzamos a ver que la gente como que se entusiasmó.
Que a mí hay muchas personas acá se han acercado que cómo hacen para ingresar al programa, que les parece bonito, forestar los campos, forestar de nuevo lo que se ha perdido.
Le llaman la custodia del agua, sabemos que aquí hay agua. Uno cuidar el agua por medio de las plantas es importante para todos. Nosotros somos dueños, entre comillas, de lo que tenemos, o sea, la finca, pero el agua es de todos.
Ya uno va protegiendo, por lo menos ya uno sabe dónde lo siembra, ya uno no va a estar limpiándolo para meter otros cultivos, sino que ya eso lo deja ahí, reserva.
Así como yo necesito el agua para beber, bañarme y hacer mis alimentos, otra persona también lo necesita.
Great. Well, first I want to start by introducing our wonderful panel. Starting from the left, we have Monica Medina, our Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, as well as Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water from the U.S. State Department. Next to her, we have Engineer Michael Duita, the CEO of Athi Waterworks Development Agency with Kenya's Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Thanks for being here. We have Mr. Raul Munoz from the Inter-American Development Bank, the Senior Water and Sanitation Water Security Specialist, excuse me. Thanks you for being here. And last but certainly not least, we have Engineer Kenneth Nyundu, the Director General for WARMA, Zambia's Water Resources Management Authority. So thanks to all of you for being here. And I imagine many of us are here in this room because we're already convinced that nature-based solutions, or NBS, have a role to play in addressing these twin climate and biodiversity crises. So what I'm hoping we'll be able to get to in this next half an hour or so of this panel is a little about what's missing. Why isn't investing in nature-based solutions already the go-to approach to meet commitments like the NDCs, like the SDGs? And I'm excited to have gathered those leading in this space to share your insights here. So my first question will be to Engineers Nyundu and Duita and Assistant Secretary Medina. What role do you see for effective policy and regulation to make NBS the preferred approach, or at least considered on an even footing in that toolbox of solutions to reach water security and climate adaptation goals? Could you share some examples from your national experience with us here today? Assistant Secretary, we'll start with you.
Okay, is this on? Yes, great. What a wonderful crowd. And thank you very much for gathering us to talk about this incredibly important part of this conference, talking about solutions. I was thinking about the speakers before us and just wanted to say the best nature-based solution is one we do, right? The ones that we do. And it is time, now that we've set out the global biodiversity framework, for governments to step in and help make doing easier. And that's certainly what I think about every day. We sit here and I look out on the way in and saw the beautiful East River. I know most people might not think of it that way, but it is really a very clean river compared to what it used to be. And I think about the nature-based solution that is the wonder of the New York City water system, which is largely unfiltered, unprocessed. There is some filtration, but largely there's not water treatment processes that happen here because the state of New York for more than 100 years protected the entire watershed leading to New York City. So it's a real lesson to us. Nature-based solutions have been solutions for a long time. We just have to have the foresight to use them. We are lucky now to have really turned this philosophy, sort of supersized it or really expanded tremendously our U.S. capability to do that. With our bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, we have much, much more funding to spend domestically to make sure that what we're doing is nature-based and nature-smart and nature-positive. And we are very excited about the opportunity to expand so many programs that will, I think, pay dividends for future generations. But we also have, let me just say the number, it's kind of astonishing. It's a $49 billion investment by our country, and that took a huge amount of political will. But I think already we're beginning to see the benefits of these new projects that are going to come online, and thinking about these projects in ways that are nature positive. What I will say, though, is that we hope to have more of our wonderful know-how, the things that we've learned how to do here in the U.S. that we can spread to other countries. And just last week, I was in Pakistan, where I learned all about the devastating floods there. And one of the things that happened was the Indus River, which is this enormous, wonderful river delta, and a huge river that runs the distance of the whole country and starts in India, overtopped its banks, and it had levees, and the water couldn't get back into the river. And that's why it remains outside and still trapped in communities and keeping people out of their homes and communities. So we can learn from this. I think we also, here in this country, have a lot of lessons that we can learn from our own trial and error successes and failures in water management. And hopefully with new funding, we'll have even more new solutions. And with the expertise that we bring to it in our whole of government approach we brought last week to Pakistan 2 expert engineers from the Army Corps of Engineers, one of our great agencies, little known, but very important in the water space. And their expertise was so exciting to see the interaction between the Pakistani government and these water experts from our country and all the ways that they are modeling snowpack here in the US that they may be able to apply to a place like Pakistan where there is so much snowpack and snow melt, unfortunately, from their glaciers in the Himalayas. So anyway, I think it's on government to inspire, to create political will, to create the regulatory conditions, and to use every lever that we have to try and make sure that change happens and that we become much more nature positive in the way we think about water.
Thank you very much. Engineer Dwita, would you like to answer next?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk from the engineering perspective, and as you may know, engineers are the most insensitive profession when it comes to, I'm talking about from experience. The engineers just like seeing things happen without total consideration of conservation aspects and nature in general. And principally it's because of the curriculum that they go through. The effective way is to have nature-based solution inculcated into the training program for all engineers across all disciplines across the world, so that they are able to marry the engineering perspective together with any other conservation and the nature-based solution agenda within their profession. If you look at the way we handle the environmental and social impact assessments, it is like cheerily, it doesn't touch much on the nature-based solution. And even there's no follow-up on the environmental management plan that are developed to mitigate against the adverse effect of environment or environmental degradation. And that aspect actually also gets it, we also lose it at the training level. So training aspect, starting from the area engineering aspect up to the whole professional agenda and qualification and even legislation should be key towards ensuring that the nature-based solutions are inculcated into the professional values. Again, if you look at the monitoring and evaluation aspects, there's one aspect that is principally ignored, that each and every community have its agenda of nature-based solution to conservation. And there's a very poor hybrid between science and culture in many areas. You'll find that most of the engineers across the world, they are working in different parts of the world. They go to work in different from where they came from, and they will ignore the cultural practices from that particular community. And therefore, they lose it. They lose the wealth of knowledge within that community, the traditional indigenous knowledge on nature-based solution and conservation. And at the end of that massive investment is a great loss on matters conservation. It's something that actually should be looked at as a matter of policy direction so that the culture and practices of the target region for development is highly considered. If you look at the approach to the feasibility studies, to the design, preliminary design, detailed design, all the way, the entire project management cycle, nature-based solutions are given a very small space to be able to enjoy. They enjoy a very small space. Yet they should be the driver towards the entire investment. The cost associated or the amount of finances set aside for nature-based solution is also very small. Despite being what will be seen after the investment, it is given, in fact, sometimes it's not given any financial attention at all. Therefore, it is the high time that nature-based solutions are costed and incorporated in the entire project management cycle and even beyond the project completion values. So the nature-based solution should not look like as if it's something that is very new. It is something that is in us. We know it. each one of us has a bit of solution for it, and you can contribute in one way or another towards its achievement. Principally, the registration and policy direction that would be listed and vested in the government or whoever the managing body is should come from us, from us here, from those people who are from the entire fraternity of the community. In my country, now, there is a very good policy on bottom-up approach, where every development agenda will carry the views, suggestions, and decisions from the lowest level of the society. I believe that this is the anchor, is part of the foundation to anchor the nature-based solutions toward any investment, be it by the government or whoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very valuable engineer's perspective. Raul, we will come back to you, but if we could, Engineer Nyundu, hear your reflections.
Thank you very much. I'll take you back to Africa. I think I visited already the USA and Kenya. Now I'm taking you to Zambia. This is the central part of Africa. I'm coming from the organization, the Water Resource Management Authority. It's a regulator. So we regulate the utilization of water for commercial use and also, of course, domestic. I think I want to put it to us who are in this room that talking in terms of nature-based solutions, these are skills or understandings which have been there long before scientists developed themselves with the technology which is there. So much of us as technocrats and scientists, we tend to assume that the local community know nothing, and therefore we go there to teach them, and therefore we lose it. I think if we are to embrace nature-based solutions, is first we need to appreciate indigenous knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge on the grassroots in terms of conservation, preservation of water. In fact, even pollution, you realize that in the past, they were using biological indicators to see whether water is polluted or not. The locals could identify certain species which would exist, and they know that this water is clean. And when such a species disappears, they know that something has gone wrong. I know that science has made us to understand these aspects much better, but I think as engineers, as technocrats, when we interact with our society, we should not go there with the attitude of, I know it all. Having said that, there's also an aspect of regulation which I want to bring into this, speaking to water security. Emphasis is on commercial users. And then we've left out small-scale users, domestic water users. And therefore, you realize that when this bigger community is left out, ownership is not there. And therefore, much of the solutions we tend to impose on them, they don't have that support and participation. And therefore, things do not work the way we want them to work. So, learning from Zambia, what we're trying to do using legislation is, what we've done is to put legislation which supports the bottom-up approach, which my colleague talked about here, where, first of all, we do recognize ownership or water security in terms of even the small-scale users. The water security for them is guaranteed through the issuance of permits. So we do not necessarily look at commercial users, but to ensure that even the local communities, they have that security in terms of utilizing their water now and beyond them. So the way it is that using the legislation, or how do we support nature-based, is that it has empowered the locals to make decisions with a very elaborate structure where we have water users association who make decisions, who policy among themselves and then recommend to a sub-catchment level who take into consideration beyond the localized demand, and then those also recommend to the catchment level before us as the authority who are more or less centralized make decisions based now on taking into consideration the national interests, but the decisions are being made right where the resource is. And you see that there is an improvement in terms of promotion of preserving and protecting these water resources. Ideally, if there's no involvement and participation by our people, you find that the level of compliance in terms of maybe polluting the water, the level of compliance is very low. So indeed, policies and legislation play quite a critical role in terms of if we are to promote nature-based solutions. So we have to go to the basics. If we don't go to the basics, then we'll lose it and we will not be able to attain or enhance nature-based solutions. I think I'll try to end here. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I think very important reflections on the importance of indigenous knowledge and participation there. Raul, over to you, a question for you. I'm curious, you come from a different perspective here, so I'm curious what role you see for development banks, like the Inter-American Development Bank, in helping countries to build the enabling conditions that allow for the level of investment that we know is needed in nature-based solutions.
No, thank you, Sarah, for the invitation. So, yeah, from our perspective as NDB Latin America and the Caribbean, so we see ourselves as enablers by basically two instruments to support the countries in order to achieve their goals in terms of water security and resilience, and specifically by using MBS as part of the solution. First is a lending, so which is the implementation of infrastructure or either policy reform, or technical assistance for applied research and technical staff to support that processes. So on the top of that, our value proposition since 2020, 2 years ago, was innovation. So we reshape our entire portfolio of water management from the classic IWRN concept, which for us is more, let's see, water-centric, to the water security concept, which is more holistic. And to us, the difference is that now we are stressing our strategic work in having both ecosystems and climate change as the main pillar of the strategy. So we are proposing actually to work in 4 main axes of innovation, so that combined we think can improve the enabling environment, not just for more resilient water, but also for having effectively MBS and green infrastructure. So we want to invest in the first axe, which is precisely to have MBS and green infrastructure as an actual, an important part of the investment portfolio with the countries. Invest in best data, access data, and decision support tools to inform decision making, but that goes to our planning. The third is to invest in a better understanding of the climate change impacts in the water, but also in the water-dependent sectors. So mainstream nexus approaches in terms of when that goes to the management of water and water planning. And invest in better and more flexible institutional frameworks. In the region, we see that we need more flexible institutional approaches and frameworks in order to have the countries able to implement new basin water security plans that we are supporting that basically answer to more new changing conditions, especially on the climate change. So with that, we have now like around work program for the next 5 years with around 20 kind of lending operations and research projects. And I took some examples here to answer your questions. So to be more precise, in terms of financing of the loans per se, we have now an increasing number of specific components within the investments dedicated specifically to MBS or infrastructure. So we have, for instance, components in projects, in loans, for water irrigation in the Andean countries, supporting conservation or adaptive management of bofedales or páramos in Colombia, which are basically high mountain wetlands for that part of the globe, or investing in SUDs or sustainable drainage solutions for drainage management projects like in Panama City. Then the inclusion of MBS in the master planning. This is important to us. So project level is sometimes too late to, let's say, influence the decision in terms of have an MBS or infrastructure as part of the final investment portfolio. So we are working more in the programmatic part, so with master plannings. Related with that, so there are some countries actually that are working in the region to design their national and basin-wide water security plans, which are more innovative. We are working with some countries like Chile and Brazil. So now we are in discussions with Brazil, for instance, to pilot a marketplace for MBS and key basins in the country, like the Rio Madeira. Showcase is key. So the water fund programs, we have been working along with TNC and FESA Foundation for the last 10 years. To us, it's a wonderful laboratory that shows that how use in an effective way, how to use MBS as a means of water security at urban level. So we have now 25 water funds created and operation in around 8 countries and around 300,000 hectares invested in terms of conservation activities in key ecosystems. Affects into science, so this is a new area of work for some of the countries we are working with. So we are working to provide technical support and research in terms of instruments to help them to design and monitor over time the implementation and the impact of these kind of solutions, like working with eco-hydrological analysis, ecological flows analysis, remote sensing for design and monitor, ROI, CBA or cost-benefit analysis, and so on. Access to climate finance, so we want to take advantage of this momentum. So we are working with some of the countries to propose projects with innovative approaches to include MBS specifically as a means of water security. So we're working, for instance, in ecosystems at the Pantanal, it's a transboundary wetland between Brazil, Bolivia, and Paraguay, so with the GEF. We are now working with the GCF in a proposal for the Amazon, for the entire Amazon region, for $400 million for water security, to pilot this kind of solutions as part of the investment portfolio for basic services for water and sanitation. And last but not least, providing access or facilitating the access of private investors to the water sector planning and investment. So basically we are working in 2 axes for that too. So we have an innovation platform or initiative which is called Source of Innovation. So we have specific calls for proposals for innovative approaches of initiatives, like kind of an incubator with the private sector to pilot these kind of solutions. Actually, merely through our bidding processes, so we provide like a more safe environment for private investors through our bidding process to access to either studies or implementation of works. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Fascinating. And I have a longer list of questions, but I see we're running out of time, and there are more panelists to get to. But I would love to give each of you, one more question to all of you. As the concept of nature-based solutions takes off, as hopefully the attendance in this room demonstrates, that there's a lot of interest in this right now. What can well-designed policies do to ensure that projects are truly inclusive? And some of you began to speak about this as well, but that Indigenous people and local communities are really partners in the process from the design phase and throughout. We'll have to ask you to keep your comments short, but would love if you could end closing with a reflection on that. Maybe we'll start again down the row from Assistant Medina. Secretary Medina.
Thank you, and it's a great question. And I've been sitting up here thinking about what an amazing thing it is to see this many people in a room talking about water and nature-based solutions. I think it starts with leadership. leaders have to call on and include those communities. It won't happen without leadership. And I know in our administration we care tremendously about hearing from the voices of those who haven't always been included. And we know there's so much knowledge from those communities that we haven't incorporated, and we're making it a part of our policy to make sure that they're heard and that they're served. We have 2 million people in the U.S. who don't have access to clean, safe drinking water, no water. So people often think of us as a wealthy country, but there are parts of this country that have been starved of water. And so this administration made it a point of getting those people what they needed. And we're very pleased about that. We haven't made it all the way there yet, but we have committed to do that, and we have the funds to do it, and I know that we intend to. So I would say leadership is what really matters. Leadership that ensures inclusivity, that hears all voices, and that elevates the ones that haven't been heard in the past. And we are trying to live that way in the Biden administration, and to help communities all over the world be heard, not just here in the U.S.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another key discipline that is supposed to be incorporated, or it's really ignored in the nature-based solution, is the farmer. The world is breeding for more food. They want more food every day. They want farmer to work more to give them food, without proper incentive to this farmer to engage and employ nature-based solution towards conservation. And therefore, you end up seeing that the ultimate results that comes out of this farming is negative to general conservation and all that. So it's an entire disciplinary approach that requires in all professionals, so that whatever the engineer is doing, whatever the farmer is doing, including whatever the doctor is doing, should end up giving us the ultimate solution to conservation and the general environmental welfare. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Is this one you would like? We'll go straight down the line.
Well, to keep it simple, so I won't repeat what the colleague said, but to us it's simple, so from our perspective and the kind of work we do, so the key element for us is leadership. So we respond more and more to bottom-up processes, so, and we are transitioning from the old-fashioned way of basically safeguarding the participation of the communities to directing the resources where you have local empowerment and leadership and championship in order to get these kind of solutions implemented. So that's how we think.
Excellent. Thank you. And points for being concise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the policies and the regulation can do better, especially design, as we talk about nature-based solutions, in trying to proactively take an approach where you have a win-win situation with the target groups or communities, especially scientific solutions. And I want to give a typical example of trying to remove information and data barriers where we're collecting information across the country. And then there's that need, which I think my colleague, the engineer, talked about, the farmer. The farmer is interested in having water to irrigate and also to be informed in time in terms of floods or any other, so that informed decisions can be made. So if us as a regulator want to get information, then we have to put in place structures that respond to the needs of the community and ourselves. So you put a structure like a weir, which will be used to store water for use by the community, but you use the same structure to collect information, hydrological information, for further analysis and early warning for the same users who are the farmers. That way you are promoting partnerships between us technocrats and the users themselves. So that's a win-win situation which I'm talking about, and I think that's the approach we're trying to promote in Zambia. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks so much. I wish we had the rest of the afternoon to learn from the wealth of knowledge on this stage right now, but I hope you thank me or join me in thanking our panelists.
Great. Thank you to the panelists and thank you to Sarah for moderating for us. I'd like to welcome our second panel up on the stage, which will be moderated by Dr. Greg Brill, who is a senior researcher at the Pacific Institute and the CEO Water Mandate. Dr. Brill focuses on developing and scaling awareness and investment of nature-based solutions by the private sector. And again, a short video will play while they transition.
Here in the Greater Cape Town region of South Africa, every drop of water counts. As the population continues to grow and rainfall patterns change, Cape Town needs a long-term solution to keep water flowing. That's why the Nature Conservancy is bringing its proven water fund model to the Greater Cape Town region to see if nature can be part of the solution. This first team of women hired by the Greater Cape Town Water Fund have been removing water-thirsty invasive plants. And TNC's research shows that scaling up this effort could release at least 2 months' worth of water in just 6 years. Removing these plants will also give the native fynbos habitat a chance to flourish. In just 1 year, these women cleared more than 200 hectares of these plants. Now, more women-led teams are tackling the specific areas that are most critical for reducing water loss. By investing in watershed restoration through the Greater Cape Town Water Fund, we can help ensure a more secure water supply for the Cape Town region and around the world.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for joining the second panel today on locally led NBS catchments initiatives. What we're hoping to achieve here is understand how these locally led initiatives will help achieve water security and climate goals. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We have 5 esteemed panelists that are joining us today. The first is Ms. Andrea Borges, ESG Program Manager from Consorcio PSG. From French Guiana, we have Mr. Patrick Lecant, President of the Water and Biodiversity Committee of Guyana. From South Africa, Ms. Louise Stafford, a Country Director for South Africa. From AB InBev, Andre Ferry, Global Vice President for Sustainability. And from Veolia, another multinational, Pierre Poliquin, Senior Vice President for Sustainable Development and Multifaceted Performance. So thank you all for joining us. Wonderful to see 3 South Africans on stage today. Fly the flag high. I'm going to start by a very general question, and a number of the other panels and sessions today have asked very similar questions around this, but I'd like to get your sort of 1-minute elevator pitch on some of the challenges and opportunities that exist around investing in nature. We all know that they do exist. What would you say are some of the biggest challenges and opportunities across these 2 categories in locally led NBS initiatives? Perhaps we could start with you, Louise.
Thank you, Greg, and great to be here today. So I want to frame the challenges along 2 lines. Firstly, it's disconnect. It's a disconnect between dialogue and implementation. We talk a lot about nature-based solutions, but where are the areas where it really works? Secondly, the disconnect between benefit and beneficiary, and that brings us to the question of who pays. Also the rate of restoration versus the rate of degradation. Unless we hold degradation, we can restore as much as we want to. We're not going to address it at scale and in the time that we need to. Then also the disconnect between the downstream, the engineers, the engineering solutions, and what happens upstream. Unless we bring that integrated approach, not one solution will get us out of this mess. We need to find an integrated solution. And then finally, the investment versus the impact. there's a lot of money going into nature-based solutions, but are we really seeing that connection between the investment and the impact? And then finally, the second framing is how do we understand nature-based solutions? Nature-based solutions isn't a quick fix. It takes time. And the funding that we need to match the time it takes. It doesn't help. We expect a short-term return on investment, whereas it actually takes a long time. So how do we frame it and how do we understand it? So the second part of the question is some of the opportunities. I think we can use both those two, the short-term and the long-term solutions. And one is what works and do more of that, replicate it. And one model that we find is powerful is the waterfront model. We have a partnership between Nature Conservancy and Pegasus to accelerate waterfront development because it's a proven concept. And the other one is the longer-term game of policy and regulation and work with governments to address policy and regulations. That's a fundamental long-term game that we need to embark on to bring that long-term systemic and change that we so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andrea, and you see I don't speak English very well, but I will try to talk about our NGO. And one of our biggest challenges is getting funding for our projects. The Consórcio PCJ, or Consórcio PCJ, is kind of a different NGO because we have municipalities and private companies paying a monthly apportioning for our activities. However, the PCJ Basins area is more than 15,000 square kilometers and demands so many actions to guarantee enough water in quantity and quality for all. PCJ serves 6 million people and has a water availability of less than 1,000 cubic meters per inhabitant per year. That's our biggest challenges. Our opportunities are intimately related to these challenges. We have to conserve our forests and to improve our sanitation in rural areas. Nature-based solutions such as filter points, reforestation, or stop degradation near springs and streams, and social management technologies are great opportunities to be explored. And we have great partners, such as the Nature Conservancy, SOS or SOS Mata Atlântica, who are improving forest conservation in PCJ basins. Consórcio PCJ is executing the Olhos da Serra, or Eyes of Serra project, financed by the Coca-Cola Brazil and FENSA Coca-Cola, on the largest area of the Atlantic forest in PCJ basins, called Serra do Japi. To engage the population, we made more than 15 partnerships with private, public, and civil society entities, held meetings and surveys to identify and invite local leaders to participate in the project monitoring council, where all partners have an equal voice.
Thank you. Andre.
Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts. As a global brewer, we're clearly deeply dependent on good quality water and good quality ingredients. And both of those are highly dependent on nature and clearly also access to those impact on nature. So nature-based solutions is becoming a much more important and much more visible issue for us. And I would say I would give one example on opportunities and on constraints. On opportunities, the aspect that I'm really excited about is how the agendas on water, biodiversity, and sustainable agriculture are coming together. So whereas in the past, a lot of those were separate projects, increasingly those are coming together, and you can put the same synergy in order to get to scale. An example is we're working in the hops growing area in George in South Africa with WWF, looking at water scarcity in that area, and identified a number of critical areas that you can impact. Get better management of the dams, the silt, etc., better fire prevention. But the key driver for change was restoring the ecosystem and removing alien species. The local species like Hakia use between 20 and 50% more water than the native feinbos. So just by removing the alien vegetation at scale, we create jobs, you can visibly see the water flow, and you see the positive impact on nature, and we have a more sustainable hops industry. So that really excites us if we can get this together at scale. We also, in this area, we partnered with the Cape Leopard Trust, which put up camera traps, and you can now physically see through the camera trap species returning. They found the Cape leopard, which they were really excited about, but also other species, honey badger, etc. So really exciting for us that we can see the impact locally. The challenge that I would put is scale. We have such exciting projects and initiatives in so many parts of the world, but how do we get them to scale is really hard. So this project that I mentioned now has been going for 10 years. So it's been 10 years of investment and struggles and ups and downs, and eventually getting to the scale and the impact that you would like. That's tough in a corporate environment. So I'm looking at a number of examples globally that are really exciting for us, but how do we get them to scale is tough for us. So we're really excited to be partnering with Louise and TNC in South Africa, in Cape Town, on the project. We're going to be partnering with them for the next 3 years. But someone else paid for the hard work already to be done. So in this case, it's really great for us. Someone else did the science, someone else did the lobbying, someone else did the leadership and policy mobilization. And we're really, really pleased to be joining. But I'm very aware that others had to pay for the hard work. So how do we get to scale is a really tough challenge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dear colleagues and friends, this side event is a great opportunity to present the reality or particularities of my region, the Guyana Shield and the northern part of the Amazonian Basin. The region includes French Guiana, Suriname, and the north of Brazil. Guyana means the land of abundant water in native language. I see three opportunities: a remarkable environmental background, green in the Amazonian environment, and blue with exceptional water resources and aquatic environments. The natural capital and the ecosystem services and provides are fundamental for the territory, but also for the world: carbon capture, climate regulation, fresh water supply, biodiversity. Three, in a state of reference or little impacted, this wealth is a decisive asset. Our society must develop strategies to mobilize natural-based solutions to the challenges of the future, and there are many. Guyana Shield is also facing 4 challenges. 1, adapting to the climate change, increase of heavy rainfalls, exceptional water floods, facing the increasing pressure on the water resources, pollution, especially because of the growing pressure from the illegal gold mining. 3, answering basic needs of the population. Water is everywhere, but 20% of the population does not have it at home. Defining a suitable governance that involves the population in the management of water resources. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. At Veolia, we are very lucky because we do care about water for the last 150 years. So it's something we have in our DNA. Out of the 40 billion turnover we do, about 17 is around water, the big cycle of water. So this question is really at the heart of our business model. You asked me about the opportunity around NBS. I will say first, as mentioned by Dr. Cooper, there is a momentum today where NBS is in the middle of mitigation, climate adaptation, and COP15. So should I be a public body, a national body, a local community, or corporate? Anyway, we are all concerned and we all have action plan and financing and everything. And for me, NBS, that's why at Veolia we are working on that for a long time. It's really an answer at tackling the three axes, which is now in the middle of our priorities. So the second good news is that we hear since this morning that a lot of solutions do exist. We have model, we have experience. I may at Veolia just mention 2 or 3. We have the question of the floodable park. We just show small movies this morning where you have in the middle of Alicante a public park which can be floodable. So it's really interesting to see how you can balance between a public park and a floodable answer to flooding. If I am a corporate, I will mention Sinopec, which is a big chemical in China industry, where they make the tertiary treatment of polluted water through a wetland. If I am in France, I would mention that we have for long-term experience about zero phytofertilizer for farmers to protect the aquifer, the aqua table. So I think there is a lot of experience. So let's look at it. You ask me about challenge. The first challenge for me is about awareness. We need to educate our public, stakeholder, on the 3 axes. First, climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and biodiversity, and the COP15 has been a real help for that. And then to understand that there is a lot of small blockage. I mean, if you look at public tender in Europe, it's quite complex to introduce NBS inside this public tender. So, I mean, there is a lot to do on that. My true conviction as Veolia is we should not oppose grey infrastructure and green infrastructure. The experience I just mentioned is finally a green infrastructure is just nearby a grey infrastructure. And it's part of the solution. Maybe some experiences are different around the table, but for me, it's clearly the way we can accelerate this. Is to match the 2 together, and it will definitely help to solve the issue. That was my
fantastic
quick comment.
Thank you. So see, we're about halfway through. And I want to take us away from the high-level overview into more of the weeds here. So I have 5 specific questions for all of you. Regrettably, I must ask that we keep our answers as short and sweet as possible here. But let's start with you, Andrea. Your project works at a very large scale across 3 key rivers in Brazil with multiple partners. Following on from the previous panel that spoke about public policy, how has this policy in Sao Paulo enabled you to do this work? Are there still barriers that you wish the government would fix?
In São Paulo, we have a state policy on water resources, which establishes tools for water management. The basin committees are part of the water resource system, are the base which meet and deliberates on priorities and investments in the territory. However, the policies do not provide incentives for the creation of intermunicipal water consortium, such as Consorcio PCJ. These organizations could help to seek regional investments, not just local ones, since the basins do not necessarily respect the limits of the municipalities. Water consortiums promote the implementation of water resource management due to their ability to relate and engage all types of stakeholders, public, private, and civil society actors. In Brazil, we have a few examples of institutions, such as Consortium PCJ. We frequently receive delegations interested to learn how it's possible to accelerate the process of implementing water management tools and how to engage all sectors of the society in water conservation. For us, one answer is to create a water consortium in your basin. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Patrick, Andrea mentioned projects around multiple watersheds in Brazil. You go one step further and talk about water management at a transboundary level within the international context as well. So what factors have enabled developing a transboundary investment in nature? And a second part of that, can a transboundary project really be locally led?
Yes, we are sharing two transboundary basins with our neighbors. The Maroni with Suriname and the Oiapoque with the Brazilian state of Amapá. The international network called Bioplateau is born in 2019 with the assistance of the International Office for Water. Eric Tardieu is here, Dr. Eric Tardieu. It aims to create and pursue a dialogue with all the partners interested in water management beyond our borders. That experiment could answer the singular challenges of our territories of the Guyana Shield and leverage to concerted management using nature as a driving force for solution to shared problems. We are in the process of creating an observatory that will help to identify the issues and the solutions in water management. And it is mainly an opportunity for dialogue, progress, development, and peace. And also, I can say I'm the mayor of a rural town surrounded by water called Montsinéry-Tonégran, because of the names of the two main rivers. I confirm that the only successful projects are bottom-up, in being inclusive with the population. Local and global are a natural combination for integrated management of transboundary resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise, taking us to Cape Town, and the Greater Cape Town Water Fund is a great example of how multiple actors can invest collectively upstream in catchment restoration at a scale and pace that meets the urgency of our water crises. So what factors have allowed for the scale of NBS, around 27,000 hectares in the last 4 years? So a rather pointed question perhaps, but why do you think it took a local catchment program to increase the pace and scale of the work when South Africa's National Working for Water program has been in place for so many years?
So firstly, in the case of Cape Town, we cannot discount the fact that Cape Town almost ran out of water in 2018. So that brought the urgency to the front. And on the back of that, we had a very good business case. We had a clear return on investment. And we also had the private sector who put seed funding down so that we can prove concept and show that if we implement, we can scale. And that's what happened. So we implemented that video that you saw. We started with 10 women, 200 hectares. We now have created 700 green job opportunities. We trained over 100 high-altitude technicians of people, and we sourced people from unemployed communities. And that gave us the momentum. And the private sector funding or contribution was catalytic in getting the city of Cape Town, which is the first municipality in South Africa that invests in nature-based solutions. The city of Cape Town then went one step further, and they're integrating nature-based solutions with engineering solutions because there are predictions that Cape Town would run out of water because of population growth. And then also collective action, and this is collective but action on the emphasis on the action. At 7 implementing agents, we had to change our business as usual approach and work together to scale. We monitor the work to make sure that we get the impacts we predicted in or we estimated in the business case, and then persistent, consistent single-minded, just do it. The second question about Working for Water, which is a large-scale national program, it's the government-led, and the main difference here is the private sector involvement shows that governments alone cannot do it. We need the private sector, we need communities to collectively work towards a common objectives and move that dialogue into action. So it shows that there's just a mixture of actors, and don't wait for a perfect situation, just do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. Pierre, Veolia is the largest water services provider on the planet. So two-part question for you as well. The complexity of a watershed in implementing nature-based solutions, is that compatible with traditional concession contracts? And who should clients interested in NBS turn to for help among water services providers?
It's a large question.
It is very tricky.
Yes, after the merger with Suez, we are now calling ourselves the champion of ecological transformation. It's a huge responsibility. You mentioned the concession model. It's only part of our business model. I mean, it's a very classic French approach where we have long-term partnership between private and public, but we do operate in different kind of business model. And I do believe that behind the question, there is the question of what are the necessary factors to make NBS a success. And of course, the public body, whatever the kind of contract you have with the public body, long-term, short-term, delegation, infrastructure, you have key issue like water, it's a common good. So you need to discuss with the public body. You need to discuss with the communities. Infrastructure is really depending on the way you have a contractual model with the public body. But as long as you're speaking of infrastructure, being grey or green, you need to precise exactly what is the role of each party. So it's very interesting to, when you're talking about green infrastructure, is to see, okay, what is the consequences in my contractual mode and things like that. You're talking about, for this kind of solution, you need land, you need space. Most of the time, the space is related to the community, to the city. So how are we going to work on that? And so, as mentioned by Louise, I think we provide solution. We have ideas, but we are obliged to work with a public body, which is good news for us because that's what we do since 150 years. So it's not a big deal to involve communities and public body because that's part of our DNA. But when we talk about NBS, you cannot do it without the public body, without the community. So I think it's very important to onboard this question, to address it, and to make it success, you need to have all the stakeholders around the table, yes.
Excellent, thank you. And to round off our deep dives, Andre, AB InBev has made considerable investments in collective action projects across over 40 high-risk basins. You've mentioned 2 today, South Africa and Brazil. What made you invest in these locations specifically, and what does the future look like for further corporate investment in watershed investment programs?
Yeah, so easy for us as we invest where we see high water risk. So we have a commitment to have measurable impact in each of the high-risk locations where we operate in terms of water quality and quantity. So for us, we see a responsibility to invest in each of those locations. So some of those are easier than others. In others, they are natural partners. And in a number of cases, we have to start them ourselves. So we very much key on local partners, but if there's no other local partners, we certainly invest and start those processes ourselves. So we look at nature-based solutions. We know it's a really key potential investment, but we're also learning, we can learn some of those principles and mimic nature-based solutions. I'll give you 1 or 2 examples, maybe might be less counterintuitive. In Lima, working and investing in restoring the ancient amunas, the channels that predate the Incas on the high Andes Mountains. And it mimics nature-based solutions in a number of cases, particularly because it stops the erosion by the water running down the channels. It doesn't erode either the agricultural or just the normal topsoil. Secondly, it permeates into the into the mountain during the rainy season, and the water then becomes available during the dry season. But also by using local labor and technology, provide strong capacity building locally. So that's a really good example. Another example in South Africa at the Ibai brewery, we combine our wastewater treatment plant with constructed wetland, so an artificial wetland, and then grow spinach at large scale, which is irrigated with that water. It doesn't need additional nutrients, and then grows local spinach locally, and also further treats the water. So for us, it's, yes, watershed scale is important, but also finding innovative local solutions equally important.
Amazing, thank you. So as our presenters and panelists have been speaking today, I've been writing some furious notes here, and I've managed to mine a few little nuggets that I'd like to share in our closing minute that we've got left. So 5 key points, one from each of the speakers. Louise, you mentioned investment versus impact. I think that's a critical way to measure how our investments are having success on the ground. So it's not just outcomes, but impact-based as much as possible. Andrea, you mentioned collective action and integration of multiple actors. I think that's key. We all know that we cannot solve this problem independently and individually. Louise, you mentioned the same as well. We need to crowdsource. We need all the key players in the room, and almost all of the sessions today have mentioned that as well. Andrea, you've mentioned scale a number of times, and I think that's key here. We can start small. Every NBS project makes a difference, but what we're ultimately wanting to get to is scale. So how big can we really take this NBS journey? Patrick, you mentioned shared solutions. I think that's key as well, both through the lens of investors, implementers, funders, financiers. We need to have shared solutions, shared mandates, and aligned objectives as much as possible. And Pierre, you mentioned a great word, momentum. I think the pace to date has been fairly slow, fairly nascent, and we really need to pick up our feet a little bit here and implement as much as we can, as quickly as we can as well. So with that, I see we've got 20 seconds left. I'm quite amazed that we made it. Thank you, everybody, for some brilliant answers, and I hope everyone's going to join us for cocktails at the end. All of our speakers, thank you so much for a wonderful session, and thank you again.
Thank you to all of our panelists and for the excellent moderation by Dr. Greg Brill. At the close of our session, we will hear from Loïc Fauchon, the president of the World Water Council, who was recently re-elected for a 3-year mandate in December 2022. So Loïc has been strongly dedicated for more than 25 years to international advocacy for global water security and access to water and sanitation for all.
Good afternoon, everybody. So first, I'd like to thank TNC for first joining the council a few years ago, and then inviting us in this partner collaboration. As president of the World Water Council, I'd like to deliver to you just a few messages and then explain what's the story between TNC and the Council around the nature-based solution. So first, we say for a long time water is climate, climate is water, and now everybody knows that, but also water is demography, and demography is water. I mean that today, for operators, for NGO, for political leaders, then we have the climate evolution. We have the climate threats, but we also have the demographic threats. Population is growing, sometimes very quickly, sometimes less, but in during the 25 last year, population in the world has been increasing by 40 to 50%. And so this new population needs water. And so we are not facing only the climate deviations, the climate evolutions, the climate change, but also we are in front of an important need of water resource. And I'd like to underline two other main problems we are facing. One is coming from the demography, from the climate, and at the same time, that's the increasing of all kinds of pollutions. Air pollutions, water pollutions, soil pollutions, oceans pollutions, the plastification of the oceans. And if you have some time tonight, tomorrow, look at this survey of the Lancet, published in the Lancet, with a very important group of scientists, something like the GIEC, but concerning the pollutions. Conclusion is that today we have from 8 to 9 million people who are dying from different kinds of pollutions each year. 2 COVID in 1 year, but every year. So we need to understand exactly what happened, and it's part of the fight we are trying to organize against the relation between mankind and nature. So the second one, second important issue I would like to underline, there's not only two, but I would like today to talk about the two, and the second one is water for food. We have a very huge problem in front of us. Look, for example, just the case of Africa. Africa today is 1.2 billion inhabitants. At the end of the century, in the middle of the century, to 2050, we will have 2.5, say the experts. 2.5. 100% increasing. And at the end of the century, 3 to 4 billion people. And we have to deliver water, and we have to try to find water for food. And it's just the example of Africa. And there's the same kind of problem in South America, in some part of Asia. So that's what the World Water Council, with its 300 organizations, 70 governments today, we are trying to deliver the solutions. And the World Water Forum is one momentum every 3 years to do that. I will say a few words just after. So nature-based solutions are one of the answers which are very important to try to decrease these different threats, because the nature-based solutions provide natural barriers. The nature-based solutions stimulate sustainable agriculture. Nature-based solutions help cities become low carbon and more resilient. So what's the story? The story is that in September 2021, perhaps you were participating to the IUCN Congress in Marseille, France. The World Water Council, the International Network of Basin Organizations, which is chaired by Eric Tardieu. Eric, could you have to meet this guy at the end of the meeting. I will explain to you why. So we have decided with TNC, we have decided to launch a declaration called No Water Security Without Ecological Security, and No Ecological Security Without Water Security. Today, then after we had the Dakar Forum and different big events. Now, today, I think we have more than 100 important organizations which have signed, that's right, a good number, Eric, which have signed this declaration. But we want to move forward. And this declaration, if you accept to sign it with your organization, is now a commitment. And from the commitment, we need to move to an action plan, a 3-year action plan that we will disseminate during the next days to implement all these kind of actions. And nature-based solutions is one of these of the content of this action plan. So we need your enthusiasm first. We need your expertise. We need your involvement, the involvement of the new generation concerning nature-based solutions, but not only water for nature and nature for water. We will organize, and we are here in New York to promote it. We will organize with the Indonesian government the next World Water Forum. It will be next year in Bali. Don't come to Bali only for the beach, but also for nature. Nature in Bali is more interesting than the beach. That's my personal opinion. And really, seriously, bring your expertise. We need it. We need that the voice of nature could be more present during the next forum. And this next forum will be more political. Why? Because we are completely convinced that today we have the technological answers and solutions. We have the financing one. We have. And we have the institutional answers. But we need political will, strongly. Water and nature are politics. And so bring your will, help us to push towards the political and economic stakeholders to have nature and water more present in Bali. It will be a great momentum, and we hope that it could change. It will be a new step in the future of water and nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fauchon, for wrapping us up so nicely. Thank you all for attending our session today, and a special thanks to those who are tuning in online. For those of you who had an especially difficult day, the cocktail hour begins at 5:30, just down the stairs to the left in the restaurant. And then please just join me one more time in thanking all the panelists and speakers today. Enjoy the beer, enjoy the wine.